All right. Thank you, Father, for the protection, the armor that you arm me with daily, and to let me know that I must remember that everything I do is being watched by you. Everything I've ever done, everything I'll ever do, you already wrote it, you already willed it, either through my own self, which you wrote, and no matter what I'm going to do, and through the Agape, if I walk and follow in your commandments. So you live by the sword, you die by the sword, you will be judged by the law that you go by. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot serve mammon and God at the same time. So I'm doing this for evidentiary purposes. You're leaving your mark when you're here. What you love, what's your agape, what you follow after, who's your commander, what law you go by, what commandment you're under, who's your commander. You can't serve two masters. You can't serve mammon and God. So it's early, but maybe it's noon for those on the East Coast. And I know there's followers who come to this channel. And again, this one I'll probably do again. And I'm going to continue to do this because I had somebody say that this come in, and it doesn't matter. I think it was Scoop. And we made a big deal about Snoop. So anyways, said that the First Amendment audit was not on the channel over there on TikTok. And I decided to go ahead and finally bring it over here so you can see that side of what I do. Somebody brought up what I did as a job. I go out and work for you and have for you, whether you realize what I've done for you as America. I get hated on, but yet look what I go under. You want to see, look at the heading of this video. You want to see what a guilty man looks like? An armed guilty man being called out by an unarmed innocent man. Look at the caption of this video. Go watch these videos that are now uploaded to this channel. We get a whole new subject to talk about. We can spin this off. I said I could take this channel this way if we decided to do it. So am I acting in God? What am I doing? Yeah, that's what I do. I'm more afraid that the Most High is I'm not afraid. It's fear. It's judgment by his law that he puts me, commandments that under this Fourth Amendment that I have the right, and it's upheld. It's a natural right. It's a God-given right. If you are into it, it doesn't even matter if you believe there's natural law. I'm a man of the land. I came from this corrupt dust, born of sin, of the darkness of this dirt. And I'll go back to this man of the land and soil. I'll go back to the soil. I'll go back to the dirt. So I'll make sure that the time that I'm here, go check out these last two videos that got called out that they weren't on the channel. But you want to see how I work? I think it's time for Tracy to start earning his money, if that's what you want to call me. Remember I said I'm Revelation, I'm Apocalypse. But anyways, I'm not here forever. I want to make sure that my time counts, and the law that I go by, I'm more concerned not by some man who's heavily armed, who obviously I have a personal thing going with. So let's see if we want to take this channel in this direction. You asked for it, you got it. Toyota. Anyways, lighthearted, guys. I did upload it to the Something Told Me. This is like the water overlay video, but send it. Just like when I get pulled over, I'm not going to let them extort or harass me, so they'll quit doing it to you. So I've worked very hard for you as American people, as a veteran, as a prior law enforcement officer. I know these rights, I know these laws, and so I'm applying them also, because not just for myself, because I want others, to see what it is that you have rights, that you can uphold them. If you live by the sword, you die by the sword. You want to see what a man looks like who doesn't fear a man that's armed, and call out a man that's obviously guilty. That's this man, and I'm not asking for any glory. I'm trying to show you what it's like to see what it's like to fear that if I don't go by his law, I'm more, go ahead, dump a clip in me, finish me off, take me out of this, meat suit that I'm in here, this I am Apocalypse. I am Revelation. Tracy is just a temporary thing for me. So that's what I do. So people say I don't earn my money. Somebody said, get a job. I'm done. Look, we'll make this a thing. We have the right to audit our public officials in their line of their public servants. And they're supposed to serve the public. And if we can't record them in their line of duty, then they could be getting all kinds of, doing things. So we have the right to film them. And they don't like a camera stuck in their face because they normally can turn theirs off and on. And if you don't audit them, every police interaction you need to record. Every one of them. Do not let these jackboot thug tyrants get away with this any longer. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Be careful out there. They'll dump a clip in you in a minute. I know. I was a law enforcement officer myself. So we're going to take this channel for a minute, and we're going to take this over so that we'll have the discussion on whether or not that what am I doing out there? Why am I talking to these police like I talk to them? And why am I doing what I'm doing? So it's because it's the law. It's the Fourth Amendment. You have the right in America to freely travel. Yeah, you can record them. Don't get in their way. Yeah, okay, there we go. But record every interaction you have with them. You don't have to interact with them if you haven't committed a crime, so they have any reason to interact with you. Remember your rights. If you're auditing them, yes, you can record. You have the right to record them. Don't, they have a space. Give them some space to do their tyrannical extortion and harassing and road raiding and, protect the public. They're not public servants. They're raiders. So you got to be careful. They've all got loaded guns and they'll all shoot the snot. They'll write your head right off your head and dump a whole clip in you because they fear you. You are the enemy to them. They don't serve the public. Every one of them stood down during the COVIDs. They all need fired and to hang up their clown suit badges and take they need to stand down. They're tyrants. They're enforcing capital letter straw man law, and every one of them is a tyrant and could be technically jailed and be judged by the law because God's law says that you have the right to freely travel, or the natural law. They cannot stop you unless you committed a crime. I know my rights and I've asserted them, and I'll show you if you just go watch the video. So don't say anything stupid to just dump you right out of this channel. I'm not going to take no nonsense from nobody. You're not the man. If you can't upload a video and like I've done, then don't even make a comment because you're not going to last in this thing. So anyways, yeah, that subject comes up in my video. Go watch. The word murder comes up in my video. You think I'm a man that's playing? I ain't playing. Told you I know the Most High's watching me. So I don't care what anybody thinks. Go watch my video. You'll see who see what you're messing with. So I stand up for the rights of American people. No, they're not paid for by taxes. You don't even know where your tax money goes. Your tax money goes to Ukraine to kill women and children. That's what I'm saying. Not going to take no nonsense. A blue line flag. Yep, there we go. Be a gang. A heavily armed group of thugs all wearing the same color going out, harassing and extorting the general public. What is that? Sounds like your local deputies, doesn't it? State troopers, sheriffs, all of them, tyrants. Government officials, most of them, huh? With their blue suits or whatever, blue ties or purple, whatever ties they're wearing, red or blue. Crip or Democrip or Rebloodbikin, or is it the thin blue line? So anyways, go watch the videos before you talk any crap in here, for sure. Because you see a man, I don't take no crap. Even if a man's heavily armed and guilty, I'll call him right up to his face. I'll put my finger right in his face and call him out right to his face. So I'm trying to stand up for your rights to make sure that nobody violates your constitutional rights, your natural rights, your God-given, or if you don't believe in that, they're just rights of the land that have always been here. As many times I keep coming back to this earth, it's always been the same. You can't accost a man or a woman unless they committed a crime. You can't stop somebody. So a police officer cannot violate your natural rights. They're upheld by the Constitution, and the Supreme Court ruled on it in 2023 again and upheld that right to be secure in your house's papers, person, and his effects. So that's why I stand up for your rights. So, because it's your Fourth Amendment right. It's the right of the people. It's the right of the land. And it's a natural right, and it's a protected right under the Constitution, under the Fourth Amendment, for warrantless search or seizure. Nobody can come seize you or your property or your personal things unless they have a warrant. And unless you've committed a crime, you cannot be violated or accosted. No man can stop you in your means of traveling, and whether you're walking on foot, horseback, an airplane, your personal vehicle, as long as you're not engaged in commerce for the corporation in the capital letter law that these tyrants that all should be fired for doing that they do. You don't care if they know. They're tyrants, and they will be judged by my Father in heaven. So not worry about trying to change them. They're idiots, morons, complete tyrants and road raiders. So yes, thank you for standing up. What if they're stronger than you? I don't care. They got guns. They'll shoot me. Go watch the video. Don't say anything stupid. Please, don't be moronic in here. As I said, they're morons. I'm dealing with a bunch of morons who don't even know a law that they're enforcing. Capital letter, you're straw man. That's why your driver's license written in all capital letters. We're exposing this. You know, people don't know, but we're going to light onto it. Be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness. Expose them. So there's the light. There's where it's at. And shining it on these tyrants. There's not one good law enforcement officer in America, because they're still enforcing this capital letter law today, every day, every single day. These tyrants go do road raider people and extort their straw man. If people are ignorant enough to allow it to happen, then you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So you be judged by the law that you go by. Anyways, go check out the videos. I uploaded them because somebody said, "Oh, you're just calling. You're a liar. You didn't do that. There's no videos up there. I went to your channel. I checked this. Yeah, whatever. Now they're uploaded to this channel. So you opened up that can of worms. Now you're going to get it. So for a little bit, we're going to do this. You know, I do this because I do it because the Most High has a upheld law by the land. It's called the Fourth Amendment, the right to freely travel. Unless you are in the commission of committing a crime, you have committed a crime, or you are going to, they have reasonable articulate suspicion that you're going to commit a crime, nobody can stop you. So, oh man, careful of sober habits, because that's a hard one to come off of. Please be careful when coming off alcohol. I'm a prior police officer. I do understand. I was a tyrant. I've done all that. I've had the shoe on the other foot, but I do know. And alcohol is one of the hardest things for your body to detox from. So be very careful when coming off of alcohol. That's what I want to tell you. No, God didn't write the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment protects the God-given right. Don't say dumb stuff in here. Don't be an idiot. Don't be like these cops. If you say something stupid, I'll just bounce you out of here. I'm not playing today. You're not going to get to see, teacher, Pastor Trey. This is for real. I know that he's watching. You want to be stupid, I'll bounce you out of here. That is the right upheld of the land. The Fourth Amendment protects the God-given right. You got it completely backwards in this upside-down world. Woe to those who call good evil and evil good. And I'm calling all you out that do all these unfruitful works of darkness. So know your rights. If you don't know them, I'm not going to listen to it. You're just zeros and ones on a screen to me. Tired of these tyrants and tired of this tyrannical over boot of the land. These jackboot thugs. Whatever. I don't hear you crap. Get out of here. Go somewhere else. Go do something that's worth your time, Yeah, sure. I will. If you say stupid crap, why would I just allow you to ever come back to this chat? I don't want to do with stupid cops. I don't want to do with this stupid government. So yeah, be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them. I'll rebuke you. See you. Bye. Out of here. Thank you for giving me the reason. So that's fine. That's all right. I'm just trying to get you turned back up there, creation. So now if you turn back up, you'll see what I'm saying. So Just turn it upside down. He says you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. You must turn their works upside down. So it's all right. Kind of live in a backwards world. That's how they tell I vision to everybody. Play visual, verbal, and digital voodoo on these people. Tell I vision. Again, yes, program them and channel them and school them. So they all go by the narrative. So you think you have to give up your a license, but you don't need a license to travel. You don't need a license to travel. That is a protected right under the Fourth Amendment. Under the Fourth Amendment, you have the right to freely travel. If you're not engaged in commerce, go watch my video. I have a CDL. I have a CDL, a commercial license, and a valid medical examiner's card, a Department of Transportation physical. So I know the rights of not only the commercial rights, but your rights to freely travel are upheld by the Constitution. Whether you believe or not, they're a natural right, but they are a God-given right, whether you understand who gives you that right or not. There is a creator. I don't care what you believe. There's inalienable rights of the land, and they've always been here, and the right to freely travel is one of those. So if you know your rights, you assert your rights. They cannot... They can't trample on them. If they do, you can sue their bond, like you see in my videos. Go look at me, point it right in their face, and I'll sue you. I'll sue you. You're trampling. You just accosted me. You trampled on my right. I could sue them right now. I don't know why I don't just go do it. I could not even have any money worries at all. I could set myself up, pay off all my land, have all this gravel that I want, all this stuff that I talk. One lawsuit. And you can see already that I have at least 2 lawsuits already on that last part 1 and 2. So, yeah, I don't want to deal with it. So that's why I'm not. I just let the Most High. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So I go the hard route. I go the hard way. So I'm going to let him deal with it and take care of it. But I'm still going to, that's not why I do it. It ain't about money. It's about upholding your inalienable rights and see somebody that's absolutely... make sure that I do it so there could be an example of how it's done properly. When done properly, you can uphold your rights, guys. Hold on, my fireplace is just cooking here. The sun's coming out. And, woo! I got the wood stove going. I'm an off-the-grid guy. I don't want the system. You can have this system. Stay in your cities. Keep eating your McDonald's and going to the Starbucks. And yeah, I'm out of the city. I'm in the country. I'll make my own power. And even out in the country, you're going to have tyrants. So I could just move away to the woods, but I'm not running away from anything. Remember, I'm not afraid of anything. I fear God. That's what I have. I have no fear of anything. Fear no man that can take your flesh. Only fear who can take your soul. That's what you need to live by. You live by the sword. You die by that sword. Hallelujah. Woo! That's what it feels to have the armor of God. You want to see a man that wears the armor of God and feels that protection when I go stand against these armed jackboot thugs in multiples and point my finger in their face and tell them, you better not trample on my rights. I'm a man of God. I'm a military veteran. I'm a prior law enforcement officer. I know the law. So that's what I go by. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Woo! Fired up. Shouldn't have called me out last night on that live stream. That's what you get. Uploaded it. Said it wasn't there. Said I'm some kind of fake. I'm some kind of phony. I don't stand. I got more videos coming, guys. I got another video on the channel. And if I do this, I can start doing with the Freedom of Information Act. I can start doing requests for every interaction I've ever had. I can do an audit and request all their records for their pay, any kind of disciplinary action that they have for the whole agency. I can cut all of them. I want all your information. It's called the Freedom of Information Act. Yep, and I can go do that to get all those interactions that I ever had, because you want to talk smack about me. We can do video day after day after day. I've been dealing with these people for years. Let me go get those videos during the COVID when I was standing up to them against the COVID. So, we could go a lot of ways with this. Don't make me open up that can of worms. I've been but it's right. It's admirable as far as, he, the commander, to go by my law. No, you don't have to dance for it. You got to just pay for it. So there's no dancing here. I don't dance around or play or forward or pervert or twist words. You got to know what to say. If you say one wrong thing, they could dump a clip in you. So know your rights and assert your rights. Anyways, all right. So you got worms. See you later. You're out of here. Goodbye. I don't want nonsense. I want people who want to stand up for the right to understand. So, hey, go watch these videos. They're worth your time. You don't want to be sovereign, Jeremiah. You notice in my videos, I don't claim to be a sovereign. Sovereign means you're above the law. You're not above the law. You're holding, you're adhering to the enable law of the land and your right to freely travel and to be secure in your houses. That's your property. Papers, that's your property. Persons, that's you. They can't violate you. If they accost you, that's a violation of your right. You have that right to be secure and affects your vehicle. Your right to travel is covered under that Fourth Amendment to warrantless. They'd have to have a warrant to violate that and come against that. Search you, any of that person's papers, houses, and effects under that Fourth Amendment, and yourself and your property. You have that right and could have the right to defend that right through your voice, as you can see, by asserting your rights. They can't trample. And if somebody does, I could actually right now, if you go watch those videos, I could sue that officer that violated the first one who pulled me over, because he already been on a traffic stop and been pulled over multiple times by the same, well, not the same gentleman, but he backed up the last traffic stop. Sue the county itself. That's a whole lawsuit. Probably what they did right there. They didn't actually put me in the shiny bracelets, and it costs my wrist and arrest me, right? Because if they arrest your wrist, that's a violation. They can't put you in handcuffs unless you've committed a crime. I don't care if they're doing some kind of investigation. They don't know these tyrant cops. I want to just, it's a good thing we're not eye for an eye anymore, because they're jackboot thugs and they extort. I know I had the boot on the other foot myself. I was one of those with the boot on the neck of these people here in America, put people in, jail and prison for victimless crimes, crime against the state and the county and the federal government and things that are not actually criminal because there's no victim. I thought there had to be a victim for there to be a crime. So the state is not a victim, and the county and the federal, and that's nonsense. It's person-to-person crime. This is insanity. Crime against the corporation. Is that what you're saying? America? That's what it is. It's on the stock exchange, and that's what they're extorting your capital letter law on your driver's license. So is your birth certificate. Notice also your social security card. That's your first credit card issued in your name. It's called your social security card. It's a $1 million bond, right? Treasury, a bond for your labor. You fill out a W-2, they take that money out of your money that you don't know your rights. This is what they're extorting. It's called your straw man, and people don't know this. And that's what these jackboot thugs are out there enforcing, that capital letter law for the corporation. I don't go on dates with men, so I don't follow mandates and ordinances. Those are all for a corporation and not a person. And that's what they're enforcing. But if you don't know your rights and how to assert your rights, you don't ever want to claim. See, sovereignty means you're above all this. So never ever claim to be a sovereign citizen. That they have what is called sovereign immunity. Cops do. They're above the law. I know it used to be when I could lie to you and say certain things, as long as I don't violate your actual rights, the rights of a cost, things. I can do certain things as a cop because I'm sovereign. I'm above the law. It's part of this investigation and things but I can't trample on any of your actual rights, whether Fourth Amendment, First Amendment, Second Amendment, I can't trample on those rights, even as a cop. And if I do, I lose that sovereign immunity, and then I can be sued because I actually violated your rights. See, that nobody can do that. That's the supreme law of the land. Even cops are not immune. They have what is sovereign immunity, and if they trample on your right, they lose that right immediately, and you could sue. Now, not only could I sue the state or the county or the sheriff or the deputy or whatever what it is, well, hold on. See, I could actually sue the deputy himself or the sheriff or the trooper or whatever tyrant thug that they are for their bond, because then operate in a law enforcement capacity, you have to be bondable, and you carry what is a bond, like a LLC or a business, or it's you have to be licensed, bonded, and insurance. They carry a bond to be able to operate within the parameters of that confine of the corporation or the business or the, in this case, a bunch of jackboot thug law enforcement officers. But if they are bonded, and if they violate that, then not only do you get to sue this county or state, whoever trampled, if they arrested your wrist or accosted you and violated and stopped you if you actually committed any kind of crime. And it's not a crime to travel without a registration that plate or without one in under the Fourth Amendment. So if they've violated that, then they've violated your Fourth Amendment, which is supersedes constitutional state law. And they've it doesn't matter what state. See, this is what I'm talking to them about on the video. It's like, I don't care about your state law. That doesn't, the law of the land is this, and you're not recognizing this one here, the fourth. I don't care about these stupid state laws. That doesn't apply to me. You're telling me I'm violating, this is my Fourth Amendment right. It supersedes this law. So you can't accost me, or if you do any of those, then I can actually sue you as a police officer. As a police officer, your bond, and if they get sued, most officers don't even know, that this could be their own bond. Because you see me point out his face, I'll sue your bond. You don't know what you're up against, right? You're violating my rights, and now I can go after your bond. You sue an officer, not just the county or state, their bond once or twice, they can't even operate in a law enforcement capacity. They're going to have to go get some kind of, maybe some security side job or something, but they cannot be a police officer after a couple of times. Yeah, they move them from county to county or state around. They move around when they violate, guys. Either a lot of get promoted in law enforcement, but no, after a couple of times, they're done in law enforcement. They got to hang up their clown suit and go home and find another job. So this is what we need to do is, we all have the right under the First Amendment to audit our public officials in their line of duty. They're public servants, and when they're public, you have no right to privacy, especially if you're in the capacity of, a public official. The people have the right to watch what you're doing and film you anywhere in public space, because you're doing your job. And so a cop can't tell you can't film it. Don't listen to these tyrants. They're thugs. Don't get in their way, as somebody said earlier. But you can film them. You can film them, and you should. And that's what every one of us should do. That's why I said earlier, film every interaction. Action. Yes, it's law of the land. I'm not even reading. Is it? But the beast system, maritime admiral law, and not law of the land. It's still law of the land. Don't say anything again like that again, Jeremiah. I will toss you out of here. It has been the law of the land before ever this sea and going behind the doors and the judge. And I don't even go there. Don't speak stupidity. I'll throw you out of here so quick if you speak anything against the aletheia. This was the law of the land before any of that came to place. So you are acting like an ignorant puke. Stop spinning your vomit tsunamis in here. I'll throw you out. I won't even take twice now. I'm done. I ain't playing no more. First Amendment right to audit these public officials in their line of duty. Before all this and this maritime and come behind our swinging doors and in your capital letter law and your extortion, there was the law of the land, natural law. Do not listen to this ignorance from Jeremiah. So please, do not listen to people like this. They'll get you to believe it's okay to hand that license over and to be lick the boot of these jackboot presidents, killers, governors, millionaires. How many millionaires are in Congress, congressmen, all these people that extorting this whole through many ways, the whole system, every one of them are tyrants. They're all feeding the same boot liquor system. But before this system was in play, there was the law of the land. Get out of here. Leave if you don't like it. Don't say dumb things. Please do not dumb down what is the reality and try to pervert it with your modern day. I don't care about your modern day nothing. I'm trying to get people to understand that there's laws that have always been on this land. Natural rights. Don't spew your vomit tsunamis in here. I won't stand for it. No, don't. Hey, please. Don't even go there. I don't like that crap. I don't like anybody who's going to try to dumb down and forward and pervert it into this. There's always been a natural. You said no, not that's you made a statement. Let me go back and see if there was a question mark. Okay, my bad. I didn't see the question mark. So my bad. I won't hand Jeremiah. We need to stand up for the rights that we have. I said I went back and saw its question. So anyways, moving on. I don't have that much time, guys. I don't want to sit here and, people need to stand up for what's right and stop being such lay downs. You're like a turtle laying on your back. You won't even flip over. Come on now. You could do it. Kick something. You remind me of a I just said I said it was a question. So my bad. Appreciate it. I just don't want anybody to dumb down our rights, guys. And that's what they've done. They've watered it down. No, you've always had a right since the beginning of time. You don't have to be a believer in God. These are natural rights. Again, that's why you don't claim sovereignty, because it's the law of the land. You came from this dirt and you go back to this dirt. Every one of us, everything that we have ever touched, will all came from and will go back. So there's laws of this land and natural rights. So thank you for my bad and getting it backwards. I got it backwards this time because I didn't see the question mark, and so it was a question. I appreciate it. But yes, we have always had natural rights. Okay, so my bad. I just, it's guys, if we don't assert our rights, they just keep stomping on them. Cool, no problems. Question is okay. I didn't see the question mark, Jeremiah. My bad. So I made a mistake. I didn't see the question mark. Sorry, this old man's eyes. I just didn't read it. I saw your question. I went snapped. So my bad. A little wound up today, man. I'll tell you what. Somebody called me out and said I ain't been standing up for people, and you're wrong. I stand up for everybody's rights, not just my own. And I want people to do this when they can, when it's safe, and when it applies. I'm not trying to get anybody shot. I'm not trying to get anybody hurt, because it's very risky to do what I do and go out there and assert your rights. These people are heavily armed. I was a police officer. And when I served in the 90s, all these cops look just like when I served in the 90s. They've been militarized, and they act like the public is public enemy number one. They shouldn't be dumping clips in people. If you fear and you got to pull out your gun every time you go to, anytime, you're in the wrong light. I thought you were going to give your life in the line of duty. See, none of these people even have that mindset anymore. You are the enemy. They're always for our safety. I don't care about your safety. You're a public servant. Stop with your idiocracy. You're supposed to be serving. We don't care about your safety and that fact. You're always making your safety more important than the public's rights. So get out of here with your safety. Nobody will hold these thugs accountable. So I will. And if it costs me my life and they dump a clip in me, then so be it. God would judge me by the law that I went by. But I don't want to get anybody else. You don't have to be me. Please, if you have a family to go home to or whatever, just remember, though, God said, hey, this is the natural law of the land, which is protected, which still his law, and he made it. So I don't want to make this ain't about religion to me, but these natural rights, which are protected rights of the land, which are God-given, and that the Constitution upholds under this Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights, and, the Constitution, right, is these inalienable God-given, which the Fourth Amendment upholds. This is the one particular right that I'm bringing light to, just one or two, which is your First and Fourth Amendment right that I keep bringing up. First and fourth. You have the reason to audit, or you have the right to audit your public officials as a citizen journalist. We all have that right to audit our public officials. Again, if they're doing some creepy stuff and we're not filming them, they can get away with murder, or whatever they want to if nobody holds them accountable. So there needs to be people that are willing to risk their self right now and go out and audit these officials in their line of duty. So that's what you see on these two videos that I've uploaded, and I will upload more. I have more, and I know, isn't that funny? Oh, so we're all just going to enforce different law. You caught that, Vanessa. You're sharp. Didn't you hear that? So, well, it applies to you, and did you see him fumble around? Did you see him? I'm saying, I could sue them right now, Vanessa. I have 2 lawsuits open against, as I was saying, both those sheriffs. their bonds, both of them, and the county, which I tell them they work for the state. They don't understand the social pyramid of state, community, individual, right? Just even the basics of social. That's why, but they're idiots. Remember, I told them I'm calling them out and I say things to them. They don't even understand what's being said to them. So, but anyways, I'm not trying to remember. I'm not trying to be better than them. What the woods like? Cool. You want to go to the woods? I want to go to the woods. The woods are right here. Let's go to the woods. Let's go find a place. We'll find a hole in the woods. We'll go bury a bunch of stuff. And things get too crazy, we'll run to the woods. We'll keep 1 foot in the system and we'll keep 1 foot out of the system. We still got this property here that's right next to the woods. So anyways, which question? I can go back. Okay, mental note. We'll go back to where we were at. This is a basic subject here, so I can keep up with this one. No problem. Thank you, Vanessa, for checking them out. You see what I'm saying, Vanessa? I put my life on the line for the people of this country where they understand, and especially you understand this is one of the hardest towns, and this is the hardest town in the state of Oregon to go against the sheriffs out here. They are Billy Bob as it gets. The people are very afraid of the sheriff's office out here because it's very Billy Bob all the way from, we're in the northern portion, kind of the bastardized portion of the county. We're in a township, not even a town. So these people are, so I do it so the public will be safe. They've really let off, guys. Since I went out and I did these things, they were pulling people over for going out and not having their seatbelt as soon as they pull out in this little town. And I know that, okay, so do you live on a few acres? I live on 40 acres here on this parcel, the farm that I at Silver Rock Ranch, and I have some more, another 25 acres. So we need to stand up for our rights, guys. These are natural rights, and if we don't, they're going to keep taking them away from us. And that's why I stood up so hard during the COVID. That's what I'm saying. We need to make this a thing on this channel. I told you I can take this whole channel in this direction. I just chose to do the word and teach and let God settle this. He'll have his way with these people who trample. Remember, he said you'd be better to have a millstone tied around your neck, right? Be better to have a millstone tied around you. What is that? Oh, I had it on my pants. I was like, well, look all weird. A millstone, the great millstone, guys. Sorry, that was sitting on my, and to be cast into the sea. That's the great millstone right there. That really looks weird. The camera looks really crazy. I don't know why. My skin looks like it's got wrinkles on it. Kind of weird. But anyways, we're not supposed to harm any one of his children. And he's not just talking about, babies or infants. That's his bride. So, that's what I'm saying. That's why I stand up for the rights of the land. These are natural dirt rights, right? Rights of the dirt that he created, the laws of the land by the creator, the one, the most high. But anyways, brothers and sisters, please be careful out there. If you audit your public officials, but you do, and we should all audit them so that the police are afraid of us. And like, oh man, I better not do anything wrong. I better go out and do my job. You know what I mean? No, there's nothing here. Truth, nothing. I started here with nothing. And 6 years ago here, I came with I started with the dirt itself with nothing and came with 15 plus years of collecting and getting ready for this day and starting. And then 6 years ago, everything was taken off this land, except for a little trailer that was now pulled to the back, and everything was by my own blood, and the rest of it got picked off out here by the locals, and they picked up, and I'm glad they all got to use a lot of these things, and my own blood didn't get, they took all the real valuable stuff. I had a lot of investment. I told you 15 years into coming out here. So, but 6 years ago, started from scratch, boom, all over again. Now 3 cabins, 5 cabins, potentially deep, all off the grid, been 6 years off the grid, completely hooked off the system, hooked into solar. Here last year, I just ran wind for a long time. But all my builds come from nothing, just like these walls behind you. Every board is from a different location. Not 1, 2 are the same. See, my walls talk to me. Everybody's always, your walls, there's someone in your walls. I know, they talk to me. Everyone has a different story. They were supposed to go into a burn pile, and I saved them. They're like, thank you. You know, a lot of this is just scrap, and that's what I do from repurpose, renew, reuse. I feel more humble when I reuse something than going and buying something new. There's not a new board on this build. It's all, everything is completely repurposed, right? You know, so. But anyways, crazy Tracy cabins out here. So moonshine cabins. Yeah, I know that's hard. So they won't be able to apply them. That's very right, Eris, Mr. Fernandez, right? Okay, so with some owner finance landowners, and they are willing to give me help. Okay, well, and I want to do a homestead. Where are you looking at? Truth, if you don't mind, what state can I ask you? Because I'd love to lead you to the right information. A lot of people try to do this, and because of these code and ordinance and offers and stuff, which I've run out of this town because I'm the law in this town, and I've run out of here, and the district attorney knows, and I've called the sheriff, and so you're going to get this guy shot. He's not a bad guy. But he's walking on people's property, and he will get shot in this town. This is that town. Around and find out town. Okay, this is not even a town. I do not live in a town. You got this mistaken. I don't live in no town. I live in what is called a township. This ain't even a town. You understand? Go around and find out kind of town. This is that town. You drive down the wrong driveway, you're going to have people throwing something metal at you. For real. Even the sheriffs will run you out of this town. They have. Many people. The farmers, they do it. They all do it out here. I knew what I was coming against. See, I thought things were going to slip a little bit further, you know, a little sooner when I came out here, and maybe a little more Mad Max-ish, but the demolition of this country has been controlled. So, but I still don't want to go to a place that's easy. And I'm the law in this town. I said that the last time I left that traffic stop. That's what I said. I am. Remember, you didn't stand up during the COVID. I had to stand in this town when you didn't do anything. You stood by and you collected your paychecks and you tucked your tail between your legs and you went home, just like I told you before any of this COVID ever happened. I warned you that it was coming. See, I want to get that. Are you recording this, Tom? Are you recording? You are the sheriff in this town. This day is going to come when people are going to panic and they're going to call you. They're all going to call you. You're the law that's supposedly in this town. You know what I told them all? You got that thing on recording, Tom? You know what I told them all? When this comes, you're going to tuck your tail between your legs and you're going to go home and collect your paycheck. You ain't going to save nobody. And that's exactly what he did. Boom. Thank you, Father, for giving me discernment. So I called him on it before the COVID ever came. That's the guy that's in the video. Hey, let me see your supervisor. Hey, Mr. Werner. I told you they know me out here. That's why I did this. A lot of people, wanted to talk a lot of smack when I said this, and I ain't doing it for pride. I'm showing you how I have stood and filled in the gap because most people won't do that. They won't assert their rights. So I don't fear no man taking my flesh. I only fear the one that can take my soul. So I'm not led by fear, like that kind of fear. So I know the only fear I have is I'm not asserting my Fourth Amendment rights and I'm letting them trample on a straw man. That's not me. I will not let that happen so that you can see something and see how it's applied. And it does. It's not easy to do what I do. Be very careful. You got to every word counts. It's word salad, it's verbal voodoo with these people, kind of be careful. With their words, they'll put you under the straw man law and extort your bond, the treasury they sell for your labor. If you give into that corporation, which I don't go on mandates and don't date men. So, or follow codes or ordinances. So those are the corporation, and I don't go by that, and I'm not going to let them assert that on me so you can see actually that it can be done. Oh, yeah, right, dude. Okay, watch. Oh, you go to jail. Okay, look at these, all these, but go look at the evidence. It's like I seen somebody made a comment. Oh, this guy's a heresy. He just throws people out because he just says, if you don't accept what I'm telling you, to go look at the evidence that I have and let it speak for itself. He won't talk about it. He won't explain it. Go look at the evidence. The evidence should speak for itself. Like in Psalms 19, it says the firmament declares his handiwork. that line that it goes out right across the earth day after day. Doesn't have to say a word, but it declares time, doesn't it? The heavens, the firmament, right? You call it heavens, but that's not what the heavens are. The heavens are the ruling class. So, but anyways, guys, it's not easy to do what I do, and I'm not trying to be special in any way, but you do need to know your rights. You say one wrong thing and your whole lawsuit's gone. You know, you be careful. You say one wrong thing, that guy pull out and dump one on you. So please, if you're going to assert your First Amendment rights to audit these public officials in their capacity of their duty, you have to know what you're doing or you will end up hurt. So please do not, yeah, well, that's one thing too, but please don't be the silent majority. I choose to be the actually complete opposite. And sometimes you have what is called, that's your Fifth Amendment right. The right to remain silent. The fifth, that's your, under the Fifth Amendment, you don't have to incriminate yourself. You can let them arrest your wrists, take you to jail, and you're going to have a lawsuit if you haven't committed a crime. No crime is committed. And if you know your rights and you could go against this law, I am certain now that, and nothing's 100%, but I'm not capital TRACY. And they'll never get me to ever say that. Ever. Never am I a capital letter man. I'm not. I'm a man of the land and soil. So the First Amendment is the right to audit. You have the right to freedom of speech, freedom of the press. That freedom of the press. Hold on one second. I still remember you there, Truth. I haven't forgot about you. Freedom of press gives you the right to be a First Amendment. All civilians have the right to be a citizen journalist under your First Amendment. And you have the right to audit, film your public officials in their line of duty. Remember, I told you they could be doing nefarious things, and if we don't film them, then they could get away with it. So that's why that First Amendment right is there. I'm not going to go into all the other First Amendment. It is your freedom of speech, the right to assemble peacefully. See here, I'm not going to redress the grievances. First the ballots, then the bullets. But anyways, let's get back, Tracy, to the question. So your freedom of press is what I'm asserting here. Is the freedom of press. I obviously assert my freedom of speech applying that, but it's the freedom of the press to audit is what I'm telling you. You have to know the word salad or you're going to get shot or taken to jail and you're not going to probably get out of anything. And they will extort your capital letter law, your bond, your social security number written in capital letters, your driver's license written in capital letters, and that blood contract they stuck you and got your blood type between your parents, that contract they made with the doctor that said, okay, this blood, bam, blood contract, capital letter for your labor, capital letter law. Now you are capital TRACY. No, that's not me. That's my straw man. That's not who I am. That's the corporate straw man. I know Black's law. You're not going to extort my straw man. I won't let you violate my, that's not me. I'm not some capital. I don't know who that's, I'll stand in, as a witness, but I'm not this man that you have me up here. So I won't contract with you and won't, that's not, I don't want to go into the whole, we'll do that on another video on how to, if they actually arrest you and get you in their custody, there's laws that you still have to apply. You can't turn and get soft on that. Oh, you let me out of here. You have to keep asserting that same natural. And they can't, honestly, guys. If you're not, I don't want to go into too much detail on this, but if they're going after that capital letter birth certificate, driver's license, and social security card. Let's just leave it at that. And that's that labor that they're already kind of got a credit for that they can sell into the future. You know what I'm saying? Your bonds are which are failing in America, which is awesome, but nobody wants our. Yeah, I know. I said, no, look at Willie, look, they take these capital letter law people. And remember, they're putting people for victimless crime and private prisons, guys. Willie brings up a very, very valid point. Private prisons, guys, are guaranteed an 80% occupancy before they ever build it. This is the prison planet. In America, we have more people imprisoned for victimless crime too than all the other nations combined. All the nations combined, guys, this is prison planet. Like Alex Jones said, I'm not sporting, you know, but that's, you know, he called it the prison planet, and that is here in America. Because with these jackboot thugs that go out and arrest people, they're capital letter law, they extort with this money to fund these private prisons and give them a guaranteed 80% occupancy before they're ever built. Talk about a crime. I mean, I'm a prior police officer. Follow the evidence. It's right there in front of your face. So it should be quite obvious what's going on here and who supports that. These men in black, right? With the thin blue line. These gang members, these thugs that go around and extort that capital letter law. So, hey guys, give me a second. This is the old man who's on a walker, and I need to answer this. So you're going to have to pause. I need to take this gentleman that's very old and been run over, and I help him sometimes. He might need my help. 1 second. Okay, I don't know. He didn't answer, guys. That's a gentleman I help out here sometimes. Oh, give me 1 second. He's calling back. Cool. All right. Old man was asking me if I needed to go to town, and that's very cool because he knows last time I took to town, remember, guys, I lost my wallet and all my money got drained out of my credit cards. We went to go get dog food. So, oh, no, I don't want to go to town. I'm a little, let's not go to town. Let's not go to town. I just came for the old electronic stew. No, he's just going to L.A. Pine, a smaller town, which is a really neat little town, actually a good model town to model if you wanted to be a small town, so to speak, and be a bigger town with lots of people, but they don't let their commercial grow out and their industrial grow out, which is really neat. And that's right up against Bend, Oregon now, and it's a very unique town. I model this town out here, and they hate it when I say L.A. Pine, but that's where that gentleman's going. So I apologize for the interruption, but that is a gentleman. He got run over by a swather out here, and he's still on a walker and stuff. So sometimes I'll go to town with him and ride in there with him or something. I asked him, you just need a rider? I don't really have anything to do. I was going to go ahead and drop the stream and go with him, but he said he's going to go ahead and go by himself. But I don't relate with too many people. He's older. He's got about 25 years on me or something, but he's an older gentleman. I do enjoy his company because he don't take no nonsense kind of guy. He's older, so he's got those older ways, and I enjoy people that are my elders because they have amazing stories about how this country used to be. So you want to know where the treasure's at in this country? It's in the elderly. It really is. Their wealth is beyond. Again, I ever thought if I'd formed a community, the seniors would be like, okay, sit down here. You don't have to, and they wouldn't. An elderly would not just sit there and do nothing. Most of them, they'd still want to do something. But no, we just want to pick your brain. Tell us the old ways, please. Tell us how it used to be, and tell us how you used to rinse the tin foil and, drink out of the hose. And that's me. But anyways, anyway, all the old ways, the lost ways, so anyways, I need to. I got my wood stove going, so give me a minute. I'm going to throw some more burritos. Yesterday I made some homemade steak burritos, but I don't want to let me throw some of these burritos on this wood stove over here. I'm gonna cook me some burritos, and then I'll keep going. I'll just throw them on there. We'll keep talking here. Who's seen that First Amendment audit video on this channel? First Amendment audit. Call them out. Call these tyrants out. Ooh, we still got taquitos. We'll have taquitos and burritos. Taquitos and burritos. All at the same time. Do you ever stop eating Mexican food, Tracy? Hispanic food? Nope. I love my Hispanic food. Make a good Chinese, though. Make good Asian food, Oriental, different kinds. I can make different kinds of Oriental food. We have the Asian. some of these taquitos. It will take a minute to cook. About half a dozen taquitos and a couple burritos. But you know, doing it off the grid, off the grid, off the grid. Why aren't you off the grid? Are you waiting for the sun to whack your smart meter? Why are you still on the grid? Why are you still completely on the system? I didn't say that you couldn't check. Why are you not 1 foot out of the system? Why are you standing there with both feet in the system? Are you for real? You're really going to go out like that? Really? You ain't even going to try? You ain't going to try to check out of the system at all? You ain't even going to try to check out? You're just going to go out like that. Both feet in the system. Just, yeah. Licking the boot. Oh. All right, let me go check on my puppies here real quick. We need to put this. Man, I hope you guys got food's the new gold. Well, water's the new gold. Water's the new gold. If you haven't heard, the bird is the word. No, I don't speak bird. Cheep, 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 cheep. Please don't cheep. Please don't cheep. Come and see me. All right, I got too much food here. Give me 1 second. I'm like a chipmunk. I'm always trying to get a nut. So I got the man's nuts. Got food coming out over on the counter here. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Put up the burritos. Hey, what happened to the taquitos? The taquitos. Look right here. Food's the new silver, water's the new gold. In case you haven't heard. Bird, bird, bird. The bird is the word. Let's check out that. Ooh, we're already sizzling over here, boys. Heck yeah. Cooking on the wood stove. Cooking burritos on the wood stove. Cooking burritos on the wood stove. Digital banking, huh? Advanced technology. Yes. AI, not artificial. Thank you. Thank you for not calling in artificial wannabe. New bioweapons. Kids being made in a petri dish. Yeah, that's been going on since, remember the old, what was the sheep's name again? Whatever. But remember Mr. Old Vomit? We can't clone anything. Clone, what was that clone sheep? No, I can't remember. It don't matter. Yes, the old Jabadooski. Bow to the altar of antenna. What? They're an antenna? Maybe. Maybe they'll turn on the Neuralink, right? No, the interface in your face. 3 dots, 4 dots. How many dots will it be? Maybe it'll be 6 dots, 1 dot, 2 dot, 3 dot. Maybe it'll form a cabra square and it'll just appear eye vision. Mr. Truth, my bad. Arkansas. Arkansas, I don't know about your violations ordinance officers over in Arkansas because I don't live in Arkansas. I know there's the Ozarks over there, and there are a lot of people who live. So I'm not sure what part of Arkansas you live, in, because Arkansas is you got some, north to south, you got some depth there. I'm not sure what part. You don't have to give up your exact location, but I find that most people go to the be willing to rent a cabin. You're a Puerto Rican Irish. Oh boy, that's a fiery Garden. Sow and hunt. Nice, Vanessa. Is that so? Are you in the States? So, again, Arkansas, a very, a high line mountain range. You want my opinion? This is what Kentucky, boy, that's a good state. I like Kentucky. But again, guys, I'm not trying to get you to do anything. You do whatever you want. But you've been following me not long enough, Vanessa, now to know you got to kind of truth. Arkansas is, well, let me show you. This 4 large gas giant alignment that I've been speaking of on this channel. You tell me if Arkansas or Kentucky is a good place to be. Now, this is the overlay. This is a mean map, and you guys, again, I'm covering this. There's only one other channel covering this. So I don't think either of those states are a good place to be, according to this map. Now, you do with this information what you will. And I've shown you already what it is over here that the government is interested in. There's Arkansas, there's Kentucky, there's the areas they're interested in those states. Not a lot of, but definitely have much more of an interest over here. So, again, I'm not sure, guys, to give you the right, I don't want to give you the wrong answer. And I don't actually want to tell you what to do with but this is how far the water has come up in this cycle's past. And then I'm telling you that I'm drawing my conclusion from what I believe this sun is going to do and continue to melt this magnetosphere off, and this federal land is their major concern for this next event. So there's plenty of room over here where I'm at. I made offers, to the body itself. I don't want to let anybody who's a follower of grace and truth and or part of the body not. Now, I just had Saya come out here and had to tell him to pack his bags and go because he just wasn't ready to do it. So, but I will definitely help anybody who wants to try to come out to this area. Somebody can be self-sufficient. I'm not opposed to actually having somebody involved with what I'm doing, but I just don't have time. I had a great experience with him. We had an amazing time, but it just wasn't a good fit. So it's no harm, no foul. So in the future, I need to make sure I cover that. But other than that, I encourage people to maybe find a spot to write out this, and again, I'm not trying to pick dates or anything. Go look at the evidence. Let the evidence speak for itself. And you tell me. Sorry, I'm cooking. I'm multitasking here. I'm cooking taquitos, and burritos. I'm always cooking. I haven't had any tacos. Yesterday was Taco Tuesday, but I'll make tacos before too long. I'm on the burrito kick right now. So, anyways, I don't want to tell either of you truth, so I don't know. I would get up higher in the Ozarks if you wanted my, how we doing, DSW? But I just don't think those states are going to be a good place to be for the next year. So do what your gut tells you to do with, guys. I've been telling you to listen to your instinct. Please listen to what your heart, your head, your mind, and he, above all, that still voice inside your head. Hopefully he's telling you to do something, and so it's hard to give people information now on certain states, and I want to, especially like Truth said. So let's get back to, if you stay there, you got to stay there. You can't come, and this doesn't matter. So you're going to set up where you're at. Let's move forward. I'd get up in a higher location if I was you, according to what the cycle, and we might miss it this time. We missed it in the last time we came in this celestial alignment. But the last time we were in this celestial alignment, our magnetosphere was at 100. The field strength was at 100%. Now it's weakened. The United States Air Force has released in the last 400 years that the magnetosphere, the magnetic protection from our sun, the one that protects us from the space weather, the solar energy, the protons, the bombardment of our magnetosphere, is weakened by 40%. So we now have only 60% of our magnetosphere. And you've seen what I've been showing you with this block domain wall, the magnetic pinch, the 4 large gas giants. We get pinned in between them on 10-24-24. And I believe this will be the event that will lift the land back onto the water like times past. We missed it last time, but I think it's going to happen this time. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope to God that I'm wrong and I get called out but I never said it was going to 100% happen. I presented you with the evidence as a prior police officer, a prior investigator, a prior reconstructionist, so I understand. And this is a basic, simple reconstruction. It's not advanced. It's very simple. A child can look at what I presented and understand what it is that I'm presenting. That's why I'm not going to, respond to some of these ignorant comments that people left, about me not leaving links. And go find all this information. I'm not hiding it. I didn't pull anything off of something that you couldn't get access to. So I don't even have links for my own thing, which makes a whole bunch of people who want to donate to this channel go away because they don't have a link to click on, and so they don't donate. I don't know how many 100 people probably, hey, how do I donate? Well, this information is, if there's not a link, they're not going to do it. So pound sand, go find this information. I wouldn't put it out if it wasn't out there. I'm not hiding any information. Go find it yourself. It's called discernment. Oh, this guy's a kook. He don't put out. No, he just say. No, I'm not telling you what I say. Go look at the evidence. A child can understand it. I'm not trying to speak down to you, but it's elementary. This is not rocket science, So I would try to find a place that's in a higher location because now after watching, how many people have I told, go see Adapt 2030. Go look at his video of the title event and then come back and talk to me. I wonder how many people actually went and did that, because I don't know, I don't even, it's not my doing. So I don't need any more evidence. I do not need any more evidence. With David's at Adapt, ADAPT 2030, the title thing and my are both should be very evident what is potentially going to happen. So it's God doing it. It's God. It's not me. It's God doing it. And so he keeps telling me to put this information out. And like I said, it originally cost me my TikTok channel. It cost me my TikTok channel. So it is what it is. So you watched it this morning, Alex? Did you watch the Adapt 2030 video this morning? Are you responding to that, Alex? Are you responding to that? And if you did, bless you, Alex, for watching it, because I think it's astounding the evidence that he's presented. Do you realize he left the U.S. to go find all that evidence? And I think it's there we go. All right, there we go. You got your agreed coordinates. You got your good stuff, brother. Man, no weapon formed against you will prosper. You'll be fine. But thanks for putting the legs on that faith, man. There you go. Go get it. Go find a place to go camp. Go bring your solar generator up to go disappear for a minute, man. Yeah, and all the paintings of Mary. Yeah, see. Okay, good. Thank you for not saying wannabe that it's a complete flood event, because I believe it's going to be just like it says in Scripture. Remember, this is a parable. Remember, in 70 AD, Christ, before 70 AD, 3 years prior to 70 AD, Christ said in his word, he said, no stone will be left in its place. And he was talking about the temple being destroyed. And he predicted that, and it came to fruition 3 years later in 70 AD. Nebuchadnezzar destroyed all the buildings. The whole nation, that whole area was destroyed. Every building was turned into little gravel, pummeled into rock. And then he went and plowed salt into the land. So nothing could grow in that land for a whole nation, so they wouldn't come back there. The land would not be habitable as far as to be able to sustain life, because it would need to be it would take generations of pre-prepping the soil from having all that alkalinity and all that salt and the salinity. The specific gravity would be the measurement of how much, we're just talking about dirt here, but how much salt to ratio of is in and you're not going to be able to grow in that. You have to pre-prep that soil. And so the plowing of the salt into the land is what I believe we're going to see, not by Nebuchadnezzar this time, but by himself, the Father, using the shaking of this earth. It cannot be moved from its foundation. You can't corkscrew and spin me. I'm not in that camp, and I don't want to talk about the shape of the earth, but it does say that the heavens and the earth will be shaken. It talks about the nations will be in perplexity. There'll be wars and rumors of wars. There'll be famine, pestilence. These are all the same things that happened at the time of Nebuchadnezzar, with the destruction surrounding the nation of Israel, the starve out. Nothing could get in, nothing could get out. These are the 4 swords that he said he would send, and he did. So this is the same parallel. We're having the same exact thing happen again. See, at the time of 70 AD, the temple was destroyed. In 79 AD, we came into the same gas giant alignment. The water didn't come up on the land in. Remember? But I said our field strength was at 100%. This earth got rocked by weather, hammered by weather in 79 AD. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just see a parallel. So I think this time, looking to move anywhere. Well, I would suggest over here, Truth, I really would, because it's affordable. You have a man like me that's going to assert your rights, so you're not going to be trampled by these code ordinance officers. You can come out here in a sleeping bag and go behind a mound and be left alone, and nobody will bother you. Don't talk to anybody else about what you're doing. Don't let no trash blow around your land, and keep to yourself, and nobody will bother out here. You come in a tent, a sleeping bag, a little trailer. I don't care. This is a place where if you're hardcore enough, you can. I came out here in a tent, an Arctic tent, started in a tent, said, the heck with this. I ain't let these people tell me I can't come out here and I can't do that. You ain't going to tell me what I can do and can't do. I'm a veteran. I defended the right of the land of the people, and you are not going to tell me what I can do. I will tell you what I'm going to do. If you don't like it, take me to court, take me to do whatever, but I'll fight you and I'll take you to the box. So you're messing with the wrong man. So this is a good place to come out here. So anyways, there's forest right here. I can see the trees right here. I'll go outside maybe in a minute. I'll get up after I eat here. We'll go outside, take a little tour outside of this area or something. They can't want to be. They can't compete in this economy with the rate of inflation. The cost of living is through the rent price. It's ridiculous. They need to come to a place like this, and they could do it right here, right here. Young people could do it right here. I'm getting my son to come back out here. I'm building him a house. Oh. So yeah, I have two owner finance land contracts going right now. Actually, three. One through the bank. This one here, and the other one is what I've rebought from the same company for 10 years. I've been paying on this owner land sale. Yes, you can, wannabe. You can make it out here. I want to hear it. Yes, you can. There are places you can make it. Don't say you can't. Yes, you can. Absolutely, you can. I see you come out here in a tent and get a land payment and go collect soda cans. There we go. Thank you for the update there, Saya. Exactly. They're going to put it in the games. They're going to put it in the movies. They're going to put it in. They're all going to show you exactly what's coming, guys. They ain't hide it anymore. We don't live in that age of Pisces. We're in the age of apocalypse, Revelation. We're in the age of Aquarius. This is it. Whoa. So check it out on the prison bus. But I'd say that this is one of the best areas. I've done my research. I've gone over strategic relocation. This is an area you can bounce off from here and go somewhere else in about a year or two. There's no reason somebody couldn't come out. And if you made it a job, you could get work in this town. There's plenty of work in this town too, but you could work your own property. You wouldn't even need to leave your own property. I could show you where you could get mill ends and all these different things that you can build tons of different things. You don't need to be on the grid to do any of this, you know. Somebody came out here and tried and were somewhere close to me, I'd make the time to come visit you, help you out. You come help me. There's all kinds of things. You don't even need to come to this property here. I've got other properties. There's plenty of property in this valley. This is a place where you can go and be left alone. It's sitting at 4,500 feet. There's holes all over in the ground out here. This, you know, you could find a place to store some of your stuff. And that's what I recommend that you do. I actually recommend if you don't have a hole in the ground already to store your stuff, you are way behind what's about to happen. So, but if you're somewhere within this overlay map where it's covered with water, I think you should maybe, you know, consider it. And if you don't think you need it, then just stay where you're at and prepare to bug in where you're at, so to speak. Bug in, bug out. Bug out means you're going to go somewhere. You're not bugging out. You're not going anywhere. You're going to be stuck right where you're at. So plan on that. Yeah, right. You're going to get out of the city, you know what. So anyways, we need to be ahead of the wave, so to speak. Not literal this time, but you're going to catch a wave. You got to kick off ahead of time. A wave will just smash you into the bottom of the sea and you'll eat sand. And I hope you don't open your mouth because you're going to drown or die if you do. So you better be good at holding your breath. So you only go about 3 minutes. A little bit longer without air. I guess some people are a little bit more, where they say it starts having some effects on your brain. You can definitely go longer than that. But anyways, I hope you can hold your breath. Don't open up your mouth because you're going to take a gulp of water and you're going to drown. So not literally, brothers, sisters, you know what I'm saying? You would if you were out in the ocean, you didn't kick off, a wave will just smash you into the bottom of the ocean. I don't know if you've ever been in the ocean, spent any time in the water and surfed, boogie board, skimboarded, wakeboarded, or whatever, any one of those other, you know, been in a wave, so to speak, and how I understand how it works. So you kind of, you got to get ahead of it and push off on it, you know, and you'll get in front of it and it'll keep you going. But if not, it'll just take you and shove you right to the bottom of the dirt, well, the sand, and you will be tumbled like a dryer on the bottom of the ocean. You better figure out and hold your breath and calm down. Let your body be buoyant and let it sink to the bottom, and then find your feet on the bottom and spring up out of the ocean and you'll be just fine. Hold your breath. It's kind of fun. So actually grew up doing that. It's kind of very, it was fun when you're young, knowing you could die at any second if you took a breath as you're being thrown around and tossed around at the bottom of the ocean until you got to find the bottom. You got to find the bottom. You think you're going to try to swim up in that wake, you got to be a little more buoyant, let your body sink, relax, you'll be okay. Anybody been in the ocean? Anybody know what I'm talking about? You can't just catch a wave, guys, and think you can just let it hit you and you're going to get taken down in the water and get on that bottom. So it's not all up on the top. So Some waves are, depending where you're at, but most of that current is not. There is an undertow as well. So hope you're good at what you're doing. I hope you hold your birthing pains, he said. Birthing pains, like waves of labor, increasing in intensity. So, oh, the burrito's melty. Okay, hold on. All right, I'm gonna have to eat these burritos. Heck yeah. Let's check the taquitos. Check the taquitos. Woo! Cooking on the wood stove. Cooking on the wood stove. Got the pan going. It's taquito. Look at this. Is a fan that works off the heat. Ooh, hot. Ooh, fire. Yeah, hearing that sizzle. For off the sizzle. Freedom's only an illusion unless you own land, not restricted land. So, yep, that's what I am. Want to see what it's to be free. Not literally, but, you know. That's what I'm doing out here. Ooh, hot. Thank you, Father, for the wood stove. Wood-fired burritos, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. There's no children in here. No children. Taquitos are going to be sizzling in a minute. I love burritos. Yeah, we have none of that out here, John Doe. I live in a township. It's not a town. Man, no, nothing like. Now, it cost me the wood, but I had to eat the house, so I didn't even have to plug in, to no electric to make a microwave burrito. Because I threw my microwave out in 1990. Yeah, how is it, John Doe? They just keep making more and more laws. They never take any of these laws off the books. They just keep adding more and more laws. You never seen them, we're going to legislate, take all these laws out the book. No, they're always legislating to put more. So, more laws on the books. So, do you drive a Chevy? No, well, I've owned more Chevys than anything else. More Chevy pickups than any other vehicle. But now I have a Ford over here that one time, boom. What happened in 1990? Well, a lot of things were going on in 1990 in my life. My dad died on 2 days before Christmas in 1990 or 89. So days later, boy, that was a very eventful time in my life. Sure. You want to see what a free man looks like, you go watch this part 1 and part 2 video that I just uploaded to this channel. And I assert my God-given rights. So now I have to do certain things because I don't live with anybody. And I wish I had a wife, somebody to watch after this farm, because I would have gave him even more hell. More hell. So you want to see a very entertaining and educating video, go watch part 1 and part 2 of my First Amendment audit, where I audit these sheriffs out here who are known to be the hardest sheriffs in all this state. These sheriffs around here are known for not messing around with these guys. These guys will mess your life up big time if you mess with them. Look up the history of this place. It has a history. And the law enforcement out here has a reputation. So do the rich millionaires that I've been fighting for 10 years, and now they don't do that crap to nobody out here anymore. They don't. I don't allow it. I told you I am the law out here. I am the law out here. I've been fighting these people since I got out here. So I have made changes in this town that I live in. Yep, that's what we predicted, Matthew, is a big nothing burger, you know. And people are going to be very disappointed. And I think a lot of people who showed up to Rapture, Indiana are a bunch of idiots because that word is not even written in scripture, and they were highly disappointed. I'm sure it's not the first time they fell under that verbal voodoo. So. Well, my Father in heaven, he said, the only way to the Father is through the Son. So that's the most memorable thing that my father ever showed, or any advice he gave me in his word. My dad, probably the best advice he ever gave me, and he gave me a million, different kinds. So my dad was very, very knowledgeable. Even though he was a Nimrod and played Nimrod and died celebrating Christmas, he was still very intelligent and I can't imagine his IQ. My dad died when he was 37, and he was talking about things that he warned me of now, that was happening back in the 80s. That's actually happening now, because he told me follow the money. There's a lot of things, but probably the most thing right off the top of my head that you asked the question was, my dad told me, son, it's the only person you can change is yourself. It's not right to try to change anybody else. You can't change anybody else, son. That's incorrect, and that's wrong to do. The only person you can change is yourself. So don't try to change anybody. That's wrong. And I think that's the best advice that he ever gave me, honestly. And it's God, I understand. My dad he was a good dad, but he wasn't perfect, just like me. And I wasn't a perfect father or dad myself. And the only perfect thing is my Father in heaven. So, but it was really good, solid advice. And I've kept at that. And I've remembered that my whole life. Even though some people pissed me off and I didn't like what they were doing, I understood there was nothing I could do to change them at all. So I really have to feel, I could give you a whole bunch of other things. My dad told me that he was he was an amazing man. He could foresee a lot of things. He wasn't a prophet or anything like that. But he told me that, son, don't try to change anybody. If you don't like what somebody's doing, then you're either going to have to accept it. You can talk to them about it, but they have to make the change themselves. You try to force them, you are wrong. I don't care who it is or where it is or whatever. Just listen to me, son. This is not something that you're allowed to do. And they left it alone. And he never even told me. He told me some things and beat in my head 1,000 times. He only told me that one time. And he made it very clear. Remember, you got the belt the second time. In my life, you didn't get told the second time. You got the belt. So, the 80s were an amazing time, man. Woo! We just came out of the 70s. Pardon me. The 80s were definitely a very interesting time in America. Very, very. I wish we'd have been involved in those military operations, but the country itself was pretty ticking, A man could still hang out with a man, and if a man was a Democrat and a Republican, he didn't care. The wife and the kids still came over, and they hung out, and the kids played tag, and they jumped in the pool, and they did things they probably shouldn't do. They kissed their first girlfriend, or the girl next door. They made all these memories because somebody in America didn't give a rat's behind that somebody was a more conservative, Republican, or a Democrat, whether they were conservative or they were an elephant or they were a donkey, the kids hung out. And so did the parents, and they drank some beer and maybe they went inside and smoked some cannabis or something because it was not legal back then, and they had a good time. And the kids did not suffer in the 80s. They didn't. The kids got to play. And again, that little boy got to kiss his first girl. All these memories were made because the parents acted like adults and not like ignorant children like they do today. So the 80s were an amazing time to be alive in this country. So no, there we go. So what an amazing time. And people are just people. You know what I'm saying? They didn't care. They didn't even put red on their lawn or blue on their lawn. They weren't trying to flag like that, signal all that nonsense, blow smoke and do all that. No. They just left the 10 or 15% of it. I'm not telling you to keep company with vipers. I'm not telling you to cast your pearls before swine, but they let the things that they didn't agree with go to the side and didn't talk about them. I'm not telling you not to talk about things, but the children didn't have to suffer. The 80s were amazing. And the 90s, we still have that as well. But then we started to see that divide, guys. So that's the country I'd like to see back. And I ain't trying to mag and none of this nonsense, but I like to see people talk to people again, you know, in a sense where we can, you know I stifle ignorance and stupidity in here. And yes, I do. But, you know, it's because I'm trying to be real. I want a real conversation with real people, you know. You betcha, Randy. I did that for you, sir. I did that for you, man. There's got to be some of us that put this stuff on the line, that put our flesh on the line, and we don't care that we have a bunch of armed thugs having their guns right there, and we're not armed. I was not armed that day. I wasn't open carrying. I got these heavily armed men pointing my finger in their face, telling them that they're violating my constitutional Fourth Amendment rights as they're heavily armed. You see a man, you see me point my finger. It's the heading to this video. As I told that one man, did you hear what I said to him, Randy? I said, I reported a murder to you. I reported a murder to you and you didn't do anything about it. Oh, I watched your video. Well, then how come I never got a call about any of this? You know, it gets deep out here, guys. You know, it gets deep. No, we have to do this, guys. We have the right to audit our public officials in their line of duty. If we don't record them, they could be doing a bunch of terrible things. So you're right. We need more auditors like myself. I thought about just kind of shutting this channel down for a little while. You guys, I could do 1 month's worth of work out here. If you go watch my videos, the 2 videos that I just put out, I could sue the county out here because they trampled on my rights. I made it over and over and over, and I tried to give them a chance not to trample my rights. I really gave those 2 jackboot thugs a chance to not trample my Fourth Amendment rights, and they still did. Even though I told them the law, I explained to them everything, and they still, under the threat of arrest or extortion by my, you know, to take money from me and potentially take me, you know, from my animals, which I don't have anybody to watch my animals. I go to jail. I don't have anybody to watch these animals. That'd been the worst thing that I could have done. I had farm animals. So, as well as the dogs and the cats. So I go to jail. I'm screwed. These animals are not going to get fed, and I cannot risk that. I wish I had a wife. Yeah, hey, honey, I'm in jail. But no worry, honey, we're going to go shopping because daddy's coming home. You know, they're going to let me out of here. Watch. You know, they trampled on my rights, you know. So I have a lawsuit against the county, which I have not filed. And I can go after Tom's bond and the other cop's bond. You understand? I could sue their bond. You guys, that's like $500,000 right there that I could sue this county for easily, and I would never have any struggle anymore. I'm not doing it. I haven't done it, you know, unless somebody can convince me of otherwise. You know, I don't want to go after them. I went straight back to work, going to try to do my thing, the honest way. You know, I wouldn't struggle anymore, and I don't want to seek vengeance. So, and that it isn't. I know it's not. They trample my rights. I don't. I just haven't done it yet. So it's still open. You know, that doesn't go away. There's a lot of other things going on. I have more videos out here. You know, I can still do a Freedom of Information Act and request all the other times that they have trampled on my rights and violated and accosted me when they don't have that. They lost their sovereign immunity, and now I can sue their bond and I can sue the county. So I don't know. Do you sue the county you live in? It'd be pretty tough. You know what I mean? I don't care. I'm not afraid of them. I would. I'm not saying that I wouldn't. I just haven't done it yet, and not sure if it is something that I want to do. You know, that's what I'm saying. I put in more work here, guys, for you guys to show you, hey, but somebody kept throwing this in my face now. I heard it multiple times. You're a fraud, dude. You don't have no videos on your channel. This guy's a fraud. He doesn't stand up for anybody's rights. He's lying. All right, whatever, dude. All right, whatever. Make me open up that can of worms. So here you are. It's been opened up. And so you can thank whoever that person was to sit there. And it wasn't the first person, guys. But it's applicable, guys. It is applicable, okay? Because we are supposed to be asserting our land, you know, man of the land and soil, you know, and we came from the dirt, we go back to the dirt. So we need to remember that, you know, we need to go by the law. And if God is going to give us a God-given right or an inalienable natural right that's upheld by we need to assert it. And that's all you see me doing, is asserting my natural God-given rights protected under the Constitution, which most people don't even know that apply. So I don't know. Just like we said, the eclipse was going to come and go, but try to remember they put probably a lot of military equipment on that line. They got all those people to stand on the X again. And I believe that was the preparation for this 10-24-24 water event. So I told you that's what it was going to be. It was going to be a nothing burger. I think people enjoy themselves, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm eating a burrito. I heated up my burritos, a couple burritos on the wood stove. They didn't take long to heat up, but I still believe that they did these state of emergencies to kind of practice people. I'm a military veteran, and so when you drill and drill and drill and drill and drill and drill, you know what I'm saying? Drill and drill and drill, you do it in your sleep. You know what I'm saying? You could do it with your eyes closed. So, oh man, I made some, these are obviously, you know, like a steak and cheese and right, but I made some homemade steak burritos last night, and yesterday I had burritos twice. I haven't done anything cryptid on the cabins. I've been doing all my work in here. So anyway, you know, guys, these road raiders, no, I didn't get no ticket. I didn't get no ticket. So I left out there screaming at them that I'm the law in this town. So last time, and another gentleman out here who asserts his right is out here like I do, and they keep harassing him, that they're telling this guy he's he's got a degree in law. I forget what he does though. He does like public cases and stuff. He does a lot of work for just the people and represents them. But they've been pulling him over, and my name has been coming out of their mouth because he brings up, you know, me or whatever. They're like, you know, he's me before, and they're like, hey, if Tracy would just stop doing what he's doing and harassing us out here, he wouldn't have so much problems. Like when you see Tom say, well, if you just would have given me the license, this would have been a lot easier. No, I'm not just going to lick your boot, Tom. I'm not going to lick your boot. You trampled on my rights, and I'm not going to give up this license until I can file a lawsuit against you. Then I'll give it up under the threat of duress, right? Extortion through taking money from me or throwing me in your rape cage, right? So I ain't playing around. Shouldn't open up that can of worms with me. You're going to see a different side of me, guys, that you may have not. I told you there is this part of me that you don't understand, that God makes me do this. He tells me it's his word that makes me do this, brothers and sisters. He says, fear no man that can take your flesh. Only fear who can take your soul. And so I know he's watching. He said, look, I made you a police officer for a reason. I made you a veteran and a military police officer for a reason. You know your rights. You can articulate these much more, eloquent, I guess, if you want to do this word salad that you need to do with these people so you don't get shot. And I do it for you. And I've been saying that. Oh, this guy's a fraud. Well, now you got the proof right in your face that remember, I reported a murder to you, Tom. I've been standing against this law, these millionaires I stood in during the COVID. That's what I'm saying. I want to take this channel. If I file one lawsuit, guys, one lawsuit, I can fund all these freedom of information requests and go back and get every single docucam, documentation of their, camera they have on their, sorry, old school, I call it a docucam, but that's 90s terminology, guys, old school law enforcement, but anyways, their field cams that they have when they're out in the field, I want to go record every one of these and show you. I'll upload them and showing you that I've been in these people's face every single time I rip them a new one. I give it to them, man. I don't lay down for nothing. And I risk every single time I come in an interaction of them shooting me. They're armed, and most of the time I am not. So, and I'm pointing fingers in their faces. And I said, you guys are like crackheads, but with ID, you always got to see the ID. No, you're not you're a tyrant. I call them out for who they are. You know what I'm saying? Yep, exactly. Well, I don't know if they're going to just Ukraine, but obviously they're going all over the place. This is something that's obviously, remember? MAGA. We're gonna go underground and get all these. You've been to the island, you creep. You've been to the island, you creep. You're covering for Joe, you creepy thump. So, get out of the system. That's what you can do. Get out of the system. Stop feeding it. Become your own boss. Become your own power company. Become empowered. Move to a place where you can't be violated, where you can stand up for your rights. And there's other people like myself that have laid the groundwork for you to be free from tyranny. They don't mess with people out here. Not anymore. They've done learn. I've done run these code and ordinances. They've tried 2 times in the 10 years I've been here. The very first time they got off the main drag, it just took care of itself. Anytime this officer tried to pull out in this township off to the side roads, he had metal thrown at him. I don't have an Instagram. Then they tried to bring him out here again, and he was a married man with a family, and he was going on people's property. And so I had to get a hold of the district attorney and the sheriff and said, look, you're going to get this man shot. He's a good man. He's violating the Constitution by going on people's property. You have the right under your 4th Amendment. There's other chapters. I don't want to go into all of it. I distribute all this information in this county. Blanket the county with this information. Online, get it around other people that I know that will spread this information out in this county and let these people know these are your 4th Amendment rights. If they come on your property, you have the right to defend it. You can deem them an intruder, and you can use what is called the use of force necessary if you think they were going to harm your persons, papers, affect any of you have the right to protect, not seek vengeance, but to protect your property. And I said, this guy is going to end up with one in his head, and you're going to end up being the lawsuit. And then he's going to have a wife and kids that have no father because you're violating these people's rights out here. You're going to end up in a lawsuit. Here's what the law says. The only way you can contact these people is via their address. Do not go on their property. This man has already done that. And now I've had people send me video of him actually coming on the property. They said, Tracy, I'm going to do it the next time. I'm going to do it. And I know that you deal with these law enforcement officers. You said kind of you're the law out here, so to speak. So I want to let you know that this is going on because I know you'll be involved in this if this happens. You've stood up before. We thought you were crazy when you got out here, but we see now what you do. There's people out here who think I'm crazy, but there is a portion of these people that have watched everything that I have done in this county since I've been here for 10 years, and they realize, they see through it. They know what I'm doing out here. So they came to me and said, Trace, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I don't want this guy. This is doing it. Other neighbors are pissed off. He keeps coming out here, and we told him, don't come on. And he did. And we told him, and you said, this is it. This is where it says in the 4th Amendment, this is a protection. And so please, and so, all right, I'll do something about it. I got, I made the contacts and said, look, you're going to get this man with a hole in his head. And it's going to be, if it's not into the back of his head, then sure, we got to cut it, but it's going to be in the front of his face because he's entered into somebody's property. And you're going to end up, because they had the right, and you're going to have a dead man on your hands, and you're going to have a wife and a kid without, and they're going to sue the hell out of you, and they're going to win because you're violating. You need to contact these people via their address. That's a warrantless. They cannot enter their property. I don't care if you're a code ordinance officer, Department of Defense, one office below the president, FBI, NSA. I don't care if it's an elected sheriff. Unless he has a warrant to come on your property, you cannot enter a man's property without a warrant. They have the right to tell you to leave. That's why you can't just unalive somebody. Somebody could wander onto your property. You can't just start capping people, guys. You have to obviously announce, hey, you need to go. But if they do not leave and turn around, and you think they're going to cause you or harm you, that's where your 4th Amendment applies. Okay, so you should give somebody I don't care if it's posted or not. You still need to give somebody a warning. You understand? People can. And again, that's why when those cops entered on my property, now they shouldn't. That's why you have to use some kind of verbal command, guys. Hey, you got to go, leave. And if they don't turn around and leave, if they take a step towards you, that'd be the stupidest thing they could ever do, because they could be a threat. And that's up to you under your constitutional right, have the right to assert that use. Like when I was in law enforcement, it's called use of force. They don't use it anymore. They go straight to the gun. It used to be verbal. Hey, put the gun up, hey, get maybe the mace first, maybe the ass first, maybe it was a billy club when I was a nightstick it broke under a certain amount of pressure. Now they just bam, whack you with a piece of metal. But the ass, but anyways, again, brothers and sisters, there are rights that you cannot have violated, trampled on. And that's what I go out and I make sure that I do not let these people trample on your rights. Whether you realize I've put my own flesh on the line for you on the other side of the screen as an American, for all of you Americans. People have the balls to come in here and say, leave, man. When I say, I hate this country, I hate what it's become, I can't stand that they do that. Leave then. They don't even know what I did for them. You know what I'm saying? I did it because God's watching, but I also do it for you. So whether you understand the risk that I take and every word that I articulate is a thought in my head, that I'd be very cautious. And again, it's more, I better be a little more eloquent when you're pointing fingers in an armed man's face. I told you, look at Tom Rourke. I reported a murder to that man. And come to find out, the lady wasn't even murdered, but she was found later as a missing persons. I found it, but she was talking with Tom the whole time. That's why when you see me point my finger in his face and say, Tom, I reported a murder here. Look at the guilty face. It's the 2 uploads I put on this video. You want to see what a heavily armed, guilty man looks like? A man, an innocent, unarmed man pointing his finger in the man of a guilty's face, calling it out to his face, armed to the teeth with his buddy there, still putting my finger in his face, calling him out. That's what I do for this country. So you cannot make me leave. You will not. They can't make me leave unless they take me to Guantanamo Bay. Mulan La Bay. Come and take it. You ain't afraid of nothing. God will decide. He's the deciding factor. He is the motivator. He is my law. He is my Shem. He is my Agape. I will not serve this mammon. I serve God. You cannot serve 2 masters. You cannot serve mammon and God. So I assert my God inalienable rights. That's what you see on these videos. That's what a man of God does. He asserts his God-given rights, and if he gets shot doing it, then God will take care of it. You understand what it is that I'm doing? So God makes me do this. That's God making me do it, guys. It's not me. All glory to the Father. You name me, I should have been shot multiple times already. There's enough under the National Defense Authorization Act. They could come pick me up today if they wanted to. Maybe God has something to do with it. Seriously, under the National Defense Authorization Act, re-signed by Vomit, right? Or put in by Vomit, signed by Mr. Agent Orange, right? And then again by Mr. Nothing wrong with his mental faculties. Obviously, the pedo thing I don't understand, but can articulate, signed in again, which allows under the National Defense Authorization Act to allow them to, in turn, come and arrest your wrist and your person, violating your Fourth. They can under the National Defense Authorization Act. Okay, now they can't because the Fourth Amendment. They better be careful who they're messing with. You understand? But if they took me and came in a white van or whatever, they could, under this National Defense Authorization Act, in turn, without any cause, they don't need cause under this it's national security, they can arrest you, your persons, without contacting my family. Well, not my family or any of you or my blood, my son. You're the only person they could contact. They can intern me indefinite detention without a crime. Under the National Defense Authorization Act, they can take any citizen off the streets without cause, intern them without notifying their family, and indefinitely detain them without a trial. Thank you, Mr. Vomit. And if you want to see what a true criminal acts, look at Mr. Donald John Trump. That has to be right there. He signed that re-signed that National Defense Authorization Act. So you never know what will happen, guys. They might just elect me president when things happen. You'll see. I better stop and shut up about this being president, but I will arrest Donald Trump. I will put him in prison. He is my main focus. If I was elected, and I can't because I'm not the queen, but maybe changes will come in this country. That will be the very first thing that I will do. I'll arrest Donald Trump. That'll be the very first, and we'll expose everything. The whole lock her up, Hillary for prison, the bobbleheads, the tennis shoes. I sold too many gold bars, all the money he took in during his campaign. I don't want to hear his crap. He didn't take a wage. I have criminal evidence against Donald John Trump, not this stupid crap that they keep doing, literal extorting and the general public in a fraud. And he's now selling you Bibles. I wish I could be eye for an eye because I would love to squeeze Donald Trump's breath right out of him and look at his eyes and see his life, that meat suit gone, and go back to that eternal man that I despise so much, that I obviously have some kind of beef with because I know probably a lot more about the gentleman than most people do. I think it's like an eternal beef that I must have with the guy. But I would love to see the life leave his body. But I can't do that because it's not an eye for an eye. I have to let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. Any man that decorates his house with Satan and sells Bibles, I want to strangle the life out of him. And I want to look them in their eyes when that life leaves their body. I don't want to do it from behind. I don't want to do it from a rifle, from a distance. I want to look right in his eyes and squeeze the last breath out. But I won't do it. It's not a threat. I'm just saying, if I went by that old law, I could get away with it. But I have to let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So I have to act in, So any man that sells Bibles and decorates their house with Satan, you guys got to understand, I'm glad I have some reservation, and I understand the only way to the Father is through the Son and this testament that he puts me under. Obviously, I must have been there before in my old body and know what it's like to look, I'm saying, and carry this forward with the veteran, the plea. I don't want to take somebody's life without looking him in the eyes. If I'm going to do it, I want it to be personal. I don't want to do it from a distance or afar. I'm not chicken like that. If I'm going to pay for something eternally, I want to look a man in his eyes. I'm not going to sit there and do it from behind again or from a distance, so that's why I don't like the veteran whole thing and all the drones now. People from far distances, you talk about chickens, so anyways, not going to happen in this flesh. Can't strike the rock. Can't do it physically. He told me already, don't bang on the rock, Tracy. You already did once. You do it again, I will not let you into the promised land. Remember Moses? I brought him right up there to the promise. I let him see it, but I said, guess what? You're not coming in. No, yeah, I do not bang on the rock, Tracy. So now I can't do it physical, guys. That's the old. It's now a New Testament, brothers and sisters. So what a blasphemous man. What a blasphemous man to decorate your house with Satan. And no, don't join the Air Force. Come out to the desert. Come out here. So, not a threat against Donald Trump. I'll get you in my next body, buddy. Or maybe I'll see you in the abyss, because God's going to probably throw me in hell. I'll see you there, Mr. Drumpf. So, not going to do it in this lifetime. He said we must endure to the end. So I know I must deny myself, take up my cross. So I'm going to deny what I want to do and do what he says. I'm going to be condemned for telling the truth, the aletheia, and follow after me. That's what he did. See, he said, do what I do, conform to my image. That's why I give these cop jackboot thugs hell. Because it's God's law that I'm under, not man's law. And I will be judged by the law that I go by. So I go by God's law. And if they want to dump a clip of me and I die, at least I was going and adhering to the God's law, the law of the land, natural rights, inalienable rights. Why can't you save 10K? We talk about truth. You must be talking to somebody else. Anyways. I'm just one lawsuit away from not needing to struggle at all, guys. Why do I sit here and not file a lawsuit against these tyrants? You see right there, if you look at those, if you look at that video, go look at any First Amendment auditor. I don't know if you'll see quite as much. And there's good auditors out there, you know, Long Island audits. A lot of people have been doing it for a long time. But if you see some of the verbal things that I was doing out there, I was using some verbiage that has not been used before. I've never seen anybody use. So business, commerce, business, are those two different things? Somebody take that video and upload it to Here's the Deal for me. How many times have I asked? How many times have I asked? How many times have I asked for your help, YouTube? How many times have I asked for your help? Nobody sent it to Brian at Here's the Deal. Well, now they're uploaded to this channel. You didn't have to go over to TikTok to get them. Please, somebody send these videos, part 1 and part 2, to Brian at Here's the Deal. Anybody want to help me? Anyone? Any takers? Anyone? Anybody two? Anybody two? Anybody 2.5? Anybody 3? Anybody 3.5? I got $3 bill. Anybody 1? Y'all in? Anybody 4? I got 4.5. Anybody 5? I got 5.5. 7.5. I got 10. Anybody 12.5? I got 15 now. 15 now. 17.5. Come on, anybody? Anybody in? Y'all in? Y'all done? I do auctioneering too, guys. I do a lot of things. I'm a man of many hats. So, anyways, all done. I guess nobody wants to help a brother out, so that's all right. I'll figure out a way to do it myself. But I've been asking you guys for months to help me out with that. So, y'all done? I think so. Put a fork in this nation. She's done. I said I give you credit if you did, sort of. Hey, this person helped me upload this over here. I think it would go, or if you're poor, just buy money. What do you mean, Fed Kev? That's a stupid, ignorant thing to say. You will call a county realtor. Tell me a location. Huh. How long have I been a veteran? I've been a veteran since the 90s. I served during Desert Storm, Desert Shield. That's the very first part of the 90s. Iraq, Kuwait, Afghanistan, all that lead up to the, not Afghanistan yet though, huh? All the lead up though, bringing that all to be able to get over there and control the oil. Shock and awe, boys. Shock and awe. So anyways, How about that for some value? I'm trying, Randy. I want to do more. I really wouldn't mind doing more. I've done more audits than you haven't seen. I haven't uploaded them to I audit the police every time I see them. So even if I just see him in a store in passing, I give him a hard time. Every time. I don't let a cop walk past me without giving him a hard time. We just had this new deputy come out here, and I ripped him a new one. The guy wouldn't even turn around. He's brand new. He came out here. He was a new deputy. I never seen him. He was up in town. He's getting a hot dog, and he got a hot dog and a drink. And the whole time he came in, as soon as he walked in, the guy that was sitting there, he waved at him. As soon as he walked by, oh, look at this sheriff, these jackboot thugs out here. They can't even do their job. I've called the elected sheriff out to my house. I can't even get this spineless wonder to come to my house. What a piece of crap this is. All these people say they're road pirates. That's all they are. They need to turn in their badges. None of them are serving the public out here. They're just a bunch of thugs. Not one good officer out here. A bunch of clowns. I'm the law in this town, and not one of them even has enough time to face none of this crap. Why I don't even understand why these cops even come out here. They need to turn it, and the guy wouldn't even turn around and say anything to me. The whole time I'm ripping his butt. Well, hey, I'm the new guy, man. Hold on. I'll get you to talk to the sergeant. I'll get you to, hold on, man. I'm a hero. I'm going to save that. He didn't even turn around. He didn't even have the balls to turn around and say anything to me. And I'm ripping his butt saying that he's a piece of crap. He needs to turn in his badge. He's a tyrant and a thug, and he extorts these people out here. And he doesn't deserve the job that he has. He's a, and he didn't even turn around the whole time. He's a brand new guy. And I know he went back. And he said, man, this guy in the store. Was he wearing a cowboy hat? That's Tracy. Don't talk to him. Leave him alone. I know he went back and talked to his buddies like that stupid officer. What an idiot to say he wasn't on that traffic stop. You guys hear him say he was on the traffic stop. Then he said, oh, well, I don't even recognize this vehicle. You already admitted to being on the stop, you ignorant fool. You already said you were on that other traffic stop when I got pulled over. You already been in a traffic stop and backed up that police officer. And I ripped his you-know-what for 15, 20 minutes that he had to call you for backup. So don't tell me you don't remember being on that traffic stop. Liar. That's why I called him out. You're being untruthful. I know you are. You're telling me I'm the only one. Oh, now what percent of this story is true? Curtis, put your money where your mouth is, you stupid, ignorant fool. Go look before you open your mouth. I'm calling out every one of you. You have a First Amendment right because of me, okay? Because of me, people like me. So don't open up your trap and say stupid crap. Go look at it. Go look at it before you open your mouth. You're the problem with this country. You're a bootlicker, I can tell already. I'm calling you out. You're a bootlicker. I'm not going to stand for this. Go look at the video and then make your opinion. You didn't even go look at the video. Speak out the side of my, get out of here. I'm a veteran. I gave you, look what I did. I put my life on the line so you can have, you can thank me for giving you a voice. And God too, he gave you that First Amendment right. So this ain't the normal live stream, guys. I'm not going to take no crap in this stream. No way. Go look at the video and start standing up for your rights or leave. I don't want your subscription and I don't want your time and I don't want to give you mine. So I want to give people's time who are trying to do something about this. When the people fear the government, that's tyranny. And when the government fears the people, that's freedom. You've forgotten what that's about. Because you idly stand by and you will not assert your rights. And we need to start asserting our rights peacefully. I'm not using I'm unarmed. I'm standing in front of a man that I know that's completely guilty. Look at his eyes. Look when I pointed in his face and said, I reported a murder to you, Tom, and you didn't do anything about it. Yeah, I helped you to continue to have your rights. Go watch it. Bye, Jojo. You're out of here. Don't ever come back here again. I can't stand that name. Casey and JoJo. You're out of here. Are you saying, John, bye? You're out of here. Bootlicker. Saying you're going to question my sanity. Go watch the video, you idiot. Yeah, I'm going there, man. I am going there today. I am on fire. Somebody made me upload this. It's the last videos on this channel. So, if you say something stupid, I'll call you out. I'll call the tea kettle black. I'm not afraid with heavily armed thugs to assert my mouth. You think I'm going to have any problem saying anything to you? You're sadly mistaken. You got the wrong dude. So, it's on this channel. It's the last 2 videos I uploaded. I didn't want to upload them to this channel. I sent people over there because I tried to keep that off of there. But had people calling me out as a fraud yesterday in my stream that I don't stand up for anybody's rights. And guess what? Boom! You know? There you go. Now it's in your face. Now you can't. Oh, this guy's a fraud. There's no videos over there. I went and checked all his channels. He's lying. He didn't stand up to anybody. He's not standing up for anybody's rights. Get the out of here, you idiots. This guy stand up for my rights with the crying. Get out of here. Leave. You're the kind of person who's going to hand that thug your driver's license and you don't know your rights, so you're not welcome here. You got a long way to go. Before you ever get in front of a man like me, you better go to somebody a little bit more. Maybe you could do a little bit different, but I ain't playing with people who don't already have a little bit and, you know, a set of cojones. So what are you asking here? Does the video not fit YouTube criteria? Why are you asking that? It's uploaded. Somewhat obviously informed. I don't think you even have. Turn your hearing aid up. I'm on fire today, guys. I'm not going to take this. This is a different side of me. I told you. I don't like this side of me. This is part of the old me. But you know what? I'm still standing up for your rights, whether you realize it or not. There is not too many people that are willing to put their literal flesh on the line. So, yeah, no worries. I'm not tolerating it. This is the tolerance of this nonsense has gone on for too long. So, no worries. Just let's have some thick skin in here. That's right. So that's why I stand up, guys. You know. Why Iran? Uh-oh. All they're trying to do is get into Iran. That's always been. Remember, that was the final one from the 7, then Iran at the end. So we see where this is going. We see why Israel, the fakies, the fakey, those that say they are, but they're not, right? A nation founded off the stars, founded by Masons. Founded by Masons. His bride is all over the world, not some single spot on the map. They're blasphemy. Blasphemers. And remember, they don't even believe in the Hamashiach, most of them. So, which branch do you think? What kind of veteran do I talk like? I'm 6 foot tall. That's what it says on my driver's license. You could see that in my license that I hold. Taquitos, I apologize. I shouldn't be eating, but I'm trying to get this down. I might stand up in a minute and get up and go outside, get some fresh air. I feel a little bottled up here today. So, anyways, good times, guys. I'm glad that I uploaded this video. Maybe I will go pursue a lawsuit. It just take one lawsuit, guys, against this county, and I wouldn't have to work ever again. I could exist off of one lawsuit for the rest of my life. Now, let's vote for a pedophile. Good for you. You'd vote for a pedophile. You're a disgusting, filthy, disgusting person. You know that? You're filthy. Anybody who'd vote for a pedophile has issues. I'm trying, honestly, Villain. I'm trying. I want to do it. If more of us had people like myself, I don't want any glory, you know. Maybe somebody could upload this video over there to Healers the Deal for me. I don't have any takers that would do that, but that would sure help this channel out. And Brian is one of the he is one of the people who his channel is designed for people like me. You know what I'm saying? To go after channels like mine. I think there's a massive learning. Brian would probably do a 30-minute video on each video that I did. You know what I'm saying? Well, I like burritos and tacos. But I don't eat sweets here, so I'm more. Actually, I just went and got a bunch of vegetable, like beets and squash, and I went to Winco in their bulk section and got a couple big bags to try to get away from some of the bread and munch on so much. You know, I don't eat a lot of crackers and stuff like that, but yeah. Why so mad? Who's mad? Nobody's mad, Zoomer. You would know mad from passionate. Do you lick boots there, Zoomer? Are you a boot licker, Zoomer? Do you like to lick the boots of these cops and the government? Are you people that votes? Are you a voter? Yeah, see, that's why I thought I could take those and use those chips and then put them in a meal or something like that. So I bought a big. I'm going to try to get more of them because I do lack in my preps. I lack vegetables. I'm high protein, high calorie dense. That's what I store. I'm a veteran. I know I need high nutrition, but I need high calorie count as well as more high protein. I stack protein. So, well, I'm just saying, what are you licking the boots of the, I'm calling out bootlickers here. You just give a cop your license. Do you ever stand up? Are you afraid of losing your life to the cop? Or are you afraid of not standing up for God's law, your Fourth Amendment right? So you probably just lick the boot. I know a bootlicker when I see one. And then most of the country licks the boot most of the time, guys. Most people get pulled over and they don't do what I do. They're afraid of losing their life to that cop, and I understand. So, some of them have wife and kids, and, I don't have anybody to go home to with my dog. But if I had somebody to take care of my dogs, I'd have gone a lot further on that traffic stop. Trust you me. Oh, yes, I would have. But I had dogs that come home that need me. And if I don't come home to them, there's nobody's going to feed them. So I don't have friends. I don't have any family that, it's just me alone out here. So I have to be careful. Can't just get myself thrown in jail and my dogs suffer. So they're my kids. I say it in the video. So somebody get this video over to Here's the Deal. Brian, please. Send it to him. Send it to him. Yeah, hey. You found me, Freddie. Go check out my cabin video on the Rusty Dragon. I'm going to get up in 5 minutes and take a break, guys. Good, man. I know it's a tough time, villain. It's tough because you want to, So, yeah, today I put up these videos, guys, because I had somebody call me out in the live stream yesterday. I'm not ignoring. I just missed your thing. I'm an Army veteran, military police officer, 95 Bravo, Delta 795, Fort McClellan, Alabama, home of the Chemical Corps and the Military Police Corps. Nobody's ignoring you, bootlicker Zoomer. Still calling you bootlicker. You got anything other to say? Let's see what else Zoomer said. Does he still have the same thing, or if he's just jumping on the bandwagon with the... Okay, I don't see anything else with Zoomer. He had to just chime in and suck the other, grab the old teat to the other there, ride the coattail. So one of his messages was pretty bad. Who is that? Who are we talking about? So anyways, I'm not sure who it was. Okay, probably Zoomer. But anyways, you guys, I'm going to take a 5-minute break here. We'll get up and we'll go outside a little bit. I probably should get up, get some fresh air. It's really nice outside today. We can go take a little cabin tour if we want. But seriously considering filing a lawsuit. If you look at those videos, there are at least 3 lawsuits in that video that I can file with this county right now. Against both those officers' bonds, because they both trampled my first, my Fourth Amendment right, but, obviously my First Amendment right was, not of speech, because they're not going to censor my speech. All right. And they didn't make me, I didn't want to turn off my camera. So they kind of violated my First Amendment right. I said, I don't feel safe showing you my insurance because it's on my phone, and I went ahead and turned it off anyways, and I didn't want to, and I told them that. So they trampled my First Amendment right, then they trampled my Fourth Amendment right, because I have the right to travel unless I've committed a crime. And driving without tags on your vehicle is technically what they consider under state law a moving violation, but that's not a criminal offense, so you can't accost me or stop me. The only way you can stop me if I'm traveling is if I've committed a crime. So I didn't commit any crime, and I explained to them that my Fourth Amendment right protects me and supersedes the state law. So stop quoting me state law. I don't care. There's a law of the land that supersedes the Constitution under the Fourth Amendment, which is a federally protected right that supersedes state rights. So they trampled on my right by making them give them ID. Unless I'm in the commission of committing a crime, that I have committed a crime or I'm going to commit a crime, they have to have what is called reasonable articulate suspicion to stop me and ask me for my ID. This isn't a Terry state, the stop and search state. They have to have what is considered reasonable articulate suspicion that I have committed a crime or I'm going to commit a crime. And driving without registration or license is not a criminal offense. Therefore, they accosted my means of traveling, which they lost their sovereign immunity. They violated my Fourth Amendment. Both of them. And I warned them before they ever made me surrender my license. I live a different continent, being a law enforcement officer for the years. I can honestly say I respect and serve the citizens which is affecting my career negatively. Okay, well, I'm not sure, traveler, which country in, but you understand I used to be a police officer myself. So I know what a law here in America, I'm speaking about American law, not another country's law. But in America, we have the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and a lot of laws. These laws apply to laws of the land. Just because you're in another country doesn't mean it. So the problem that I have in this country is that they're enforcing what is known as the capital letter or straw man law. In America, we have what is considered a treasury and a bond, a bond. Okay, that's for your labor. And that's what your Social Security is. Your Social Security card is a credit card issued under your capital letter law, starting with your birth certificate, a blood contract written in capital letters, your driver's license, your Social Security card. This is all part of the same system called your straw man. This falls under the Black's Law, organic law. These are all original law of the land. The right to travel is natural. He's calling it organic law, but it's natural law. It's the same law. It's never not been here. It's always been here. It's always been here, and it'll always be a law. So it does apply wherever traveler we're from. But I hope that in your country, traveler, you're not extorting people for victimless crime. If you ever locked up somebody and there was no victim, meaning it was the state in the country you worked in, you're a criminal and you're a tyrant like I was. And I'm calling you out because I did the same thing. I don't give a crap how many years you served. You were a tyrant. If you ever put anybody in jail and violated their rights, I don't give a crap which country you are in, and put somebody in jail without a victim, you are a tyrant and a thug like myself who was. And I'm calling you out because we need to call each other out. I don't care about your lustrous career of 30 years. You probably put people in jail for victimless crime. I don't care which country you're in, whether it be the state, the county, or whatever, and maybe not. Maybe it doesn't apply in all countries, but most countries it does. But this, in the most freest country in the world, Shouldn't be happening here, but happens today, yesterday, and every single day. That's why there's not one good cop in America. Not one single good cop in America today, because they're all allowing this, no matter which branch they're in, they all are allowing these beat cops to go out and extort what is called commercial, corporate, capital letter, code, mandate, ordinance are not laws. All these laws that they're enforcing on the American public are under a capital letter and not, capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y. That would be my name. I'm not this capital letter TRA, but under my birth certificate, they made a contract with my parents to stick me blood contract, get my blood, and then put my name in capital letters against my capital letter law, my straw man. And this is what these jackboot thugs, and 98% of them don't even know what they're doing. But that doesn't make them accountable for putting people in jail and extorting their bank accounts and violating their rights. That's why every public servant in America that's serving as a cop, it will get a mouthful from me, and they're clowns. And they're wearing a clown suit, and they're actors, because most of them don't even know the law that they're enforcing. And I really wish that I was back when I because I'd squeeze life out of every one of them. I would. I'm not kidding you. Maybe it's just the old me. And I said, don't turn me back to the old me, guys. You don't want to see this side of me. I'd squeeze the life out of every one of them, knowing what they did against God's law. They went against God's law. Do you understand? They're going against God's law. They're going against God's law when they enforce your capital letter. And that is not God's law. That is the corporation called America on the stock exchange, whether you understand what's going on or not. That's how they're enforcing that capital corporate law. You hear me in my audit say, I'm not engaged in commerce. I'm not engaged in commerce. Okay, no, we don't care what you think. You're going to hell. God made you a vessel of wrath. You're a goat. We won't try to turn you into a sheep. Bye, no. We don't care. God made you a vessel of wrath fitted for destruction. You go into hell. See you. Goodbye. We're not worried about people like you. You're already hellbound, so leave. There's nothing here for you. So anyways, thanks for the get them out of here. I don't care what your belief is. These rights are inalienable rights. And even if you believe in a creator, they were given by you. And you should, if you asserted them, even if you believe in God, you could still assert these rights. Natural, organic, and alienable rights that have always been here, the law of the land. So, yeah, well, Rawson knows what I'm saying. You're going to hell. It doesn't even matter. You don't believe in God? Great. That's nice. Hey, remember me? Man, I've made a contract with God, hopefully, that I had people used to on my TikTok that said, hey, look, man, check it out. Either you're right and there's no God, and we're all going to fade to black, right? We're all going to fade to black. Hey, one of us is going to be right, though, right? You could be right, and this all could be worthless. I'm just doing this to make myself better, all these things that these people, or I'm going to be right. And I'll tell you what I'll do, man. I'll talk to God and I'll make a deal. Because when you figure out that you weren't right and I was right, when you think it's going to be fade to black and you wake up and it's, hey, buddy, remember me? It's going to be okay. I told you we're all eternal. You thought you were going to fade to black. You don't get away from it. Look at his soul. His eternal soul is trembling. You thought you were going to get away with that? I wanted to make a contract with God for some of these people. I really hope God will allow me to do that one day, guys. Like to be that person on the other end that all right, Tracy, don't be a dick. All right, Tracy, don't be a dick, man. God, I never said. I said that I would tell him it's going to be okay. I didn't say that I said I was going to say, aha, I told you so. I said, hey, remember me? That guy you said one of us is right or one of us is wrong? No, God's going to do the judging. I don't want to do no judge. I just want to be there when they think they're going to fade to black and all of a sudden, hey, see, we're all eternal. Wouldn't that be awesome? Wouldn't that be awesome to see their eternal just, oh my God! When they figure out that we're all eternal and we don't just fade to black. Imagine the eternal soul tremble when they, oh man, I said, God, and that's what I want to be there, guys, to tell them, hey, It's going to be all right. God's got a place for you. He's going to strip you of all this knowledge. You won't know nothing. You'll just gnash your teeth for eternity. But do you see what I'm saying, guys? There's people who don't believe. That guy didn't believe in God. Think about it. This is God. You know, we got Catbird in here, right? Catbird's not, I'm not saying, I'm just using your name, Catbird, so this isn't real for real, but Catbird's a non-believer. Get in there, Catbird, get in there. Get into heaven. Get in that gate. I said you're going into heaven. No, you're getting into heaven. No, get in there, Catbird, get in. You think that's how God works? You really think that? You think that God's going to force even one person through the gates of heaven? You're sadly mistaken. You got to claw your way. You got to want it your whole life. You got to carry your cross daily, and it has to be. And they got walls so high, and you can't see the top. And gates. You know, gates, huge, and they want to know every single thing you've ever done. I'm telling you, they want to know every single thing you've ever done. And I'm telling you, you're going to be, get in there. Yeah, right. Good luck. And that's not how getting to heaven works, guys. So I think it's funny who people think that God's going to force anybody into, remember heaven's the ruling class. But anyways, brothers and sisters, it's kind of funny. Like, get in there now. I don't care if you don't believe, Catbird. Get into heaven. Yeah, right. Isn't that funny? It's funny, no, that's something you have had to want to claw your way. They're going to count you for every single thing you've ever done. All your judgments for the whole world's going to see it. And you know what? Actually, they got a place with no walls and no gates. And they don't care what the hell you did. They don't care what you've done. Like, come on down, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, get in there, Catbird. Can you see that? That's not how going to heaven works, guys. You truly have to it has to be a passion in your life. So don't you worry, none of you believers. God's not going to force you through the gates of heaven. That's not how this works. So you can put your treasure here up on this earth, or you can put it in heaven. And you seem to get yours here on earth. He said it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than your riches were here on earth, than a rich man through the gates of heaven, right? To hell with you. So, hey, I love the word. Hallelujah. It's all I got in this meat suit to carry me until I get out of here. So I'm ready to go, guys, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to fight. All right, if they kick my teeth out of my head, I'm going to put them back in my head. I'm going to get up and I'm going to ride again. I'm going to ride that horse again. I am not going to, you're going to have to beat the heartbeat out of this guy. It's the only way I'm going to actually stop. I get weak sometimes, but I always find a way to keep going. And through it's his strength that keeps me going. It's not me. So only by the glory of God. This physical body has been beaten pretty hard, guys. Lots of broken bones and lots of stress like you would not imagine. Stress should have already killed me. I should have already had a heart attack. There's no way I should have not already had a heart attack. I've had enough stress in my life that I should have had 3 heart attacks already. Oh, man. Well, that water is so good, guys. I'm telling you, if you get off sugar and you don't eat a bunch of sugar and you drink Berkey water, many years ago, I really wouldn't really like the energy drink thing, but man, it's better than an energy drink, if you ask me. Every shot of water, it's like, boom! I'm like, forget about the world for a minute. It reminds me back, I smoked cigarettes about like 12 years ago. I think it's been a long time since I smoked a cigarette. But remember when I used to take a draw off a cigarette, right? Take a draw off a cigarette and, yeah, I have the biggest one that they make, DSW. They're a little harder to get, but if you ever remember, if you've been a cigarette smoker, when you take that draw off that cigarette, right? You take a draw off that cigarette, the whole world just disappears for a second. Oh, back to reality. Back to life, back to reality, right? You know what I mean? So I'm telling you that Berkey water, sometimes it does the same thing to me. When I take it's like the whole world You know what I'm saying? You know, boom, you know what I mean? And it's like, woof, the whole world's gone. And then, just from water, guys, just from water. And I don't care how many times do I work? Yeah, you want to see me work there, Sergeant? Go look at the last 2 videos that I just uploaded. And then when you're done, leave a huge Cash App donation in my Cash App. I got to PayPal. You can go ahead and pay for the work that I've done for you so that you can continue to come in here and talk and even have this platform. So yeah, you want to watch me work, go watch these last 2 videos that I put out and drop a huge Cash App donation for me. That's got to be very valuable to see a man like myself put his life and his flesh on the line for you. If you're an American citizen, yep, just go ahead and support my work. You should. Everybody should drop links for a man like me. If you guys had it, you should. Maybe I should look at filing that lawsuit, and then I can do it as a regular basis, and so you guys can continue to have these rights. Because if people don't audit these police officers and public officials like I do, you're not going to have any more rights very soon in this country. I warned you in 2004, if you let them take away all your supersize in the name of health, fast food, like they care about your health, they'll take away all your rights. And here we are today. So just honest question, seeing you on a couple nights now during the day. Sure, this is what I'm doing my work in here. I do many things, Sergeant. I probably do a lot more than you do. And I'm not saying, but I probably do. I have a 40-acre farm out here that I've taken care of for 6 years. I live off the grid. I carry my water. You know, I'm a man of many hats. Just one of the many things that I do. So, sure, this channel's monetized. I'm doing this for a little bit of income right now. Sure, drop a link. Help a brother out. You're welcome. Go watch the video and then drop a link. You know, drop me a Cash App donation. I'm not gift people like this. I might say something at the, I'm going for this one. Hell yeah, I am. That's got to be value right there. If that's not a value to you, you're just don't appreciate when somebody's standing up for your rights. And it doesn't even have to be monetarily, but maybe you could show a little love. Somebody could upload that video to Here's the Deal. So nobody said the eclipse was going to raise the sea, Marion. You're an idiot. You just hear whatever you want. Nobody ever said the eclipse was going to raise the sea. I can't stand people like you. You are just toxic because you only hear what you want to hear, Marion. People like you tried to come in last night and we exposed people like you, Marion. Nobody ever said that. You only hear what you want. It's called selective hearing. Not one video stitch of evidence will we ever find spewing the blasphemy and the vomit tsunami that's coming out of your mouth right now, Marion. I never once said that, and you are an apostasy. I can't stand people like you. You just pick and choose and cherry pick whatever you want. Never once was it said. You're a liar. And I rebuke your unclean aletheia. Turn up your hearing aid or something. Go back and watch the full video. Don't just select what you want. You've translated my video. You forwarded it and you're perverted my video. Hebrew word for to twist or pervert. And that's exactly what you did. So, calling people out. Well, there's plenty of land out here. Beats. This is a Christian Patterson. It's a Minnetonka. I have this one here, and I have my black one here. I don't wear this one too much during the summer. And I'm gonna try to get the beige one. I'm gonna try to get here's the black one, and they are a, you know, they're you can. It's a real hat. I work in the so it has a bill that's a bendable wire. It's made by the same company that makes the leather, Minnetonka leather company. I don't know if you can see the label, probably not in here, but Minnetonka, Minnetonka, Minnetonka. They make moccasins, the moccasin leather company. So this is all an all leather hat, and it comes all rolled up. This is just the shape it takes from going on my head. I don't really shape it because I stuff it in my pocket. Marion, once again, the title event was me, but I never said it was going to be on April 8th. You just chose to hear what you wanted to hear, and you're picking and choosing. So you can apologize and I'll let you stay in here. I won't hear nothing else coming out of your mouth because I don't want to hear vomit tsunamis. I never once said that the tides were going to raise on April 8th. You chose that. So the best thing you could do is just apologize, take it on the chin like a man and admit that you're wrong, and go back and watch it again and then correct yourself, and you'll see that I never said that. So I've had many people like you came in last night because I went ahead and did the 10-24-24. That's the event that could lift the water, not April 8th. I never said that. I actually exposed it to be a big nothing burger and everybody get disappointed. But people like you are the problem because you take and you just translate something without actually going over it. So just take it on the chin, admit you're wrong, and stand here or just leave. Because if you probably say anything that's ignorant, I will not have vomit tsunami spraying all over this chat room. So the evidence should speak for itself. If you watch the videos, you should, take it on the chin like a man shouldn't be saying in 2024. Okay, bye, Sergeant. You're out of here. Don't tell me what to say. Be done with you. Sergeant. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's all right. I already got him out of here. So I don't want to hear it. Like I said, guys, I just don't have time for it. We don't. And it's not the end of the world or anything. I just want to use all my time the best that I can. That's why I do what I do. I put my life on the line. Oh, we're talking about this First Amendment audit video that I did on the channel. I had somebody say that that I was a fraud and there was no video on the channel of me standing up for your First Amendment rights as an American citizen, standing up for this country, and that I was a big scam. And he went on my and checked, and he kept trying to call me out last night, soup or something. And I'm like, that's it, man. I'm tired of people coming in here because you know what it is? They just don't want to go. We don't have to leave, man. Don't leave now, Marion. See, that's a person and that. Don't leave, Marion. You're a man. You took it on the chin like a man. Stay. Go back and watch it again. Hang out. We all make mistakes, man. Okay? I made mistakes too. And if you make one, I'll try to work with you. That's all I mean. And be a man about it like you were. Thank you, Marion, for being a man about it. Admit it. Hey, I too, stay here. Don't go anywhere. We could probably learn for this is the kind of people that I want in this chat. If you make a mistake, something happens, just, this is how we learn. So you took it wrong, and so did a lot of the other people, Marion. I understand because, you just came in at short. But if you went and looked at the evidence, you'll see that the evidence should speak for itself. It really shouldn't even matter what I said. You should look at disappointment. Thank you for the channel. But, it's all right, man. I'll stay in here. Don't go anywhere. I value people like you. I really do. I really do value people who we all make mistakes, man. So that's how I go back and fix about 70% of what I know. Because I learned wrong the first time and I had to go back and re-correct. It was a lot of relearning. So that's all I'm asking people to do, man. I wish these cops would do it. Admit, hey, we've been enforcing capital letter law. You know what I'm saying? We need to stop doing this. We should probably, hey, guys, maybe we should even take a fine for this as cops because we've been enforcing this for some time. But I don't think a cop would ever take it on the chin because I think they have pride. And I can tell that Marion has no pride. And that's what we need. We need people that don't have pride. I'm not doing this because of pride. You know what I'm saying? So ones that reading can affect how they react to the sort of things. Example, someone who read the amendments for someone who grew up with a family who didn't. Absolutely. I can go with that. Sienna or McDonald. I could quote, he says, should we talk about the effect that one's upbringing can affect how they react in these sort of, things or situations? Example, someone who reads the amendments, Bill of Rights, if you actually read versus someone who just grew up in a family that just didn't even try to assert any rights or just wasn't a thing. My dad told me to keep my head down. He taught me how to survive and told me I can't change the government. He said, they're in control, whether you like them or not, son. They will do what they want, and they are not stupid. They have all the tech. They have all the scientists. Don't you remember what happened during World War II? These people know what they're doing. I don't care if you like them or not. They know what they're doing, and there's very little you can do about it. Keep your head down and stay out of the hell out of their way. You know, so he taught me basically be a bootlicker, you know what I mean? But he also taught me how to survive. So that's one way to do it. You know what I'm saying? Keep your head down. So some families are taught that. Some families, I've taught my son to stand up, and he hates cops and he stands up against them and he gives them hell every time he's around them. So, or he'll assert his rights. He does not make it easy, their job easy. He makes them do their job, and that's what we should be doing. So I can't disagree with that at all. Excellent statement. I agree. We become a product of our environment. And again, brothers and sisters, I really want to hopefully this will hit home with you. Most of who you are today is because of the very hard and negative things that happen in your life and how you responded to those situations. That's who you are today. That's who you are. More than the good times is those hard times. It's those hard times. You know what I'm saying? Is those hard times have shaped you and how you reacted in those hard. You acted horrible in a bad situation and you'll probably end up going to jail. You know what I'm saying? Don't react in the right, you know, I'm just saying now how you react in a negative situation is really definitive who you are on the other screen, who I'm looking right at you right now. And you're going, yeah, I can't disagree with that. There's actually, if I would have reacted like this, my life could have went this way in that horrible situation, but I reacted this way. And it went, so, also I had a conversation the other night and basically had the same points, and these effects can play into the infinite amount of ideas and broad topics. Keep using that communication. Yeah, there we go. Absolutely. So thank you, McDonald. It really does shape our lives, guys. So next time you come up against one of those hard situations, those walls, think about how your life could go. See what I'm saying? Look at this ignorance, guys. Look at Tanner's ignorance. Here we go with another one. Marion, are you in there? See, did this guy's do the same thing you did? Let's see. Hey, Marion, you were wrong. I never said that. Take it on the man like a chin. Take it on the cheek. You're 100% wrong. Nobody said the world was ending. You're a heresy and apostasy, and you're spewing vomit all over here like a tsunami. Waves. Don't say another one and give us another set here. But you're a liar, Tanner, and I'm calling you out. Nobody ever said this on that channel. We already had Marion come in and admit he took it on the chin like a man. But, okay, cool. There you go. I was just asking. Cool. Oh, now I'm insecure. Oh, okay. So we went from being, oh, now you're going to point out I'm insecure. But Tanner, I'll give you one more chance. No, I'm not insecure. I'll give you a chance to take it on the cheek one more time. You're wrong. Nobody was being insecure in here. Now you're being a little insecure because I'm calling you out. You did it, but then you flip right back. You flip the script. You're 100% wrong, Tanner. The whole room is looking at you right now. It was never said. We're already exposing people like you, Tanner. Now take it on the chin one more time. He said 490 times you're supposed to give someone. So take it on the cheek. Take it on the cheek. Take it on the cheek because I never said that. Buddy is a bubblegum pinker. Okay. So Tanner is just spewing vomit tsunamis. Bye, you ignorant puke. So you're on your side, Tanner? Okay. Bye, California. I hate California. What an apostasy that state is. So sorry, Yaya. I just don't like that state if you're in here, brother. So anyways, governor nuisance. So, okay. Break time, guys. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the First Amendment. This gives you a chance to go watch the two videos. The two videos. Yeah, I agree. I love. Hey, Northern California is gorgeous. It's an amazing. The redwoods, guys. That is probably one of the most. I could die in the redwoods. Somebody take me to the redwoods and just. Seriously, I could die in the redwoods. He said there was a chance, a day of judgment. Is that you? Is that what you said? I said, Top Dog, I never said that. Or a chance? What? There was a chance? That's every day. Every day he can come back. Okay, LM, then they're Do you got me though? You guys, the redwoods would be a great place to die, wouldn't it? If you could die in the redwoods, wouldn't that be an amazing? Looking up at one of those trees to be the last thing you saw. One of God's greatest creation. The tree. We are a tree, guys. We are called a tree in Scripture to see. Oh man, that would be an amazing. But anyways, California's got some beautiful people in there, guys, and there are some beautiful places in California too. So I just don't like what the governor has done with that state, and a lot of people is suffered tremendously, rolling blackouts, all this. You can't even, I'm a landscaper, guys. I've had a landscape company. Okay, bye there, P. I pee on you. You're out of here. Bye. Whack job. So I'm like a tweaker. There we go. Going to accuse me of being on drugs. There we go again. Another pharmacist in here, another drug recognition expert. So how come I got all my teeth? I don't know why. No black. Those look like tweaker teeth to you? I would never put methamphetamines in my body. So crazy how many doctors, drug recognition experts, and pharmacists frequent Predestined for Light. It's pretty amazing, guys. I cannot believe how many PhDs, MDs. I don't know if we pulled any NDs in here yet, but man, we got a lot of people with degrees in here. Cool. That sounds pretty awesome there, Wannabe. I don't want to be near the ocean until after this 525 event. I'm waiting until after that to go back to the ocean. So, all right, there's the two videos that I want you to watch. If you haven't watched them yet, there's two videos. They're the part 1 and part 2. You can watch the other 3 videos that I have talking about the title event, which I said that wasn't going to happen on April 8th. We've entered, I'm not sure if you know that we are in the world's 6th extinction event. We entered into that event on 12/21 of 2020. We came into the new age. We came out of Pisces. We came into Aquarius. We entered the 12,000 year extinction cycle and the world's 6th extinction event. So pat yourself on the back. You already made it 3+ years into the 6th extinction event. So, So try to remember, extinction is not like most people hear it. They hear apocalypse, they think Armageddon. When people hear extinction, they think everything's dead. That's not how extinctions work. Extinction events mean certain species die down, not die off completely. They die down, some more than others. This causes what is called evolution, not growing another thumb or man evolving from apes. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about certain species will flourish as other species die down. Everything that's on this earth right now, butterflies, carrots, crickets, bumblebees, rhinos, tigers, bears, oh my, humans, we're all still here. Everything that made it through the last 5 extinction events is still on this earth. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're in now. We're in an extinction event where, that's right. That's all it is. You got it, Wannabe. And that's what we're in, man. So a lot of us are going to make it. We're not all going to die. So that's exactly. You got it, Wannabe. I can't, see, some of these people aren't going to freak out when they hear, that makes sense. Okay. But that's how it's worked, guys. Everything that's still here has made it through the last, and there are going to be a lot of species that will have a dying down, but most everything will make it through this one, just as it did through the last 5. So do not freak out if I say we're in a 6th extinction event, because you're going to take the word apocalypse and think it means Armageddon, like you're going to take the word 666 and think it's the number of the beast. When 666 is not the number of the beast, extinction cycles do not work. Everybody just has apocalypse means to lift the veil, not Armageddon. They're two completely different events, but people love to how does God view wiping out us as humans? Well, he does this, but it says it in his book. Remember, One of a third of the angels do not the wine, right? Remember, he talks about certain things do not be touched, right? Wine of the remember, and then this is all part of this destruction will come later in the actual rider of the red horse. When that starts, that's it. That's going to start this death, and that leads into the rider on the black horse. Obviously, more death and famine and judgment with the scales. The scales, and then what? The rider on the pale green horse, more death. Some more destruction. So then we'll finally get our Armageddon, right? But not until all we see these particular events happen, but it is all part of his destruction to rid this earth in this day of this. Come on, men's hearts are waxed cold, the great falling away from the word. Woe to those who call good evil, evil and good. That's what we have right now. It should be blatantly obvious where we're at historically, biblically. We are in the book of Revelation. If people do not understand that, that's not for me to sit there and try to make them decide. I already know the heavens. Remember when Saturn, that is the time marker when this gas giant right here conjuncted with Jupiter in the night sky. It was a sign in the stars. It was called the Great Conjunction. Just like when Jupiter, remember the wise men, these wise men, they were looking up for a sign in the heavens. They were watching the star Jupiter, and when it conjuncted with the morning star, the king, the morning star, conjuncted, making two, marrying one, became in a union, a marriage between two, a literal, is that going to show up? A literal marriage, a ring, it rings out, forming one whole, porthole, one ring, one marriage, one union. We came out of the age of Aries into the age of Pisces. So Saturn, Jupiter, 1221, 2020, boom, we've left that age of deception and came into this is it, into the book of Revelation, into I am Apocalypse, I am Revelation. We came into that book, that testament that we're in now. So we're in the book of Revelation. If you don't understand it, I don't even care to begin to explain it. It should be quite obvious with what I just said. I don't declare the new age. The heavens declare his handiwork in the book of Psalms 19, the firmament that goes out across that land, across the earth, day after day. Genesis, signs in the heavens for times and for seasons. So it should be quite obvious where we're at. I do not care what the world thinks. 99% of the world is still left in the age of deception. Deception. Pisces, Aries, Pisces, between 2 and 3 BC. King star, wise men, conjunction, star upon a star. The Star of David, the Star of Bethlehem. This was the conjunction. This was an eclipse, a marriage, a union between the king and the morning star. We left that age of Aries. David declared him the Lamb of God. He was born of Bethlehem as David was born of Bethlehem, and he was the Ram. Aries, the Lamb of God, born of Bethlehem, and this was the Star of David. Star of Bethlehem. This is the sign that the wise men saw. Not one, but two signs. I won't go into the next one. Many signs, brothers and sisters, if you're wise and you know what to be looking for. Look up for your redemption, your Redeemer, the one who paid the bride price, the one who's going to come back. Somebody asked, I got to answer this question, and then I'm going to take my break. Will they once be saved? Will he come back? No, you were already saved. You're a purchased possession from the foundation of the world. There's no such thing as being saved. The word saved is salvation, or the word sozo, saved. Greek, saved. Sozo, to be taken and carried from beginning point to an ending point. He says we must endure to the end to be saved. So there's no such thing as being saved. Blasphemy! You can't be saved. You were already a purchased possession from the foundation of the world. Foundation of the world. Already purchased, already bought. One-time purchase. He bought his bride before any of this was ever written. He paid the price when he was here in the flesh. He paid that price in the flesh. He had already knew who he was going to buy, because they would walk and follow in his commandments. He would call them. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. He calls us to him. He rebukes our hearts. He's the one who saves us. He's the one who comes back to pick up his purchased possession. If you're purchased and you bought one time, doesn't matter if you come back 2 hours later to buy, right? To pick up what you bought. To pick up what you bought. That is called the word redemption. You come back 2 years later. 200 years later, 2,000 years plus later. And that is still the word redemption. If you already bought it and it's already purchased, like putting money in a bank, you come back, you endure to the end, he'll pick up what he bought. No such thing as being saved. You cannot be saved in your life. You have to endure to the end to be saved, according to him. That is his word. That is the word sozo, saved. You must endure to the end to be sozo. Sozo means to be carried from beginning point to an ending point. So he is the Redeemer who says, look up. The one who paid the bride price, he said he's going to tarry. He's going to go to where his Father's at. He's going to leave this earth, prepare a place. Remember, he'd be seated at the right hand of the Father, but he would come back and pick up his purchased possession, redeem his bride that he bought from the foundation of the world. Hallelujah. There you go. A quick lesson in predestination. He also foreknow who he did predestine. Prognosko, I had foreknowledge of the ones that I did take them, pull them from their darkness into my light. I knew them from the foundation of the world, and I bought them. Those are to be the ones that would conform to my image. Thank you, the Apostle Paul in Romans 8:29. He said, I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ. We must conform to his image. So, there you go. Yeah, we know you don't care about this. Your name is Fool, and you're foolish. You're a foolish virgin. Bye, foolish virgin. You'll be going to the store trying to get oil, and you'll be going in the wrong direction. Be girded in a service. So, all right. We obviously see evil and filth amongst us, brothers and sisters. Please remember, he said, the enemy came while you were sleeping and sowed seeds. Remember? Chaff, weeds amongst the wheat. You see it here. You see it here. You see weeds and chaff amongst the wheat. Don't worry about it, brothers and sisters. Do not keep company with, but that final uprooting, we won't allow it to continue here. We can't just uproot it all together because it would pull out everything and ruin the whole crop, right? Let God bind them and burn them with the fire. But you can see that we have to, he told us that we have to let this grow together. So it's here. Don't act like this ain't going to be all butterflies and rainbows and lollipops. This is Satan's world. There's a third of the angels here with him. This isn't heaven, on earth yet. He's going to take this evil from this earth and he'll make a new heaven and a new earth here on this earth. Okay? But we have to be here right now. We have to be here right now with these weeds. And I know it's hard, brothers and sisters, to see this chaff and we just want to root it up. You know what I mean? Let's get it out of here. So, brothers and sisters, let him bind that. He will come back, and remember the first ones he takes care of. All these people are going to get raptured out of here early. Who are the first people he deals with? The chaff, right? Bind that chaff, those weeds, and burn them. Remember? And then gather my wheat and put it in my barn. Be patient, brothers and sisters. I know it's hard to be amongst this chaff. Let God do his things. He says he does all these things after his own counsel and for his own pleasure. Hallelujah. We have to let him do. We have to let him. He knows what he's doing. Okay. I know it's tough to see it and it's hard. And you just want to just be gone with it. Be rid of it. So, question. What is your spirituality religion? I know it's not Christian from the last stream, but I'm very interested in what you believe, or maybe a blend. And multiple one's genuine question. Well, I'm not any religion. Okay. Sage, I'm not any religion, but Creepy Joe, thank you. I'm not any religion. I am a mere teaching, and I teach predestination. I teach people that God doesn't love everybody and that he throws most people in hell. I show them to where it says it in the word. I teach them about the two Jesuses in scripture. There's more than one Jesus. Actually, there are many Christ that he warns us of himself. I bring people to the gospel, and then more than anything, I bring people to my teacher, not a church, to a classroom, and that is Brother Jim at Grace in Truth Ministries. This is a mirror channel. This is High Desert Grace in Truth, a mere teaching. The channel is called Predestined for Light because Brother Jim is my teacher and my brother. I have other brothers and sisters in here in Christ. I don't consider myself a Christian, but they do, and that's fine. But I believe in the aletheia. I believe in studying the word one word at a time. One word at a time. Use the Greek lexicon, that's your dictionary. Use the Hebrew lexicon, that's your Hebrew dictionary. Use concordance, find and study one word at a time. Brother Jim, Dispersing Weight, Brother Ross, Levette, Vicky Antler, many people that have kinetic gone over, and now they go over to Grace and Truth Ministries. There's two, Brother Ross, there's two live streams a week, one on Wednesday and one on Sunday. You're more than welcome to show up to that live stream. They'll treat you with respect. If you're not going there trying to be rude, they'll treat you with respect. And that's where in my understanding, where people have come to the understanding of predestination. And that's where I'd send you. Get a pencil and paper and he teaches with the whiteboard. It's not a church. It's not a church. I'm not sending you to a church. I would never send you to a church. I'll send you to where I know that they'll study the word one word at a time. Iron sharpens iron. And these people like Brother Ross, Dispersing Weight, that's all they do. Look at a lot of their life is enveloped in the word of God. And that's what Brother Jim is. He's 67 years of teaching, and he's a literal walking concordance. A concordance is a separation of one word pulled into a different book. If it's written, that one word is written 3 times, it's pulled into a separate book called your concordance. You can study all those sentences in a separate book. I call it a cheat code. I recommend you actually go back to the book and find if it's written in Peter here and read that sentence, but read 2 or 3 sentences before it and read 2 or 3 sentences or chapters after it. You really have a whole much better. The great thing that you're not going to get in most churches through the teaching and the lessons that Brother Jim, Brother Ross, Brother Dispersing Weight, iron sharpens iron. We are here to help each other. We judge each other righteously with the word of God. We don't condemn each other, but we do judge each other righteously. If you'll go back and you'll find that Brother Jim, he teaches with a map. Maps are extremely important if you want to study. To know, it's like Yahya came in here yesterday. He was studying the Garden of Eden. I said, Yahya, Saya, are you looking at your maps? Because if you look where Eden's at, Saya, a lot of people think Eden, the Garden of Eden, somewhere in the sky. They just have this. Look at where it says Eden at is on the map. Look at where Israel, it's right to the right over there. Look over there to the right. You see that? That's where Eden is at. So when you're studying, Saya, you need to be looking at these maps so you can have a good idea where this historical boundaries and lands and names and borders and all this stuff moves around. So if you're going to study something at the time, you want to study what that culture was by studying the maps, the cultures, the customs, the different idioms. It's a lot more studying than just picking up a book and reading. Actually, I remember when I used to do it like that, I really didn't learn anything. It was quite confusing to me. I'd read it and I'd get one thing one time. And then I'd read it again the next time, like, oh, wait a minute, I got something different. Now, which one's right, which one's wrong? Oh, crap, if I get this one wrong, I'm going to go to hell. I didn't think I could make any mistakes. I read in the book, it said a sin is a sin. It's like, oh, crap, I better start being accountable here. Now, I thought I had this right. I set the book down for almost a couple years. I mean, I still studied, but I didn't do that. It scared the living crap out of me. You know what I'm saying? It scared the living snot out of me, guys, that I was going to get the wrong in translation. But now I know I'm not getting anything wrong if I'll just study it one word at a time. I study it in the original Hebrew in the old language, the definition of the word original, and then I study it where it's written. If it's written 3 times, I hear each apostle or, whatever say it. Man, I got a whole different kinds of learning and understanding than just picking it up chapter 1. Okay, where do I start? Okay, Matthew. Okay, I'm going to start in the Old Testament. What the heck? Okay, Genesis, right? It doesn't read like a book. Okay. Cool. Nice. Okay, guys, so I hope that I agree with that. Dingus, and I'm really happy that my dad did that with me, and it wasn't the right way, but he never forced any religion on me. And so I got to learn everything my own. Actually, when I joined the military, because I was in the military, they have every denomination. Like there literally is a chaplain for every denomination in the military. So when I was in the military, I went to every denomination that I could find. I mean, I went to all of them. every single Baptist, Protestant, Presbyterian, I went to all the different denominations, and I got to make a decision on what it is, because my dad never, we said prayers like a heathen and repetitive and, long prayers at night, just didn't know. It's okay. But I'm glad my dad never once said Christ Jesus, Yahushua, the Messiah. He never once, come Lord Jesus, be our guest and do these gifts to us, be blessed. Amen. Heathen prayers, repetitive prayers, pray like the heathen. That's all we were, was a bunch of heathens. But again, my dad never said the word Jesus Christ to me. So my searching for when he drew me to him, I didn't do it. He drew me to him. It wasn't anything where I'd had a bias. I'd already been taught anything. You know what I'm saying? So I got to make that decision on my own. And I am so glad that I didn't have an upbringing of, going to church and doing all this, because I believe it would have been even harder for me to unlearn what I had already learned incorrectly during those first, just trying to learn on my own. So that's this most beautiful thing about this channel, is that you can go back to brothers and sisters in Christ, back to the word, and they are going to throw the word of God on you. You know what I'm saying? They are going to throw the word of God on you. Okay. Stephen, is God truly exists? Where is he? Well, Christ in you. Okay, Stephen? Why does it feel like the devil runs the world? Because this world was given unto Satan. You got a little bit of intuition there. Are we in hell? No, we're not in hell. This is not hell. This is not hell. Well, this is not hell. Hell is below our feet. Okay, it's the abyss, the place of no knowledge, and this is not hell. Then ascend to heaven. There's no God, there's no heaven in the sky. There's no heaven in the sky, Stephen. There's no space. There's no space. We're not going to tell you about space in here. That's not biblical. There's a firmament. There's the waters above and the waters below, but Christ does not mention, does not mention any kind of space. Okay, there's a firmament. Okay, talks about a heavens, but you need to study what the heavens are. The heavens are not someplace in the sky. That's not what he's referring to. The heavens are the ruling class and the earth is the ruled. So you're not going to go someplace in the sky. Okay, so hell isn't probably what you think, and heaven isn't what you think either. Okay, that's why you're confused, but you do have something in your statement correct. Okay, it feels like this is Satan's world, because this is Satan's world. A third of the angels and this earth was given unto Satan. This is Satan's world that you live in. So I want to give you the right answer, though, because it's inside of you. It's heaven is here on earth. At this time, he resides inside us. The ruling class are the heavens. The earth are the ruled. Who rules you? Do these principalities, DuPont Corporation, Walmart, Trump, Fauci, highest paid government, do these principalities, power, spiritual wickedness, the rulers of the darkness of this world that we live in, do they rule you? You can't serve two masters. For we wrestle not against flesh. That old law is upheld, remember? Not abolished, but upheld, fulfilled. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, spiritual wickedness. It's a spiritual battle now that we fight. No, we don't wrestle our brothers and sisters. It's not an eye for an eye. Okay? So please, this battle that we fight now is not of the flesh. He paid that literally in the flesh so that we don't have that cost or that sacrifice of the flesh literal anymore. It's written on tables of our heart, and it's sprinkled with that blood that he paid. You understand? On tables of our hearts. So it was once a literal flesh, but we're not under that flesh. It's not an eye for an eye. The book of Ephesians 6:11, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. So you can either serve these masters or you can serve God. And he tells us you cannot serve two masters. Masters used to pick their slaves. Now the slaves pick their masters. You didn't know two got played till about 10 years after. Cancer. Yeah, we'll stop there. So That is who's ruling this earth. The rulers are the darkness of this world. Do you understand? They are ruling this earth. They are the heavens right now. Not someplace in the sky. Not someplace in the sky. That is not what God is talking about. God is not going to pull your daughter that got run over by a drunk driver at 9 years old, 8 years old, out of the sky to judge her. She will come out of the dirt just like the word of God says. Stop speaking those blasphemies. That's why people mock you and say you're sky daddy God, because they figured out what you hadn't figured out, and they laugh at you as a Christian, thinking that your God is in space. So, Tampa, you can find that at Adapt 2030. Adapt 2030, it says title shift on his video, and then I have 2 to 3 videos on this channel. One of them's 3 minutes and 33 seconds, and the other is, I think it's 1 minute and 1 second. There's 3 videos you should watch: 58 second, minute and 1, and then 3 minutes and 33. David's video is longer. It's at least a half an hour. It is worth to sit down with your lady, take the time, get some popcorn, whatever, and watch it. You just be blown out of the evidence that he provides. It's just amazing, guys. Just amazing. Blows my mind on what David discovered. Hold on, my 4-leg alarm system's going off out here. Let me see what we got here. You guys stay. That's going to come out in a minute. I'm going to take a break, and then we'll go ahead and bring the live stream outside. We'll take the live stream out. All right. They must have been playing. Well, Ross, right now, the heavens, Jesus rules the heavens, Ross, but the heavens are the elite. Let's not fool ourselves. God will take this evil from this earth. That was his promise. He would burn this place with fire. The heavens at this point in time are your corporation. That is Walmart. That is Google. That is Bezos. That is Jamie Dimon. That is the elite. You know, the Illuminati, the rich, all these 8 families, these are the ruling class, the corporation, the ones who run these corporations. That is the heavens at this point in time on this earth. Now, that's why I said, do they rule you? Or is God your master? As he says, you cannot serve two. You cannot serve Mammon and God. One or the other. One or the other. So his promise is that he will take this evil from this earth and he will put him in the abyss and he will lock him in there. And then the meek will become the heavens on this earth. So I don't want to be anybody to be confused on what the heavens are right now. I'm thinking it's someplace in the sky. The heavens are the ruling class of this earth. The devil is ruling this world right now. The devil is ruling the heavens on this earth. Christ rules the heavens, obviously, because he's our master. And if we don't serve these corporations, stand up for your Fourth Amendment right, relates to the video that I'm saying, he's going to destroy all of that, guys. None of that's going to be here. When you get back in your new body, there'll be no more cops and banksters, and that's all be gone. The children will rule this earth. Watch the innocents. You must be like a child to return to the Father. Innocent like a child. So I'm not 100% certain, but I've seen in his word what it says. Yep, I know, Sage, it's hard. That's why I push so hard on my rights for everybody. So, behold, withhold the waters and they dry up. He also saith that to them, they overturn the earth with him in strength and wisdom, the deceived. Thank you so much. That's beautiful. Where do we go? What happened? For the deceiver are his. Thank you again. Social security number, you have been incorporated. Sad to say. Yep, exactly. That's it, Tim. That's what it is. You've been part of the corporation. So stand up for your rights, renounce that corporation, and assert God's law. So cool. So you know what I'm saying, Ross? What I was saying is just people need to focus that this is the devil's world, right now. It is given unto Satan and a third of the angels. This is not the people who rule this world right now are the principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness, and the rulers of the darkness of this world, right? So these are Donald Trump. These are Hillary Clinton. These are bullies. These are the Nephilim guys. These are bullies, not giants, bullies. So that's who rules this world right now. And God will destroy them again. Watch, he will destroy them with the fire. He's going to destroy everything on this earth. I don't believe one person is going to make it on this judgment. I think he will take every single person from this earth. He will take his bride to the wedding feast of the lambs, and everybody else is going to hell. And then he'll create a new heaven and a new earth. That was his promise, that heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. Right? There'd be a new heaven and a new earth. So here we go. 8-3, there we go. No, that's true. I'm not saying that, Flora. I'm not saying that he is still, remember, he's the boss. And we can still serve him in this world, guys. We can still serve God as our master. He could be the heavens. He could be the heavens. He could be the heavens, brothers and sisters, because he's in you. And if you serve him like Apostle Paul said and cut off the outer man, circumcise the flesh, we have an outer man and an inner man to cut it off, and we serve that Christ in us, spiritual, and do not serve these masters, not some places in the heavens, right? Some in the sky, but these rulers of the darkness of this world, these heavens, he will destroy them. And then Christ in us will come back finally to this earth and be with us. Hallelujah. He will be with us again, but not until this place is destroyed with fire. Not till every one of us has been judged, passes through that book of judgment. Then he will make a new heaven and a new earth. And we will come back here, not someplace on Pluto. You know what I'm saying? Not someplace on Mars, not on Jupiter. We come back here every single time, not someplace in the sky. The heavens is not a place in the sky. You've been deceived. That is the firmament, the waters above, and we have waters below. One day those waters will reach the sky and we will have trees like the garden again. Just you watch, you'll come back and you'll see that I'm right. So, well, I don't know if LaFlora, we'll get past that. Remember, I don't want to give away all God's cheat codes or secret. Remember, he says for a time or season. Nothing is, it's all a cycle. It's all a cycle. It's all a cycle. No, there's no such thing as free will. We don't have no such thing as free will. God is the only thing that's free and sovereign. Above the law. He's the creator and free to do all as he chooses and creates all things, but everything has already been written, purchased, and bought, and there is no such thing as free. No such thing as free will. Self-will, porneia, in the Greek, porneia or teletrio, to serve idol or statue or eyes to serve your eyes, to serve what you see, to distribute lies or to your eyes or fortunes. So no such thing as free will. God's will, agape, 2 John and 6, and then self-will, which is called idolatry. So there's self-will, and then there's agape, love, 2 John and 6, God's will, to walk and follow in God's commandments. No such thing as free will. Get that out of your vocabulary. God never created free will for any man. He already chose and knows everything you're already going to do, even if you do it yourself. He already knows what you're going to do. He wrote it. So, God is the only free and sovereign thing that exists without darkness. Hallelujah. We all come from the corrupt dust, born of this corrupt dirt. Every one of us. We came from this dirt, and we're going to go back to this dirt. Born of sin, born of this corrupt dust in darkness. He is the only thing that's sovereign, that exists without darkness, and is the only thing that is light, true light. That's why he said, I am the horizo, I am the light. So, no problem, Tim. And I know you'd be able to, that's it, boom, from self to, and you got it, you see what I'm saying? So, if it was free, and I know you're not, or you totally got it, if it was free, then there would be a choice, right? We'd be able to do something that God didn't already write. And I know you know that. And so it's beautiful coming to that understanding. It's like, wait a minute. All right, that is. If God is, no, wait, he would be free now. He's free because he wrote all these things. He would have that sovereignty or that freedom. But we are under this testament, and it comes with a price. It's not free. I mean, he paid the flesh, right? But the price that we pay is spiritual. So there's still a price. Hallelujah. Hey, and I know you're not arguing with me, Tim, but the motto that I tell people to argue with me, because you're not, the motto of the Satanist church is do as thou will, right? The first thing of the motto of the Satanist church is do as thou will. Free will, basically, right? So much love, guys, much love. That's hard to teach people, guys, I know not what religious people are. That's cool. Nice. Awesome. So imagine this, though. Imagine this, Tim, for people who would never accept that, right? Obviously, you didn't have no problems with it. Oh, okay. I see exactly what you said. That's not a problem. Imagine if you were a non-believer, right? If you were a non-believer and you're like, no, there's such thing as free will. I get to decide. No, God knows if you're going to turn right or left out of the parking lot from your job 10 years from now. Are you doing it? If God gave you that self-will and he knew what you were going to do, are you turning right? Are you turning left out of or is God actually doing it? Did God already write it, or does God? So see, there is no such thing. I'm going to go this way today. God already knew what you were going to do, right? So if you weren't a believer, you're like, no way in hell. I'm doing that. I'm turning right. God can't know everything. I could, okay. I won't argue with you. You're doing it, right? No. God's doing it. God's making everybody do everything they're doing. Even if it's self-will, idolatry, God already knows whatever it is. You could have 3 choices. You could have 10 choices, but it's not free will. It is what is called idolatry. To serve, distribute lies or fortunes. So I know you got it, Tim, but people cannot let that go. No, I'm doing it. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm not going to argue with you. So anyways, thank you for seeing that so clearly, Tim. I don't think that just went right in here and like, oh, that makes sense. That meshes. So I hope it did. It seemed like it did with me. So it wasn't me doing it. I'm just trying to show you how, if God creates all things, how is anything not? But he called me out. I was a very rebellious woman until the day of Jesus marked in my life. He lived in me and grows in me, and I'm thankful for the rod. Yes, thank you so much. Hallelujah, sister. Thank you for that testimony, Sister Flora. Much love. Okay, Isaiah 40. I form the light to create darkness. I make peace. I create evil. For the Lord, I do all these things. He says he does all these things for his own count, after his own counsel. He is his own counsel. He don't need to count. He don't need anybody's advice. He don't need anybody's advice. And he does all these things for his own pleasure. So even he's beating the snot out of you, he's finding some pleasure in it. Just don't question him. If your father tells you to do something and demands it, right? Your dad, you do what you're told, right? You don't disrespect your father. You do it out of respect. You don't question him, right? I love it. I love the word. Man, I love the word. It's so infallible. No, you can't come against the word, guys. It's just not possible. No weapon formed against me will prosper. No fiery darts will penetrate this armor of God. All right. I'm going to go out and get some fresh air, go find somewhere to get rid of this coffee. There's probably a bush out there calling my name. Give me a minute. I ate all my taquitos already. Well, I got one left. One more. I got the Berkey water. Maybe we should give this one to the puppies. Got my taquito? Taquito for the poppins. I'll never forsake this. I remember if you know. Hallelujah. Yeah, Berkey sports bottles are really nice. Boy, I wish I could afford one of those and take those wherever I go. But I just use the one that I have. I use my Berkey. But thank you for dropping that link. Appreciate it. Berkey makes a good product. I don't care what anybody says. I know they've gotten, there's a bunch of stuff going on with Berkey right now, but I've been using Berkey water filter for 10 years. And it is hands down the best filter that I have ever owned. And I worked for Culligan International for years after I got out of the military. Man, that's something else. Woo! Who would ever think water would be so darn good? Man, I wish I could play music on YouTube, but I can't. I get copyright strike. As they do in Texas Blaze. Oh, give him high. Oh, give him high. Oh, 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 oh. Cutie pie, cutie pie. Where'd that go? I don't know. Oh, man. Berkeley. loss. The water out there. Alright, I'm so sorry. Alright, what do we talk about in here, guys? Sin has laws that leads the strong master race. Heck yeah. My Vicky, what's going on with that, huh? What's God doing? What's he doing in your daughter's life? Oh, he works in mysterious ways sometimes, guys, so remember that. All right? Sometimes we have to, he does all things after his own counsel and for his own pleasure, right? The old Garth Brooks song, Unanswered Prayers. Sometimes he knows what he's doing. So, oh, hallelujah. So, yeah, he puts us through a lot of fiery trials, doesn't he? Those that he loves. He beats the self out of us. And we have to remind ourselves, even during the hard times, we're supposed to thank him for all things. Which seems hard to do, but sometimes I'm a little sarcastic when I thank him for the hard things. I know that. He's like, yeah, okay, Tracy, yeah, you're thanking me, but I hear that sarcasm in your voice. So, all things, good and bad. Maybe your daughter will get to move back in with you, Vicky. I tried to find the silver lining during the COVID when a lot of people had to have family move back in with them. So, yeah, maybe that's for a reason, Vicky. Maybe that's for a reason. Sounds like he's shaking and stirring. A lot of things are going on. Huh. A lot of things. But I think he's doing that in a lot of our lives right now. I really do, guys. I think the Lord is shaking things up. And awesome, yeah. See what I'm saying? So I remember during the COVID and stuff, children having to go back home and be with their parents, being homeschooled. I thought that was so awesome. A lot of children, because of sometimes now with the cost of living, children have had to come back home. Parents have had to move in with their children, because their Social Security wasn't keeping up with the rate of inflation. It's gone both ways. And sometimes I try to think that's a blessing, because we're supposed to, if you guys remember, we weren't supposed to all just, now I know in nature, if you can fly, the bird kicks you out of the nest, get the flock out of Dodge, right? But we kick our nature kicks as soon as that thing can fly, walk, or whatever. It's pretty much a lot of the times it's on its own. But if you remember in history, guys, a lot of times kingdoms and stuff, they stayed together. Families stayed as a tight-knit group, as large kingdoms. Remember, families didn't go off, and maybe somebody married into another kingdom, but that was something that stayed together. The family unit wasn't stripped apart like we think we need to be stripped apart. So I apologize. I'm from the old school, guys. I'm not sorry, but you guys got it all wrong. We need to come back together. That's not how this is designed. I don't think God designed us to just go fly off like birds, and he didn't make us birds. He made us human beings with the human race, the human race, for a reason. There's a reason why we are the dominant species on this earth. We do keep our young at least till they're 18. That's very rare for all species, as I told you. I mean, if there ever was a species out there looking at us, they'd be like, look at these people. What are they keeping? 18 years old, the one moving back in at 25? What the hell? They can fly. They're out of there, right? You know, you guys think about what I just said. Kingdoms, you know, and for a long time, the family unit stayed together. You look at a lot of things like the Amish and some of these people, Hispanic people stay. Not what? Hey, Vicky, I'm not telling you have to stay with your husband. I'm just talking about your daughter coming home. Okay, you don't have to be with anybody who's unrighteous. Remember that, though, Vicky. I don't know what your husband's doing or what issues you got going. I heard the tail end of what you said. If he's not righteous and he's not, you don't have to honor that. God is not going to make you stay with somebody who's not in the Hados, Vicky. So don't you even, you know, you're under the you know what it is. I don't have to tell you. You've been following this channel. I don't think I need to educate you on this contract. So what would Jesus do? Do what the Father tells you to do, and you don't have to be bound to a man that's not equally yoked to you, Vicky. So you'll do what's right. And I've watched your comments long enough. I don't even doubt for a second you'll make the right decision here. So back to the daughter thing, you know, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I'm getting it correctly or not, but I think it's a blessing. And if you guys remember in history, kingdoms and queens and stuff, they stayed together. So I don't like this whole kicking our kids out and making them go out and get careers, and the whole family unit and grandpas don't live with, you know, and I think we all need to come back together, you know. Family and community is where it's at, and it helps lighten the load. It helps. It's not perfect. Families aren't perfect, obviously. I got to work out, you know, blood, but either way, I just hope that you can find the silver lining in it, Vicky. You know what I'm saying? And it sounds like there's some your house is in a kind of a moving, so that's where something else is going on there that I'm not picking up, and maybe I see it's up for sale, so you don't have the stability, it sounds like, so it's even a little bit harder to provide that right now. And our 50-year-old son's had to move down at times. Got problems in their lives. My daughter and her husband are probably going to move in soon. It's hard to make it now. Oh, let's pay. Thank you, Flora, for that testimony. I appreciate your testimony. And I know it's not always ideal, guys. It's not easy to live, especially when your kids are grown and, you know, or whatever. Imagine being an adult, having to move back in with your kids. You know, that happens too. It's not always kids moving back in with parents. Sometimes the parents have to move back in the kids to make things work. So blessings to those of you that he's putting through those struggles. And if you'll find a way to power through those, I really believe you've been gifted a gift too. If you can work through that, having your family around you. Again, I believe that's the way we should be doing this, and need to stop kicking our kids out, think they need to go get these big degrees and stuff. If we just had existed as a family unit, we wouldn't need all these degrees and all these big things and all these. You could probably accomplish it just through community and family alone, but people have gotten away from that. That's not humanity anymore, if you ask me. See what I'm saying? I just think it's really important, guys. We've kind of forgotten what humanity was about. We are a community type animal, not a separate and go off in little pairs. That's how animals act, guys. I'm serious. We're a community species. You know, we truly are a bit tribal at times, you know what I'm saying? But I do believe our existence here is to help another brother out, right? He said, go and put hands on the sick and be with the widowed and the downtrodden. And, you know, everybody needs somebody, right, needs that community. So it's my struggles in life is my isolation. I don't live around anybody. I spend more time in my own head than most people will ever get, in a day than they'll get in a year's time in my own head, getting to talk to the Father. So I'm truly blessed. And, but I struggle with that isolation. And, so maybe that's why I'm a little more like that. I see something that maybe you don't, that if you have people around you, a little bit of people, maybe it's, you're comfortable in your world that you've created. But, I do believe that family is important. Familia, the Hispanic people are very family oriented. I have a lot of respect for Hispanic culture, and sending home money to Mima or Papa, or to the elders, and still working on that family unit. You know what I mean? So I don't know why we lost that, guys. I don't know where we lost our humanity. I'm not saying all of us have, because there's still plenty of people. Again, there's cultures and whatnot, but that do still have some of this. But as a species, I don't feel like, again, the majority of us feel like we need to have these big fancy things and careers and jobs and be kicked out of the nest as soon as we can fly and go, be apart, when I just don't. So the most important thing, guys, remember your brothers and your sister and your mother is your family. Okay. But we're talking about, the blood that we have around us, which we call our family, but we got to throw that in there too. And remember who our true family is, and that thank you, family. I have a family. It's my brothers and sisters and my mother. Blood is Elijah. You guys see him. There's nobody else that calls me or probably ever will again. So, yeah, try to remember that, what God tells us about who our mother is. And when it says honor thy father and thy mother, it's not talking about your dad or your mom. So please remember the lesson. Your family is not your blood. Your family is your brothers and your sister and your mother that do the will of the Father. That is your family. He is our Father who art in heaven. And our brothers and our sisters, our mother is those that do the will of the Father. So is our brothers and our sisters. So that is our family according to God's word. So let's keep that in mind, guys. Okay, that we have that blessing too. And let's not keep our eye on the prize here on what we're doing. But as we have to navigate with our blood, we love them too. You know what I'm saying? We love them too. And hopefully they are brothers and sisters in Christ, some of your own blood. Probably not a lot, because I know that many of us struggle with that. That's why we struggle with so much isolation, is we're the black sheep of the family, and we don't mesh well with the rest of the family. Some of us have been thrown out of the family long time, or whatever, the blood a long time ago. And that's what he set us apart, right? So probably a lot of black sheep in here. I can feel the black sheep in here. So it's okay. I've always been that. And many of us, it just feels right to be a black sheep. Wouldn't feel, I'm a Scorpius, a Scorpizzo, so I wouldn't be a white sheep for sure. And I'm really, truly not a sheep. I'm his dog, is what he told me. So I never felt like a sheep, go with the herd kind of guy, But I also knew I wasn't evil. So I've already told you guys that beautiful testimony. I hope that you guys have heard that before, that he, at least I love being able to share to finally find my purpose in this world, But we have to remember that our father and our mother is, according to God, is our father is in heaven, and our mother is our brothers and sisters in Christ that do the will of the Father. So let's not get it perverted or forwarded or twisted, and keep it to what the word says. But do remember that we are blessed to have, aunts and uncles and husbands and wives and all these other things, if you're one of those people who are blessed with those. And so if you have company, some kind of community, you're blessed. You truly are. Some people are like myself. I'm very isolated. I don't live around anybody. And it's been a lot of years that I've been very isolated. So maybe that's why I see the blessings that you guys have, and maybe there's blessings you see that I don't see because you have what you have, and he put me in my position on what I am in. But truly, as somebody, I want to tell you that just doesn't have anybody like that in my life. Any physical anybody. I don't have physical anybody. I have you guys. I have digital. And I feel like you guys, I feel like I have a physical presence, even though it's just been digital with many of you, because I know I'll get to be with you on the other side, which is way important than this physical experience. But if you get any physical interaction with anybody, guys, please, that is a blessing. Some of us live without that, and we don't get to communicate and hear or smell or touch or feel or see or hear or the breath or anything. It's not anybody in our blood is part of our life like that, you know. And no friends too. Many of us, again, we're black sheep, so we don't keep up with anybody. And if we live the life that we live, we don't we don't have friends or family. So our family is online. Thank you, brothers and sisters. So if you got people around you, please hug them. Remember what they smell like. Please, just the scent of another person is, it's something, guys. When you don't have it, you appreciate just the littlest things. So remember what you have, guys. Please, if you got children that are trying to come back home, and that's, I know it's a burden and they're your house rules and stuff, and it's going to be rough ride, but that could be a blessing. And, you know, if you're one of those people that are elder and you have to go back to your kids, swallow your pride. Your children are fortunate enough to be with you and they're inviting you back in your home. Try to make the best of it. It happens, you know. Look what's going on financially. We didn't know, you know, some of us, rate of inflation, things like that, a lot of reasons why. And a mom or a dad that, you know, has to move back with their children. That's a hard experience. You know, I lean on my son and have for the last 6 months a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I'm supposed to be dad. You know what I mean? So I know what you talk about, Tampa. I don't too much worry about that. Almond Ra and Amarna and all the but you know, some say shalom, peace instead. That says, to those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will cometh. Well, you're darned if you do, and you're darned if you don't you? So I know what you talk about, though, Tampa, but I hope you understand what I'm saying, guys. I know God has made many other people like myself, maybe not a lot, but there are others like myself that do not get human interaction with anybody. The only way I talk to somebody is if I go to town. Really don't. I mean, I've had a couple visitors from this local area, but I really have never had I did have Yaya come out here recently, again, tried to make something work, with that, but not no, something once in a decade or twice. That's a long, I've had others. Again, it's not my only time that I've had here, but it's just a lot of isolation. And so remember, there are others that don't have anything. So hold on to what you have. Maybe you could look past some of their faults a little bit. Don't hang with vipers, and don't keep company, with them, and sup, and don't cast your pearls before swine. But I've been alone for a long time. The Lord has just beat me to snot out of me with this isolation. But it is what it is. I'm learning to accept it again, because I've spent so much time alone that I do find alone. but it's all right. I'll whatever. It is what it is. I can't change it. I've tried so hard to make it not that way, but it's never happened. So not on any regular basis. I have to have faith that it'll be him. And I asked him to show me a sign, so to speak, like, hey, Tracy, but just give me the comfort to know that I can, like, I just need to stop trying to do something. If you do something for 10 years and you don't get, true insanity comes when you beat your head over the same issue for 10 years and you're expecting different results and you don't get that should drive you insane, right? Try to build a homestead and it never happens for 10 years. It's a hard one to walk away from and swallow, like, okay, I'm just not going to give that whole dream up, right? Whatever. And I don't know, the whole wife thing, I don't know what's so wrong with me that the God will, he let David have 150 concubines and 150 wives, and I can't even get one. So poor pity me, but I'm all right. It's okay. I don't need to have anybody in my life to be happy. It's just, it would add value to my life and I wouldn't have to hurt myself so often and do the struggles that I have being alone and isolated, but it's okay. He again recently showed me, just shut up, Tracy. You're not going to change anything. So stop trying. I said, okay, I got it. I see I'm better now. So I've been improving and I asked for that. I asked for I don't ask him for things like that. I just told him I needed to be settled and stop trying to do something that's not going to happen. If he would have wanted it to happen, it would. So I don't ever doubt, faith, like lion's den faith, like not going to doubt him. I know he knows what he's doing. And I've even settled myself to tell myself I could just die alone and I'd still be happy. I don't even need to do anything anymore. I've already reached my peak. I'm not settled. I'm not, complacent or, content with this. I still have many aspirations for this meat suit of mine and my eternal walk and here on this rock third from the sun. But this platform has done it for me. Done. My bucket list is done. So dying is the next thing on my, life or death. That's what I said for me. And who knows? Because I have a lot of other aspirations. If you follow this channel, I'd love to give all this property that I have worked so hard here to look after and obtain and to give it to the ministry and see this become successful place of study, the tabernacle that I talk about out here, and have people living out here not eating any kind of food that's out of a box anymore. That would be such a dream. And again, I have massive aspirations, but if I never accomplish any of those things, I'm not gonna, it's okay. It's all right. I've already accomplished more than I ever think I could have. And so I appreciate everybody again I try to be more appreciative because I know I've been real unappreciative over these last 6 months. I got nobody. I'm alone. Pity me. Me. I'm alone. Oh, sorry, man. I just kept leaning on you guys. You know what I'm saying? Leaning on you guys. So, and what do you mean? Like, I keep coming back here, Tracy. Hello, we're here for you, buddy. Come on, man. Wake up, bud. We keep coming back. We're talking to you. You're going to be all right, man. And so I appreciate you guys tremendously. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to homestead. All you need is chickens or ducks, duckweed, couple bags of feed, sugar, flour, fruit, and salt. Yeah, no, it's not easy to homestead one rock stone. You're definitely wrong about that. But homesteading is not the end of the world, but it's not impossible. But don't tell anybody it's easy to do. That's not it's a learning curve. It's an experience. I've run 40-acre full homestead out here by myself, completely off the grid. Sheep, goats, cows, chickens, ducks, rabbit, hogs, dogs, a whole farm. It's not an easy, task to do, and not alone. But if you have people, sure. If you weren't isolated, alone, you had somebody to help you, sure. 2 people would be the biggest game changer in my life. But yeah, people can be successful at doing it. I did it for 5 years by myself when it should have been at least 3 or 4 people to, you know, yeah, you get too much, you get abundance, guys, when you have a farm and you have animals and you have then you actually, but see, that's even makes it harder because now you have to look after all these things. So don't ever fool yourself and say that homestead is easy. Actually, the more people you apply to it, yes, absolutely, become easy. A 2-hour-a-day thing each for a review, and you could spend the rest of your life and have time and not worry about anything else because your food, if you had a little homestead cabin, a little well dug or something, solar, but yeah, you would never have to worry about it's easy pie once you get to there. Sure it is. You would. It is. It's an amazing thing. 5 or 6 people, 3 or 4 people, you really could lift your load and it would be super easy and efficient to do. Once it was all set up and in a full operation, it could be operational and you could have a lot of time back and you wouldn't, you know, you'd have time. Maybe you wouldn't have the money. Well, you could sell duck eggs and chickens. There's a lot of things you could do, but not easy to do alone. I can tell you that. But the more people that you add, you know, it's just like one, hey, will you just hold that board over there for me? Honey, sir, you know, whatever. Just put your finger on there so it stops falling down on me and blowing the wind down and again and damn wind. Come on, God, stop beating me up. I just had one more hand on that board. You know, now you know my struggles. But one other person changes it a lot and does, you know, lightens the load a lot. A third person really just is a huge game changer. So you can make it easy. You can make it get to a point where it's where it is easy, but it takes community to do that. It takes several people to do. I'm proof that it can be done independently alone. And for nearly half a decade, I struggled a lot. And just with the daily upkeep, it's a lot to keep after, you know, livestock and do the proper animal husbandry. My animals eat way better than I do. And I have to have the best feed for them and whatnot. But it can be, you know, you could do a simple kind of homestead or something, you know, like you could call yourself a little homestead if maybe you had some quail and some rabbits and a water filter. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got to have that above all. So that's all that's kept me going out here, guys. But you guys, I guess you could have a homestead in an apartment. You know, quail don't make noise like that. And rabbits, you can get 10 rabbits and make as much meat as a whole cow with three does and 7 bucks. And they don't stink, and you could have eggs, you can have bird, you could have rabbit, you could grow some vegetables on your own little ledge, seal or something. You know, some feed, some fodder for your rabbits, or you can exist and have a little apartment homestead. So yeah. So, but anyways, there's ways to have a little mini homestead, guys. I did a big homestead, 40 acres, you know what I'm saying? Big parcels and lots, you know, try to have abundance. I was hoping to get people to come out with me and do it. So I had big aspirations, a little overdid some things and end up having to have too much and then find ways to give away some of the stuff. And that all costs gas and stuff to move around to give away. I don't want to waste things and just throw something into a compost bin. That's not what I'm trying to do with it. I mean, you do get the, yeah, not me, mommy. I don't deserve nobody. God said, nope, you're alone. It's just God doing it. So I'm not mad at God. I'm not mad at anybody else. So, but I know that God made woman for man, and maybe one day he'll bless me with some company of somebody who can brace my presence for more than a minute and not just take off, or I'm a lot to handle. I wouldn't wish me upon anybody. So yeah, I talked to my son a little bit about it. He's like, Dad, I don't think there's a woman out there. I don't know I just can't, I don't see it. I'm like, whatever, son. It's not up to you. It's up to God. So yeah, woman are more than just an object or men. I don't know what that's. Most men don't know how to treat women, and most women don't know how to treat men these days. They have no idea what that book of Deuteronomy or book of Corinthians say, and they don't even act according to what we're supposed to say when the word of God they get all offended, or everybody's a Karen, everybody's a Ken, nobody knows their role anymore. Nobody knows their role in a relationship. Women act more like men in this day and age, and I don't blame them, because men act more like women. They do on a whole. So anyways, a woman is supposed to be subservient to a man. That's right. That's what the word of God says when it comes to the church, right? He's supposed to treat a woman's supposed to treat a woman's body like he treats himself, or like he treats the church. Remember, there's certain things that everybody has forgotten that are written in that book. They don't understand why God, and I've explained it in great detail on this channel. So what it talks about in the book of Corinthians, what it talks about in the book of Deuteronomy, the contract. Yeah. See, there's no competing in God's. See, I just said, he said that a man is supposed to treat a woman's body like he treats the church. But they don't read the book of Deuteronomy together. They don't read the book of Corinthians that the Apostle Paul left us with, that talks about some of these things again, and gives us guidance on how that God wants us, not what we want. It's not about what we want. You know what I mean? It's not about what we want, but nobody will yoke themselves with people. That's why I don't ever think I'll find a woman who even understands the word of God, unless it's from God, because I'm going to tell my woman, you want me to get an example when it says that, you want me to give me an example of what it says when, cool. And see, here we go. Right on time. I love you, Sister Levette. Appreciate your being here. Can I give you, when it says that a man, a woman is supposed to be subservient to the man? What does it say? Does that piss you off, ladies, that you have to be subservient to a man? He is head of the household. Oh my God, this guy's so fat. See, you don't know nothing. You ain't no woman for me. I don't care. You can have the best body and all the money in the world, and you could have you ain't nothing to me. You look like a 0 on a 1 on a computer. I'm only going to see a woman who knows the word of God and knows what it means to be subservient to a man and what that means. Yep, to a God-fearing man. When truth was married to a lie, the lesson is when Ahab married Jezebel, nothing wrong with that, mommy, but that's not what it's talking about. And I think those roles can be reversed. I was a single dad, and had custody of my son for nearly 10 years. 9 years I had fought for custody, almost as old, 8 years in court. And when he was just turned 2, when it straight, and I was both mom and dad, that's where you don't understand. God will let you know when you don't make the decision. Goober. Didn't you come in here and try to call me a goober the other night, Steve? Didn't you use that term the other night? Are you going to come in here and speak ignorance again? Because I think I remember seeing your puke all over the place before. I call it like it is. I'm a call it like it is kind of guy. So, okay. So, so let me explain to you. No, it's just Steve used that word before. I've just heard he came in and used that. So again, when the sons of God, to be a son of God, you have to be doing the will of the Father. To be a son of God, you have to be doing the will of the Father. Let's not confuse this at all. So you can't be a fallen angel because you're not doing the will of the Father. So you can't be an alien. Don't call me an alien. I'm going to go straight back to Old Testament, eye for an eye. I'm going to smack this bull snot out of you. You hear me? You call me an alien. If I'm a son of God, please stop typing in capital letters. I'm not answering any questions. I'm teaching now a lesson. So if you're a son of God, when the sons of God came into the women of men, traditions of men, the traditions of men, Christmas, New Year's, pagan, birthdays, probably the most vain thing you could ever do. These are when the sons of God, here's the lesson. Please don't interrupt. I'm going to teach this in a classroom format. If you'll interrupt now, you'll be ejected from the classroom. Leave all your knowledge at the door. There's a sponge outside and a glass. Wring it out. You ain't going to learn anything. You think you come in here and know everything. If you think you want to tell me anything right now, I don't want you in this classroom. Please leave. You're interrupting the teacher, and now I'm teaching at this class. I hold classrooms just like Brother Jim does. I don't have the whiteboard up. I don't stand up and write. So if you interrupt me with ignorance and you're not adding to what is saying here, and you're just even interrupting, please be quiet. I'm trying to teach a lesson, and I actually would encourage you to ask questions that are related. I can stop and ask questions, but please don't interrupt what I'm teaching. So, sounds like a pride-filled study. See, people, they can't even come into a classroom environment and they got to talk about pride. So this is get out of here, leave. See, if you cannot take and wring everything you know at the door and be like an empty sponge and come into this classroom, you're not welcome here. Is that pride, or is that how you be taught at a college level? How are you going to go in and teach? How you go in and learn anything at a high? I have a high, very high grade point average as when I went back to school because I had to relearn. That's not pride. I had to relearn. Remember, I'm in there with 20-year-old, 18, 19-year-olds, and I'm in my late 30s, and I got bills and all these other things that I'm trying to learn, and these guys are all talking about, I mean, would you be quiet? I'm trying to learn here. It's learning experience. You have to relearn a lot of the time. So when I'm going there in my elder, I had to basically take everything I knew because I was obviously been studying, but leave it at the door and try to shut all that other stuff out and just focus on the lesson, because you can't go into some professor and think you know everything and learn anything if you think you know everything. So you need to take and wring out whatever you think you know, okay, at the door if you want in on this lesson. Otherwise, I don't want you in here. Does anybody have a disagreement with that? That you can pick up all your knowledge when you leave because you're a sponge and soak it back up. But I don't want an interruption. You wouldn't interrupt a college professor and speak up, right? If he was trying to teach you something, you wouldn't act like you know anything. You'd never learn anything if you thought you knew everything. So I'm asking you to be an adult. We're going to teach this like a classroom. I want to teach this lesson. It's worthwhile. It's worth hanging in there. Maybe I never heard it put this way. But I'm asking you to take whatever you think you know and wring it out in that cup at the door. And come in here as a wet sponge and be quiet. If you have a question in your mind, something about the lesson, that's fine. But otherwise, I have moderators that'll just shut you up, okay? Anybody comes in not adhering to it, just make them just, please, no interruption. So everybody agree with that? And I'm not trying, there's no pride. I'm just trying to give you teach you some historical and some biblical reference to, and give you a little personal situation. Okay, bye, Wandering Dingus. Don't want you in here for this lesson you don't understand, and you will not work for this lesson. Goodbye. Anybody don't want to adhere to this? It's okay. You just, obviously, I said you could ask questions. That's why Dingus is out of here. I never said they couldn't ask questions. The ignorance. I said keep it to the lesson. I didn't shut you out completely. I said shut off all that stuff that you knew and leave it at the door, Dingus. Go. So please moderate anybody that's not speaking about the lesson. I just want to try to teach you something, and we can talk about it afterwards. I'll let you go back outside, grab your sponge, bring it back in. Okay? I'm not trying to shut you down. I'm just trying to actually just, this is a constitutional republic. When you went into classroom, you couldn't interrupt. So that's it. That's all I'm asking for, a little bit of a, so we can move on with the lesson. So the lesson that we were talking about this came up about marriage in the book of Corinthians, and we were speaking about the book of Ephesians. The Apostle Paul gave us that book of Ephesians. He wrote many books, and in that book it talks about a bride and a bridegroom, as it does in the law of book of Deuteronomy, the Old Testament and the law, the contract. And remember, through his Apostle Paul, he gave amendments, obviously. And so we're going to go into a lesson about marriage, and we're going to give you a teaching, and we're going to unravel a lot of lies that you've been told your whole life. And you'll be able to learn it through the lesson that will teach you. And it's tough. The internet is ruining. But okay, please keep the conversation to what we're talking about. Let's not meander off in the comment section about other things, because I'm sure if you listen to what I'm saying, you should have all kinds of questions. Go, no way, that's not right. But let's not overdo it here. Okay, stick to the lesson. We're talking about a contract as Christ. This is very important to me because it's a multi-teaching lesson where Christ, in the book of Deuteronomy, a contract between a bride and a bridegroom, the actual contract of marriage, it was called a bill of marriage, and it had to be taken to a public place. Okay, and we're going to go talk about, because this was brought up about a woman being subservient to a man. Okay, so if that sparks your interest, either of you, please just listen so you understand what the being subservient, we'll try to keep it pretty tailored, and we won't go into all the book of Corinthians and the whole lesson, and all the law in Deuteronomy. We'll try to keep it tailored for you. So again, the contract between a bride and the bridegroom was made in a public place. You had to go into a public, town square or something of that nature where it could be seen publicly, and you had to nail that contract to a tree or to a stake, and it was called a bill of marriage. And this was the contract. This is in the book of Deuteronomy between a bride and a bridegroom. Okay. And it had to be nailed top and bottom. And there had to be a declaration, that reading of this, and there had to be two witnesses, and that would bind that two would become one, the marriage. This was the literal, they do marriage certificates now, but this is the contract that a bride and a bridegroom under the Old Testament in the book of Deuteronomy. In the book of Deuteronomy, you can find all this information. I'm going to try to give you a tailored version of it. So that was the law, okay? And this is why Christ came back ripping their butts, because they had perverted that book of Deuteronomy with another version, an oral and a written version. But I don't want to go into that whole teaching. This contract, nailed top and bottom, was called a bill of marriage. Okay, and this was a contract that was bound, again, book of Deuteronomy. In the book of Corinthians, and again, more of the amendments to our binding. He is the tie that binds two that become a union and marriage in one. That's why your property become one, all becomes one, correct? And if you break that contract, you know what I'm saying? You are going to, by either the old Deuteronomy, by adultery, right? By adultery, the physical act of adultery, right? Your wife or husband cheats, there's the physical act. Okay. This is all covered in Deuteronomy. Okay. You would have to go back to the town square where or a public place, and you would have to give her a bill of divorce, and you'd have to release her so she could be legally remarried. There's all this talk, can I be remarried? Go back and read what it says in the word. you also would have to declare and have 2 witnesses to release her from that contract, or that bride contract that you had entered into between the bride and the bridegroom. Remember, I told you it was a bill of marriage. So you had to give her what was called a bill of divorce. Just as you entered into the contract, you needed to release her. So not only could she be given the chance to remarry legally into a new contract, again, nailed, top, bottom, and to it, that the division of that property had to give her half of what you owned. And this is what Christ came back and was bitching about. Okay, I apologize. I don't mean to use those 2 terms, but he was ripping some, what, saying you frowarded and you have perverted. That's the Hebrew word, froward, or to pervert. You've twisted it and you've taken it and you've created this oral law, as Moses was given the law on the mount, and it was written and pounded out, not this modern day Bible, but on tables of stone. You've taken that law in Deuteronomy and you've made this oral law and this written law, and you perverted it, and now if you covet, if you even think of another man's wife, that is adultery, and you perverted it. Basically, in simple terms, you've twisted this contract of the physical thing, and now she's out here selling herself, literally whoring herself to feed herself, on the streets. You've broken and perverted my law. You've twisted it and you've created this perverted halakha and this haggadah, right? Anyways, out of here. This is the contract again that there's a 613. I'm covering one of them. You interrupted and you're being foolish. Don't interrupt or you'll be taken out of here. This is the one that he was talking about in the book of Deuteronomy. Okay. But anyways, please don't interrupt with stupidity or ignorance, guys. There's 600 Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. These are 613 statutes command. I'm just going over one. So I'm talking about one part, what part Christ was talking about. So if you want to interrupt, see ya. Okay, so he's saying you're perverting the law that I have in my statutes and commandments. You've created another your own, right? There were 613 statutes, commandments in these first 5 books that cover the laws. He was talking about the specific, I was saying in Deuteronomy, in this specific event that I was talking about, the perversion of the twisting, and this halakha and this haggadah had changed the law from a physical, right? Now he said, if you covet another man's wife, okay, you've committed adultery, okay? And took it from the physical aspect and put it into an actual, if you even think about it, and this woman over here is not had this property divided when you were supposed to give her half of what you own. She's whoring herself here over on the streets. You've not divided this property because you've made a perversion of this law. You have not gone and released her from that bill of marriage, given her a bill of divorce, and she cannot be legally remarried. So you have taken what this law that I have and you perverted it. And now again, he said, if you even think about it. So I want you to understand that he made changes when he was here to this testament we are under now, which made it an actual physical act. But see, the problem that Christ was having is they were not given the division of property, that this twisting of this law, she burns the mutton and don't bring in the chicken eggs and you throw her out onto the streets. That's not literal, brothers, but there was a perversion that had been made in this halakha, this oral law, and the haggadah was the written law. He was talking about the halakha. Okay, that's what Christ was talking about. In his original law, he's saying you perverted my law. And imagine being a Pharisee at the time. Christ was 30 years old. They were older. Imagine some young guy saying he's God, and that had to be quite. If you could put yourself in a minute for the Pharisees or the Sadducees' shoes of this, who Christ was, but they obviously didn't recognize that he was the Hamashiach. He was the Christ. He was the anointed. He said, before Abraham was, I am. So he made it very clear that he was the God of wrath, sent in the flesh, the only begotten Son of the Lamb, Shiloh, as declared in the heavens, he was the great I am in the flesh. And that's why he called out to his father and the contract. I hope you understand, and this is relating to you, something sticking in your head when I said the contract between a bride and a bridegroom was bound by the father, nailed hands, nailed feet, two thieves, witnesses, right? This was the contract that Christ made as he divorced his bride, Israel, and said that there would be a wedding, or he would call out and they would make a new bride and he would call out their name at the wedding feast of the lambs. So we are under this New Testament, this contract, this bill of marriage, because if he's going to come back and pick up his bridegroom, he said he would tarry. These are the same traditions of back in the same day. Same traditions. You understand? A bride, he would tarry, he would come back and pick up his bride, correct? Same thing. He said he would leave. He would go to where his father's place is at. Remember, the place of many, and he would prepare a place and he would come back and he would pick up what he bought and he would call our name out. So I hope you understand what it is that Christ did as he nailed himself. He was the contract. Hallelujah. He was the living testament. That literal, what was on paper is now written on tape, was written on tables of stone. He, the flesh, nailed himself top and bottom and had those two thieves witnesses. That's why he called out and said, you will be in heaven, because it was already destined, predestined. He already knew who he chose from the foundation of the world. That's why he called out to his father, right? He already knew. So this is beautiful, brothers and sisters. If you understand what Christ did and you understand the contract that we are under, we need to be submissive. We need to be submissive to him. He is the law, and he gives us the agape. He gives us our 2 John and 6. He tells us what it is to be patient. Love is patient, right? Love is kind. It does not boast, right? How we're supposed to be caring, lay hands on the sick and help them, and not literally heal them, but be with them and be with the widowed and the downtrodden. And don't, we are all his people. We come from all flesh, brothers and sisters. We come from all flesh this time. This isn't just one special high house. That is the old. He made it very clear. I hope you understand what he did that day. He said he came back to save all flesh, brothers and sisters. His bride will come from all flesh this time. It's not just the Jews. It's not just that house of Aaron begotten the Levites. You were a Gentile. You were not his bride. You were not saved you were under those 613 laws, statutes, commandments. And if you didn't walk and follow in them, you were going to hell. It didn't matter if you were a Gentile. Those laws didn't even apply to you. But that is not the law. He fulfilled the law. Hallelujah. And he came back to save all flesh, brothers and sisters. One white, one black, one brown, one red, one yellow. There is 12 eggs, correct, in 1 dozen, a whole, 1 dozen, 12 to a whole. He came back to save all flesh, brothers and sisters, but not everybody. Absolutely not. He only came to save just a little bit from everybody this time. Hallelujah. And that's where he chose his bride. We don't choose this. When we understand these commandments, 2 John and 6, when we walk and follow in his commandments, that is what love is. If you love God, and he said, if to walk and follow in his commandments is to love him. That's why he said to Peter, I'm not asking you if you phileo me, Peter, if you have an affection for the things of this world. Do you love me? Are you walking in my commandments? Are you following what it is? Or, to be a disciple, he tells us, who shall ever be my disciple, you have to understand what it is his commandments are, learn them, and then walk in those to be a disciple, correct? He tells us that through his apostle Luke. He also tells us in that same apostle, fear not, oligos. He's talking about that little teeny tiny, little bit of everybody, right? Fear not, little bit of everybody. Oligos means a puny number. His flock is small. It's a little flock. It's not a big flock. God doesn't love everybody. God only loves his bride. God only loves his bride. Okay? So, love the story of Jezebel. She sure got it. Yeah. Well, that's about what you're about ready to get. Is the story of Jezebel, Flora, because we're going there. Okay, just give me a minute. Okay, we're getting to the Jezebel. Okay, sons of God came into the women and men. You're gonna get it. You've been here before. You're gonna get it. Hang in there. We didn't catch everybody. All of them, everybody bounced because they got the attention span of a TikTok or a swipe or a fly these days. So hang in there. This is a life lesson. This is a historical lesson. It's a biblical lesson. It's a contract. It's a lesson of an Old and a New Testament, the one that he fulfilled and the new that we are under. He was the testor of this will. In order for that will to be valid, somebody's got to die. And he knew he would be the one. He'd be the unblemished. When they came to break his legs after he was crucified, to take him so he couldn't raise up on his nailed hands and feet, after his beard had been plucked out of his face and crown of thorns shoved into his skull and stuck and bled out, blood turned to water, veiled his, right? They came to him before that. They came to kill him, because they kill a man, to crucify a man. When they would kill you, they break your legs. And the promise they fulfilled, hallelujah, that he'd be the unblemished sacrificial lamb, hallelujah, fulfilling his word, fulfilling his contract, fulfilling the testament, making it a testament of his will, making it valid, legal and binding, the contract between the bride and the bridegroom. It is finished, he said. That's right, hallelujah. He fulfilled the law, already fulfilled it. Then he fulfilled his own word by, he said he would be unblemished, not a single bone in his broken body in his broken. Hallelujah. The Father had already taken him. He had already passed. Yeah. It was done. It was a contract. I hope you understand what it is that Christ did that day for his bride. He gave up his own flesh for the sins, for your sins, so that you would stop doing that, and that he would repent you. He would make you come to him. He would make you love him. He would make you do it. You wouldn't do it on your own. Nobody could save you. He already bought you from the foundation of the world. You couldn't be saved by no man. You wouldn't fall under this grand illusion. He made it so that no matter what you would do, you would deny yourself every day. You would walk and follow in his commandments. You would take up your cross. You would take up your cross. He never said you would put it down. You could put it, never once in his book did he ever say you could put it in. Once he gave you that cross, once he told you to pick it up, he never once gave you instructions to set it down. You'd walk until the day you die. You would do it every single day until you would be repented, until you were so thin of an outer man that you wouldn't want to do the things of this world. You just want to do the righteous things of God because he was your commander, and you would not want to. You'd be in this world, but you'd be not of it. That's what he would do to you. He would call out to your heart. He would call out to you to do this. No man could do this. No man could save you. You couldn't accept him. No such thing as accepting Christ. He would show you can't accept me. I said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. They just love their self. They're such he calls us to him. So this is his bride, brothers and sisters. He chooses his bride from all flesh. This testament that he made, that bride price that he paid in the flesh, is for his bride. Those are the ones he loves because they love him. He don't love anybody who doesn't love him. He sends them to hell. If they didn't walk and follow in his 613 statutes and commandments, he didn't love you then either, did he? Because you didn't agape him. You didn't walk 2 John and 6 in the 613 statutes, commandments. And heck, if you weren't from the house of Aaron or the Levite, you were already going to hell. You weren't even allowed in his temple. No, I don't worship a pagan other Jesus. Mormons worship the other pagan Jesus. And there's no such thing as modern day prophecy. So I rebuke Mormons. They're an apostasy to God. And they bring in all that tree worship. And they were founded by the Masons anyway. So he is the Petra, the rock. I'm not listening to these Masons with their cornerstone nonsense. So I ripped some of those Mormons' butts the other day. They came up to my son's house. They came up the night before, and I said, hey, Christ warned us about people like you. He said there would be many coming, right? There would be many who would come in my name, saying they're Jesus, saying they are Christ Jesus, right? And they will be deceived. That is the Jesus that you go after. You guys believe in modern day prophecy. He nailed that to the stake when that was crucified. A prophet could speak in any language. He could speak in one language and anybody can understand it in their language. You know one person that could do that today? Nope. Nailed to the stake. Prophets could put hands on people and heal them, heal the sick, the blind. You know, you could put their hands on somebody and heal them. No, we would need hospitals if we had people who could faith healing nonsense. Nailed to the stake. They could do that back in the day. Christ told his apostles to go out and lay hands on the sick, heal the blind. That's nailed to the stake. Blasphemy. Mormons are blasphemous. And they bring in Tree and Grove and Owl, and they worship the other Jesus. That's what I said. You better listen up. I said, remember the Apostle Paul said, many will come in my name, right? No, that was him, right? Himself. His Apostle Paul, he said, because he always sends two witnesses. They will come preaching another gospel, and that's what you preach in your Mormon churches, and another Jesus, and a rebuke your Jesus. You worship the Christmas Jesus. You believe in the Mass A Jesus, the eating of the flesh Jesus. I rebuke your church. Don't you ever think that I'm going to allow you to come around a man like myself and you go around saying, telling this, all this vanity and vain worthlessness to other people. You were warned. We were warned about people just like you. That was the other day. I got to do it at Gene's house. So the Mormons won't come back by my son's house because I warned them. I asked the guy, I'm like, look, dude, do you have any idea? I said, he will warn, because even before I told him about the Apostle Paul, I said, you know, there's two Jesuses in the Bible. You know, there's two Jesus. Huh? There's two Jesuses. You're going around, you're supposed to be teaching people. You're on your mission. You're supposed to be teaching, bringing it, and you don't know about two Jesus. Well, the Apostle Paul warned us about, oh yeah, the other Jesus. That's the one that you worship. This modern day prophecy. So anyways, silly pagan Mormons, there's no such thing as modern day prophecy. No such thing as being saved. God doesn't love everybody. He's sending most people to hell. His bride, his flock is teeny tiny, small. It's a puny number. God don't love everybody. Again, he so loved Jacob, who he gave the inheritance and called like the inheritance he holds. He's the one, the scepter sign Shiloh, the one who holds the inheritance to the kingdom, right? He gave the inheritance to it and called Israel. And he hated Esau before we were born or done anything on this earth. So I don't want to hear God loves everybody. God only loves his bride. Back to the lesson. Okay, so love is agape. When it tells us that let's go back to the lesson to unveil these lies that we've been told. Speaking of unclean, aletheia, unclean truths. When the sons of God came into the women of men is where we're going to get into the lesson about being subservient to a man and the teaching of Jezebel there, Flora. So back to the lesson. A son of God, according to our Father who art in heaven, in his word, right? He said that your brother and your sister, not your mom, our Father who art in heaven, and your mother who is not your mom. Your mother is your brothers and your sister that do the will of the Father. So you can't be a son of God. You cannot be a son of God if you are not doing the will of the Father. Write this down. No, Vicky, that was nailed to the tree. Nope. No such thing as modern day healing. Nope. Nobody can put hands on people. Why would we need hospitals, Vicky? If people could handle it, hey, you're healed. You're healed. No, that's not a thing. You need to go over and study a little bit more with Brother Jim. He would have already helped clear that up for you. You need to please get back over to Brother Jim's teaching and just look up faith healing, and he'll give you all these lessons. They're all there. I would not speak anything out of a teaching that Brother Jim hasn't taught me, that I haven't already studied for decades myself. No, it's not a problem at all. Ask this. Iron sharpens iron. Listen, I'm sure Brother Ross and Brothers Dispersing Weight will put some more information in here for you as I go here. So, but sons of God, There were a lot of things that were nailed to the stake that day, to the tree that day, brothers and sisters. You know, it's a miracle that God cares for us. So you're saying ultimately that we truly follow the love of God. To this reason, we women must bow down to our husbands because we will all be God's wives. Nope, that's not what I said, Mommy. Not at all. So hang in there. Appreciate you staying here, Mommy. You're going to get the whole lesson, Mommy, on what I'm talking about, okay? We're going to unveil. It's a little bit of a long lesson. That's why I should get a piece of paper and write it down. It is a lesson, but you'll get, if you'll be able to go back and you can look back at it again, I'll give you the whole lesson. But you should totally not have any questions on what I'm saying. I think this will be very edifying for you, Mommy, on what it's talking about, okay? When the sons of God, okay, awesome, bless you, Mommy. Thank you so much for being patient with me, okay? When the sons of God came into the women of men, this is the story of Jezebel, okay? This is where the story, historical record, okay, of Jezebel came in, and Ahab, okay? So this is biblical and historical record. This is going to do some unveiling of apocalypse of the lie. There's a reason why I keep going back to this sons of God, okay, because it's part of the lesson. In order to be a son of God, I keep repeating myself, but if you have to keep writing it down and beat it into your head, I want you to understand that in order to be a son of God, that's my sister. My sister is a son of God. You are a son of God. Do you understand? Sisters in Christ, my mother, right? And my sister and my brother are those that do the will of the Father. Okay, so sons of God are my sisters in Christ. Okay, a Jezebel, you're gonna learn what a Jezebel is here. Okay, so when the son of Ahab was a son of God. He was a man of God, and he followed the 613 statutes and commandments. Ahab was a man of God, and he followed that Torah. That Torah was the time, that was the law. We didn't have the New Testament before Christ came back. Remember, there was the 613 statutes and commandments, right? Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Okay? Simple. The Jewish law, this is what Ahab followed. And he was a man of God. He was the head of the household. Okay? And when he married Jezebel, okay, Ahab married Jezebel. Now, Jezebel did not follow the 613 law, statutes, commandments. She was a pagan, a heathen. She went after other little g gods, deities, such as Baal, right? All that Baal worship. Remember, Elijah went after all the Baal, all the prophets, all the different, right? And destroyed, remember? All that Baal, all the traditions of men. She worshipped the sacrament, or the feast of the Yule, the celebration of the Yule wheel, the Saturnalia, right? That was the leading up to the birth of the sun, the fire god, because they worship fire and tree, or Moloch or grove. Fire and grove worship, or tree, modern day Christmas, of the Polyon. Remember the Polyon god, the bringer of the disease and the cure, the one with the wolf, right? The dog worship, that's Lupercalia. And then the lunar, right? The lunar moon goddess, the sex goddess, right? So that lunar goddess and sex goddess and all this is what Jezebel worshipped. And that's not, and they believed there were gods in the heavens, and that there were other, like there was a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around the pole star. This is what traditions of men. When the sons of God came into the traditions of men, women of men is the same thing. Stop thinking that some big old huge giant came and, slammed some little tiny woman. They get that out of your head. That is too much television. Ahab was not a giant. A son of God is one who does the will of the Father. So because of television and Star Trek and Star Wars and Captain Kirk and Nanu Nanu Shazbot and the egg and the space farce and all this television, look at this nonsense of this person here spewing this idiocracy. So when the sons of God, Ahab was a man of God. He married Jezebel. She was a pagan, and she worshiped the traditions of men. So what the sons of God were sons of gods were people who would follow either a man or a woman. I've already explained to you, you did not need to be, it's when it says a son of God, it's not this giant, that thing everybody's pictured in their head, or some alien. So let's go back to the definition. A son of God is doing the will of the Father. Ahab was doing the will of the Father. They in this world have perverted and twisted you with television, okay, to tell you that a giant, which were the Anunnaki or the land of Anak, giants were real. Giants were a real thing. David slayed a Philistine. They were the champions. They were the giants. So that is a thing. Now keep that separate. Write that down separately. Let's not confuse that giants, when it says the sons of God, okay, these sons of God, okay, came into the women of men. The sons of God came into the women of men were the traditions of men. The traditions of men. Christmas. It's like getting it on with Christmas, right? They got it on. No, that's not what it means. So stop thinking is a son of God a fallen angel? Oh, is a son of God a fallen angel? Is a fallen angel doing the will of the Father? We're going to debunk this, and we're going to move on with the rest of this lesson. Is a son of God doing the will of the Father? Yes or no? Yes. Is a fallen angel doing the will of the Father? They've been cast from the heavens to the earth, Barack Obama, like lightning, correct? They were cast from the heavens for not doing the will of the Father, correct? So a fallen angel is not doing the will of the Father, and they were cast from the heavens, so they're not a son of God. So all these people that think that fallen angels came into the women of men, this is too much TV, too much Star Trek, too much television, because Ahab was a man of God. He was a son of God. He was a son of God. So do we agree that a fallen angel is not a son of God, and there's no way that a fallen angel came into the women of men and created bullies? What is the word bully? The Thelium. Bully. It didn't have to do with size. You're confusing that. That's over there. That's the Anunnaki. Anak. So a fallen angel fell from the heavens out of grace to earth, Barack Obama like lightning. A son of God is not doing the will of Father. Yes, they are. A fallen angel is not. So there's no way in hell that a fallen angel has anything to do with the Son of God. So get that stupidity out of your mouth. That is stupid. That's television. That's Nanu Nanu, Shazbot, Mork for Mork, Captain Picard, Space Farce, Operation Warp Speed. You've been fooled. Aliens. A son of God is doing the will of the Father. If anybody calls me an alien again, I'm going to go back to the Old Testament. I'm going to sin, and I'm going to beat the snot out of you. Do not call me an alien. An alien is not doing the will of the Father. Or is an alien doing the will of the Father? Is an alien doing the will of the Father? is an alien doing the will of the Father. So what in the hell are you calling a son of God an alien for? You see how idiocracy the world is right now? You see how much a bunch of idiots the world are right now? It's television, guys, that does this to people. So the sons of God came into the traditions of men. The women of men were Jezebel. Ahab married truth because he was a man of a lie, right? He was a man of God. He was a man of God, right? He followed the 613 statutes, commandments, right? He broke that commandment when he married Jezebel. He broke that commandment when he married Jezebel. He was a man of God, and he married Jezebel, and she was not a woman of God. He married truth to a lie. That's what the sons of God coming into the women of men are. Still keeping notes there, mommy? When the sons of God came into the women of men, that is because she celebrated Christmas under another name, Valentine's under another name, Samhain, Halloween under another name. So, this is what, when the sons of God came into women of men and created men of renown, the Nephilim, that is the word bully. Do not confuse that with giant. The land of Anak. The land of Anak, where there were giants. Remember, they were told to go into the land of Anak, the wilderness, and scout out and kill all the giants. Okay? So Jezebel was a pagan. Do you understand? When the sons of God came into the women of men, it's because Ahab married Jezebel. Now, mommy, listen up. When Ahab would go off to war, which often at times back then there were wars, or would go to work for long periods of time, generally, long enough for the man to be absent as head of household. Listen, ladies, this is for my ladies. All you men can pound sand and stand to the side for a minute. I'm talking to these ladies right now. Ladies, he put a massive amount of responsibility on you. Because remember, when the sons of God came into women of men, Ahab married Jezebel, and God hated that, and he split the kingdom. He split the kingdom. He took those seeds because Jezebel brought all that pagan worship into those northern tribes. It spread like wildfire throughout the northern 10 tribes. That left 2 tribes that had been perverted by the idolatry and the little g god, deity gods, this worship of pagan gods, fire and grove and tree and owl and all this worship. That's what Jezebel. So ladies, the reason why he's asking you, ladies, to be subservient to the head of household was because Ahab was supposed to teach you and not let you teach these children that pagan, you would be a Jezebel. So technically at that time, ladies, he became a Jezebel because he wasn't following God's law. That's why God split the kingdom. And he divorced and gave the northern 10 tribes, gave their power and authority to the beast, the northern 10 tribes, horns, the 10 horns of the scripture. Those are the 10 tribes, the northern of the 12 tribes of Israel. And that left the tribe of Jeremiah and Judah, the 2 southern tribes. That's why truth was married to a lie. Ahab was a man of God. He married Jezebel. And when Ahab would go off to war or work, you ladies would teach the children that Jezebel, and when he come back, they wouldn't be able to speak the Agape or the 600, that they would speak that other pagan gods and all this other, and that's why God split the kingdom. This isn't aliens. This isn't fallen angels. That is a blasphemy, and God is going to smack the snot with judgment of anybody who's fallen under that delusion. And don't you dare call me an alien. If I'm a son of God, that means I'm doing the will of the Father. How the hell are you getting the word alien from a son of God? You don't even know the word of God. You are perverted and forwarded and twisted with too much tell-lie vision. You have had lies told your vision, spinning ball camp and aliens with big eyeball. You saw that on television. That was not a thing until that was brought into your eyes, and you have fallen under this delusion you won't even define. A fallen angel is not doing the will of the Father. So a fallen angel couldn't have come into the women of men and created bullies. Let's get to the word Nephilim. That word means bully and not giant. So they didn't create some big old giants. That don't even mean the same definition either. And I'm telling you, the whole world believes this. It's sickening and disgusting that they will not even define any of these words. And just the definition will debunk all of it. A son of God is doing the will of the Father. Your brothers and your sister and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. A fallen angel is not doing the will of the Father, therefore he was cast from the heavens out of grace and not doing the will of the Father. Therefore, a fallen angel cannot be a son of God. Well, darn it, I thought they were fallen angels. No, they're not. You're an idiot. You watch too much television. Oh, I thought it was an alien. And is an alien a son of God? The hell is wrong with you? Why do you believe whatever anybody tells you? Will you define anything that comes out of your mouth, or are you just a speaking parrot? Like an android, you've been programmed. No, aliens don't exist. That's not a thing. That's what they're trying to get you to believe in space. So the sons of God coming into women of men is when Ahab married Jezebel. She was a Jezebel. She taught the children those, not the 613 laws, statutes, commandments. So I know Levette's been here for this teaching before. Mommy, are you understanding what I say when he says to be subservient? Mommy, be subservient to the head of household. He's going to tell you the truth. It's not that you can't learn it too, Mommy, yourself, but back in that day, he went to work and war, and when he was absent, he wanted you to teach these. God wanted you, not he. God wanted you to teach these children the truth, not the lie. So men are Jezebels. Yes, they are. I know more men Jezebel than I do men that are not Jezebels. You understand? So truth married to a lie is when the sons of God came into the women of men. That's what that is. Not aliens and spaceships, not giants. No, the word Nephilim means bully, like Clinton. There's a bully. Do you understand, though? So that, Mommy, is why you need to be subservient. Can I give you a little example of what maybe a modern-day son of God looks like and how you have to be subservient if you were my wife? And that's why I don't think I'll ever find a wife in this lifetime unless God equally yokes me a woman in this world who understands this. All right, Mommy, you're my wife. Listen, we're not going to that party. You understand? Mommy, I don't want to hear it. This is what the word, look, we're going to get out the word, Mommy. We're going to get out the word, and this is what God's word says, Mommy. It says it'd be better to celebrate our death. And look at the whole world, Mommy. I'm going to call you honey. I'm not trying to overstep my, hey, listen, honey, look, it says in his word, we're supposed to celebrate death, and we mourn it. And we're not supposed to celebrate birth. Look at the most blasphemous thing we can do, honey. I know that. Listen, please, honey, just stop for a minute. You've got to understand. I know it's going to piss off your family, and they're going to hate you, and they're going to say that I'm crazy. But, honey, this is what what the book says, sweetheart. And I know it's just the kids, and it says right here, honey, there's a reason why I have this tattoo that says you'd be better to have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea, sweetheart, than to hurt one hair on his children's head. These are innocent children. We're teaching the most blasphemous thing we could do, honey, is celebrate our own birth. To celebrate ourself. That could be the most Satanist thing we could ever do. Honey, I know this sounds crazy, but this is what the word says. It says to celebrate death. And the whole world mourns. They got it backwards, honey. It's like an inverted, let's not pretend. Remember, he says, be in the world, but be not of it, sweetheart. I know your family's going to hate you, sweetie, but listen, we got to do this for God. This is what God wants for us. If not, get out. You're a Jezebel. I already gave you too many chances. Twice. Get out of my house, lady. No, I'm just kidding. Look, honey, this is for the children. Right? He said to be able to have a millstone, don't cause one of them to stumble. We got to stop this, honey. We're not going to the Christmas party. No, I don't care, honey. I will file for divorce. If you think that I'm going to go celebrate this pagan tradition, my dad died celebrating Christmas. It killed him. Honey, listen to me. Christmas killed my dad. It killed my father. He died. He played Nimrod in school. I was the cool kid because my dad was Santa Claus, Nimrod. And now he's dead because of it. Maybe if you'd have just read that book of Jeremiah, honey. He's not even here with me today because he didn't even read the word. He didn't even read it to me. So I can't. I'm going to have to file for divorce. You insist on taking these kids. I will file for divorce and I will try to get custody of these kids from you because I do not want my kids around these pagan traditions. So either we sit down and read with me and we relearn this and we don't take these kids to this Christmas party, birthday party, Easter party, because we're not going to do it. And if you don't like it, then leave. I will file for a divorce. We'll take it. We'll do this and you're out of here. You're a Jezebel. And I rebuke that unclean spirit, that unclean truth in you. You either be subservient to me when it says, this is what the word says, or get out. Man of God. Think I'm never going to find a woman in this world? No. So, hallelujah. That's a man of God. That would be an Ahab in today's world, me being an Ahab and telling my wife, I'm not going to marry this truth to a lie. You understand? Is that a modern day version of the sons of God came into the women of men? Because I don't want you teaching these kids, our kids, this Jezebel spirit, right? Makes sense? So, mommy, you ready to be my husband? You ready to equally yoke with me? Be my wife? No, there ain't gonna be nobody equally yoke with me. I don't think people understand, unless it's him doing it. So, yeah, it'll be God's willing, mommy, that will. So that's what I'm hoping for. But do you understand what it means when the sons of God came into the women of men? That's what Ahab was. And he was a son, but then he perverted it and allowed this tradition to go on. And look at what's happened to this, guys. Now people believe in aliens, fallen angels, big, huge, mythical. Nephilim were the bullies. There were giants, but that's not what the word, like I said, how about Dr. Fauci? He's a little squirmy, but the word doesn't have anything to do with size. It's all been perverted. It's all been perverted. So, yeah, he will, Kirby. He will. I know. I put it in his shoe. It's not. It's okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On a tough road to travel. I don't think any woman would want to hitch with this guy, honestly, guys. This ride that I ride is tough. It's tough. You get a lot of bucking, a lot of saddle, a lot of I'm always up to something, guys. I'm always, yeah. Anyways, bless you guys. I hope that lesson, that's why I wanted people to shut up for a minute, guys. And you know what I'm saying? And to just let me teach, because it was a long lesson. And if you hung in for it, I do appreciate it. I hope you took some notes and you're able to kind of decipher through a little bit of a long lesson. What do we got here? Okay, and Jesus said, if you love me, keep my commandments. We can't do it perfect. We are sinners saved by grace. We obey God's grace. Jesus' word. The cross. Cool. Great lesson today. Excellent. Carl. Thank you for listening. I know it's a little bit of a long lesson sometimes, but it unveils this whole ignorance behind what they're about ready to do, guys, too. You know what I mean? Enoch's a good book, Alex. Just I really stick to the gospel. There's more than one Enoch too. Please be careful. There's two Enochs, not just one. Okay, does that, all right, bless you, mommy. Thank you so much I hope that, it's a little bit edifying. So it's tough to think now they got everybody believing in aliens, right? This led up to this time, guys. Thanks for coming in again, SK. That led up to this time. They're about ready to play a bunch of trickery over our eyes. Remember Mr. Warp Speed. He's not calling this, Captain Picard and Elon with this rockets. They're not doing this for no reason. This has always been set up for this time, guys. Everything they have set up. Think these people think more generationally, right? Their families, they do generational wealth, gold and silver. They know what, they know what real wealth is, right? They held it generationally, and they think generationally too, guys. So much more long-term than the average person today. So these things have been planned for quite some time, and I believe that there'll be a climax event, and I believe that it'll come soon. I don't think they have a ton of time. I've been telling you about the 10-24-24 celestial alignment, and they are running out of time. They only got so many times, so many days, tick-tocking away here until, that sky rolls back like a scroll. They better get whatever checks or whatever they have in place to try to pull whatever kind of super space, super outer space, flying ships in space. Ships in space? Why spaceship? Why isn't it a space plane? We fly over a plane net and we fly ships in space. What's going on here? So see, it's always been trickery, visual, verbal, and soon digital voodoo in the skies over your eyes. That's going to tell you lies. Holographic lies. Holographic digital lies. What was that? What was your question? Did the Israelites travel among the people of the world, spreading their generic makeup, or have received authoritative teaching? Did the Israelites travel amongst the people of the world? No, the Israelites are only staying. The Bible is only talking about the Mediterranean Sea and all the nations around the Mediterranean Sea. It's not talking about anywhere else, and it's only talking about those 12 families. And they weren't under the gospel back then, remember? They weren't under the gospel. There were only the 613 laws, statutes, commandments, right? At that point, until the time of Christ, where he came preaching the gospel, right? So, and they were Israelites, right? Obviously, but because the word of God, the Old Testament is only talking about those 12 houses, those 12 tribes, and all the, that sprung up from those 12 tribes that came around the Mediterranean Sea. It's not talking about, all the nations around the Mediterranean Sea. There were nations around that sea that all came to Israel. So, good question, but they're all like, write everything down, control the future. Either you become a naval, or these are in between. Yeah. We got the right side of history, the left side of history, and then you got reality. But anyways, they already practiced in Miami. Explains that glitching. Sorry, my time's slow. Please. No worries, mommy. So yeah, I think we've seen it multiple times. You know what I'm saying? I think we've seen it multiple times. I don't think this is the first time either, Mom. I think there's probably multiple incidences where we can say, hey, I think this tech's been used here and here and here, and they've been using this tech quite a bit, we've seen. We're here. Oh, you got thought police coming to your house, huh? We're here to check your thinking. We're going to make sure we're going to come over here and make you concentrate and re-educate, get in this camp, right? Careful, SK. You know what I'm saying? When they're trying to, the thought police, that's what we got here in America too. Seriously, we got thought police here in America. check this out. I'm walking down the street. I'm open carrying, right? Because it's my First Amendment right to open carry, right? You know, or Second Amendment, excuse me, my Second Amendment right to open carry. And my neighbor decides to, you know, call, or some Karen or some Ken or something sees me walking down. Oh my God. Next thing I got the men in black, the thin blue line showing up wherever I'm at, telling me they're trying to accost me, stop me when I haven't broken any law. You know, if I'm in a state like Oregon, I can open carry, I can carry, you know, doesn't matter, you know, what part of shall not be infringed, do you not understand? I don't care if it's a Alfa Romeo, you know, the one that they like to be more worried about never mind, I don't want to go there. Yeah, 6'2", then a 5'6". But anyways, we'll take a little bit off the front side of that. But anyways, now I got these men in black trying to accost my weapon off of me, right? My Second Amendment item. Whoops. And telling me that these people called and they're scared and I can't, you know, when these police on the line should be educating these people. That's his Second Amendment right. That's his Second Amendment right. That's his Second Amendment right. You need to, how the heck do you have my name? Look at this, guys. Somebody has my name in this chat. That's pretty wild. Tell me that's not CIA. They came in as my ex-girlfriend the other day, which is pretty funny. But anyways, remember your Second Amendment right allows you to open carry, and they cannot infringe your right to open carry. You've not broken any law, and but this Karen or Ken or whoever has complained. So now you got these people say, well, they said they're scared. So they're really like, they're saying, well, these people are scared. So they're enforcing like thought police. You know, thought police, right? So they're enforcing that somebody is scared in their head, in their own mind. There's somebody that's not, it doesn't break a law. You know what I'm saying? There's no law that's been broken, but yet now they're trying to take your Second Amendment item off you, accost you, to take that and arrest that. You know what I'm saying? And that's illegal because they're doing it off of somebody who was scared when they should really be telling the person on the other line, hey, this is their Second Amendment right. Stop calling us and harassing us, or not harassing us, calling this is their right. But instead they're going to come out and say, hey, this person's scared, so we need to stop you. You haven't broken any laws. You haven't broken any laws. Yeah, see, look at that. Yeah, we know who that is. Hey, Tracy, you ain't no me. You can't clone me. Watch. Give out my birth date. This I'll show you that it's them. What's my birth date there, Tracy Werner? When were you born, Tracy John Werner? I love it. You can't clone me, guys. They can never clone me. So I wouldn't wear. I got purple right there. You ain't got no tattoos on your hand, though, do you? No, you don't. Oh, look at that. Oh, just let them get a shot of that. Nope, they're going to reclone me. So. Isn't that awesome when you have people come in with your own name? You might be over the target when you get the Department of Defense or the CIA or the Federal Bureau of Idiot, Imbecile, Numbskulls, or whatever, any of those alphabet soup agencies come in and try to be you. So I think it's funny. Purple's not my color, you idiot. See, you're already way off. Purple's not my color. So we already know it's not me. I already told you they'd try to clone me, guys. Remember the NDAA Act, but they can't do that. You can't clone this guy. There are not too many people around me, but they could try to put up another me. But isn't that pretty funny? When you get people coming in under your own name and he knows my middle name, or is it a she on the other end of that? So, anyways, they have my information. Isn't that funny though? We'll have to remember this one for the records when somebody came in being who I was on the chat. That's pretty awesome. I think we must have hit 15,000 guys. I figured once we hit 15,000 on this channel, we were going to get a little bit of a resistance. So Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Mommy. I always, these people have been watching me forever, guys. I'm not afraid of no alphabet soup agency or anybody says they're me. So I'm not afraid of myself. That's pretty funny. So yeah, they don't, obviously, when you can get somebody to make up a profile of you and know your own name, you must be doing something right, huh? They're trying to come in and get to you. So anyways, I hope that lesson was edifying, guys. I hope again that you took something from that. You don't believe in none of this space farce. They don't like me because I exposed Donald Trump as a sham and say that I'll take his place as 47 and I'll arrest him and put him in jail. You know what I'm saying? And I'll lock him up. So that's why they send people in my chat called Tracy Werner, because nobody else is exposing that he's a pedo like Joe, and he's creepier than Joe because he's covering for Joe, and they don't like that. There's no other channel that I've seen on the internet right now exposing Donald Trump like this channel has. There isn't. I am a one-off channel in many ways because the Father leads me to do this. So, but anyways, yep, that's a good one to see when your own name pops up on the screen. That's kind of funny. But you picked the wrong color, so I know it's not me. I would never pick purple as my profile color. So it's not that purple's not the thing. It's just not my color. Don't you see what I wear? But obviously, no worries. They're not showing their face anymore. Man, I should have screen captured that. Darn it. Did anybody get a screen capture of that? Oh, I'm going to go back. Hold on. I can go back and get a screen capture. Nobody. I hope you didn't erase Tracy Werner, did you? Did you guys erase me? Well, let me see. Am I still on here? I got to have this one for the books. Oh, he's going to erase it now. He's going to beat me to it. Come on, don't erase it. Where'd it go? Oh, it's gone. Oh, no. What a bummer. I should have screen captured that. What a weak sauce. Silly alphabet agency. You silly rabbits. Tricks are for kids. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it went. Oh, what a bummer. Cool to have my own screen capture name on there. All right, got to get caught back up here, guys. Hold on, speeding back up here to the... Wow, I'm way back there. I'm way back there. Going back. I'm on the way back machine. I'm on the back. Apologize. I think I need more burritos. Oh, tacos tonight, baby. Who's coming for tacos tonight? Is it Taco Wednesday? Who's going to join me for tacos in a fire around the fire pit? Is the CIA going to beat you here? Is the FBI, the NSA speaking about whack-a-mole? Oh, no. So, anyways, darn it. Man, I wish I could have got that screenshot. That'd have been too funny to have a screenshot of my own name. But anyways, never showed Tracy John Werner, never showed his face again. Darn it. You can't clone me. You'd have to redo all these tattoos, and you're not going to get the tattoos right. You're not going to get me right. You can never get this, what comes out of this mouth. Oh, you might be able to duplicate this, but you ain't duplicating this. You ain't duplicating this. So... I love it. That's pretty funny. How come he never showed his face again? Maybe it was Tracy John, the girl. Not me. Remember, I don't go on dates with men. I don't follow ordinances, mandates, or codes. So I'm not going to get to, let me see your belly button, Tracy. Let me see your belly button. Show your belly button if you're not a clone. He did. He said he was born in 1973. Yeah, to be Spacey, to be Tracy. There we go. Yeah, see, did they say it? Where was it at? I didn't see him. Where do they go? Imagine trying to clone me, guys. Oh, cool. Hey, I don't know if you could send that to me, Mommy. I'd appreciate that. He got banned. That's okay. Guys, I'm going to get up for a minute. Let's get up and go outside. Let's get up. Hold on a second. I'm getting a little sitting down there. Let's go outside. It's a beautiful day out there. Just an absolutely gorgeous day. I just enjoy hanging out with you guys. So. Yeah, I don't know. Could I go back and screen capture it if you block him? Can you unblock him for a minute, Ross? I'll go back and screen capture it so Mommy doesn't have to. Yeah, whatever. You don't know anything about me, Darian. Bye. Get out of here. Pound sand, you troll. You don't know anything about me, and you're going to make that comment. You do not know anything about me. Kick rocks. Just told him, like, kick rocks. Why not? Pound sand. So, anyway. All right. Hey, Aaron, this is the back part of the kitchen here. This is my pinstripe wall that I made out of beams. These are all very large. Oh, pardon me. How large these beams are. Look at this one. Look how big that one is. It's bigger than my hand. All right, here we go. Screenshot. All right, let me go back here real quick. Where did it go? Give me a second, guys. Go back and screen capture. This is kind of funny. Hey, how many people have gone and watched? Is there only 12 of you? I can't even tell, guys. My screen is so different now. They changed something on my screen, guys. Something was completely changed. Where we go, so I can see here. That was my favorite thing to do during the COVID, guys. My favorite thing was to do was go in the store and whistle. Oh my God, there's air coming out of his face. That was so awesome. People were so like, oh my God, he's blowing air out of his face. I don't know where any of these messages went, guys. I went back. Let me see. It's been a minute here, so. Where did they go? 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 Uh-oh. I might have to ask Mommy. Hey, Mommy. Hey, Mommy. It's the beats to make you go. No, I'm just kidding. That's not what it was. Where's that? Oh, well. I don't see him, guys. I don't know what happened to it. It's not the end of the world. I just thought it'd be funny to have a screen capture of. Yeah, I don't see him here. I don't see him. Yeah, that's me going back and talking about the film. Nope. All right. I don't see him, guys. I don't see what happened to Tracy John Werner. Tracy John. There's Mommy. There's Ross. There's and then the bell.
Boy, I'm way back up there again. I could speed read, guys, so I would see it, but I'm not seeing it at all. Can you guys speed read? Anybody else a speed reader? Oh, hey, what do we got there? See, there's my name. Oh, Tracy Warner was hidden. Oh, somebody still has him hidden. I thought you unhid him. Does anybody else have Tracy Warner hidden? Screenshot that because it still shows me hidden. What agency you from? Did he ever answer? Yep, somebody still has Tracy Warner hidden. Did he ever answer there? Tracy John Warner equals ABC agent. Uh-oh. The fake Tracy. Huh. Well, I see it. It's just not. It's still hidden. All right. It's not the end of the world. I don't care. I'm incognito, I guess. Tracy Warner, what created April 11th? Huh. Oh, well. Okay, I'm almost done, guys. Look, I got airplanes. Airplanes in night skies like shooting stars. Oh, my bad. I love it. Hurry up. Get back up here, phone. I'm trying to get this back up here. Now it says it was unhidden, but I don't see it. I think they must have deleted their own messages. Tracy Warner, I love whistling. Oh, now we've got a name change there. Interesting. Now we got more. Yeah, I changed my profile because I don't like the color purple that much. Oh, wow, check it out. So now Tracy Werner is having a conversation with myself. I'm having a conversation with myself, guys. Rob Miller, $260 child support. See what they got, guys? They got, they just got all my information, so it's proof that it's probably the cops that you has. Tony Sue Burrows. Yeah, you're just looking up my information, so that's not hard to figure. You're just looking. This is just getting in my public information, is all it is, guys. That's the lady. That's the lady who stole from me, guys. Tony Sue Burrows is the lady who I have an actual judgment against, who stole those thousands of dollars from me. Another person that robbed me is Tony Sue Burrows. You're looking into the color purple, sir. That's Metro Show. Kids are future. Please look at them. So another Warner created today in the same Tracy Warner. Now they're trying to be me. Look, I'm the same Tracy Warner. Let them run. Let's see what they have to say. All they're doing, guys, is pulling just my information that's online. I don't hide from anything. So he has a pic of me. I can't click on that profile, so I am Revelation, I'm Apocalypse. See, it's just them. It's them, guys. It's just somebody who's been on this channel before. So you're a troll. You're a troll. So isn't that amazing? That's awesome. Let's run with it. Let's run with it. Let's see what else they got on me here. Oh, I love it. I love it. They're going to take your supersize away. If you let them take away your rights, they'll take away all your supersize. So tell me something about myself, Tracy, that only I would know. Come on, Tracy, tell me something about myself only I would know.
Prove that you're me. Prove that you're me. Prove that you're me. Yeah, come on, Tracy. What did my dad call me? What was my nickname? What did my dad call me? What did my dad call me? I had a nickname. I'll show you. You're just a troll. You're just trolling my online information. Anybody can do. I warn people, guys, about this. And obviously, somebody taking enough time to go and do some research on me. Look at, they're trying to do all my bad. That's what they're probably doing right this. Oh, got to hold it. Pull up some more. QNSA. I was quite fond of my fellow soldiers. Yeah, no, and it's not me, guys. I actually was the cop that arrested other cops. So now we know he's a fake and he's a front and he's a farce. I wasn't fond of my fellow soldiers. Now I know it's not me. I was the guy who arrested other people. Nobody liked me, man. You're a fraud, Tracy. You're a fraud. Now we know you're a fraud. Let's get him on one other thing. It's all right. Love that. We're just playing with him. So let's ask him. Let's ask this person one other thing here. Because I know this is a. I know this is I think I know who it is. It's somebody else imposing as me that knows something about me. So, and it's not who you think it is. So, pretty clever, but no, I'm fine, Carlos. No worries. I'm having fun. I'm just having fun. It's kind of fun to see your own name pop up on the screen. But what year did I get my belly button pierced? What year did I get my belly button pierced? What year did I get my belly button pierced, Tracy Warner? We'll see. That's why I said, show me your belly button if you're not a clone. Does he have his belly button pierced? That's a question you can't answer now, huh? Good stuff. Good stuff. Isn't that hilarious? Couldn't answer my question. I couldn't answer the belly button question. Show me your belly button if you're not a clone. Got one of those? I don't think so. That ain't you. You ain't got no belly button. Yeah, look at that. No belly button. You ain't got no belly button. You're just a clone. Oh, you gonna go out and commit a crime in my name now too, or something? You're an ignorant fool. That's okay. I'm good, guys. It's funny. I'm just having fun, guys. Come on, let me bounce off some troll. Like I said, I already told you they can get all this public information. There's a certain amount. Every one of us, this could be done to. Every one of this could be done to, you know. See what I'm saying? There you go. We know who you are already. You just gave away your you just gave away your MO there. Oh, too silly. Some people are just they got to pose as somebody else, but that's okay. You can't clone me. I don't run from nothing. Nothing. Can't rob anybody if you have a bill of sale in your pocket. Can you? Nope. I was born in Lakeview, Oregon in 1971. Nice. The county of Lakeview. Bunch of tyrants down there, but Lakeview's it's an okay county, you know. But anyways, moving on. I already know who this is, guys. My instinct wasn't wrong. So I got good instincts. That person should have known the year that my belly button was pierced too. That's what's pretty funny. I know who you are. Show us your belly button if you're not a clone. All right, you guys want to go outside? Go outside for a minute? You got PTSD because of your job. Nice. All right, guys. It was fun troll. It's a troll. I know who it is. I know exactly who it is. Don't worry about it, guys. It's not they're just being stupid. Some people can't get where they want, and so they'll do anything. You're blocking me. No, the host was blocked. The host was blocked. So good times, guys, man. I was enjoying. That was fun to be trolled by your own name, you know. I don't know who they were talking about, though. Joni? Is that what they said? Johnny? Who's Joni? I don't know. So they didn't get all their facts straight. They didn't have it all facts straight. But again, remember, guys, you can do that to anybody. You can go on and find public information. I've warned people about that. You know, a lot of people get online and they act like they're all that, but somebody could be they can take your information and do anything. Anything with your information. You know, I think people are like, hey, now wait a minute. You know, hey, this dude showed up on my door. Yeah, you forgot you got an IP address. All your information is public. You can get online right now and be at somebody's doorstep in a minute. And I take people, I'm like, why do they do these things? Now, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? That's incredible. You know, people just put themselves out there and they forget that somebody could be at your doorstep in the day and the tech age we live. You leave a digital footprint everywhere you go. You know, your phone is being pinged all the time, whether you realize it or not. There are certain places that I just stepped over the line there. I don't know what you're talking about, but anyways, yeah, it's pretty insane how they can sit there and you know, somebody could be at your door in a country minute, guys, and you wouldn't even know who it was. You're talking smack out the side of your neck to somebody, and the next thing you know, bam, they're at your door. I mean, it could be that fast, guys. So people need to be very cautious about talking smack online to people, because we do not live in that age anymore where, you know, *69, you can block somebody and I look like a raisin, huh? I look a little bit like my dad. That's my dad. Got that same nose, eh? Same eyes. See, we know that was Tracy because he wouldn't look anything like me. A raisin. Does that look like a raisin to you? I look like a raisin? I don't know about that. I don't think I look like a raisin. Came around these parts and you're medium last second. Yeah. And from around here, right? So, anyways, that was fun, guys. Appreciate you letting me troll the troll there. He was getting trolled by somebody in my own name. I didn't get to see the picture of the profile. What picture was it? That didn't look like a picture of me. But I don't know. I can't click on the profile while the stream is going. So I don't know what it was that they probably just captured an old
Oh, you can see that. Let's see. This is I don't know, this tattoo's 25 years old, 20. That's a very old portrait. And it's done very well through the years. Same dude. Actually, when I was getting this tattoo when I was young, why are you getting a tattoo yourself? But anyways. I ain't talking smack. I have PTs today. I pop in here and trying to talk some sense. Somebody, my job is so stressful. I'm not saying you're talking smack, SK. Yeah, that was Toto from Hawaii. He was an artist that's about 30 years old. That tattoo is 30 years old. Most portraits after 30 years old lose all their color. That thing is still nearly as good as the day that I got it. It really is. I thought about once maybe having it redone, and they're like, man, it's not. I had somebody in there like, you know what? Just what is that link? Here is Tracy Werner. Here, hold on. I'm gonna check this out. Hold on 1 second, guys. Can I go to a link while I'm in? All right. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. That's hilarious, guys. I love it. I love it. So, if I had to say this is by far hands down my favorite tattoo. If I had to say, I do enjoy the tattoo of my father, but my Revelation 12 sign tattoo, I'm the only man on this earth that has this Revelation 12 sign tattooed on his body. The Virgin, the birth of Jupiter on 9/23, the crown of 12 stars upon her head, clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet. Where's that moon at? That moon's down there somewhere. Oh, there's the moon at her feet. The moon at her feet. She will be clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet, and she will have a crown of 12 stars upon her head. Leo. And then Venus, Mercury, and Mars. So that's called the ditch right there. But anyways, that is, I do. I hope that when he returns, he'll know that I was looking up, and he said there would be a sign in the stars of the second coming of Christ. So, yeah, it's super nice here right now. As a matter of fact, I'm going to pop out there and check this weather out, and I'll come back in. I'm going to grab you guys up. And we're going to go outside, and we're going to go take a look at the cabin or something. We'll go outside and get a breath of fresh air. And yeah, it's my favorite. I can find another person on this earth that loved Revelation 12 as much as I do. I'll never find that. Okay. That's something I shouldn't even think. That's not even a real thing. So, but anyways, it means a lot. Uh-oh, we're back. Uh-oh, we're back. So, all right. Give me a second, guys. I got to go check my puppies out here, make sure they're doing okay. And I hadn't heard nothing from them. I'll go check on my kitties, and I'll come back in here 1 minute. It's all writing in the stars. Yep, I said the stars speak to me a long time ago. People told me I was crazy. I've got my dingo puppy, my Yatter boy, and he's quarter dingo. And I have Tongo boy, my biggest doggo. He's my Taco Bell. So, anyways, give me 1 second. I'll be back. 1 second.
Being good boys. Oh, they're having a good time. They're having a good time. It's so nice out there right now, guys. It is so nice outside. So, let's go take a trip outside here and drink here. All right. Man, what a day it is out here. There's the biggest guys. All right, so we're out here at the cabin. Again, the puppies are out here with us. Where's our puppies? There's our puppies. There's the guys. All my seagull guys. But anyways, out here, beautiful day. Look at this sky out here. Got our X marks the spot with our chemtrail up here. So, anyways, cabin out here. Let's go over. We'll take a trip over here and let these guys out, go for a run. They're gonna go crazy and get loud. Hey, Pats, easy. Hey, Pats, no. Stay, Tago. Stay, Tongo. All right, we're going out the door here. Hey, stop it, loud Pats. He's waiting for Tango. He's waiting for Taco. He's going to attack Tango. Look at him. He's on the ready. Wait, Toggy. Go, Pats. Pats, go. Go, Pats. Go, Pats. Oh, here it goes. Hey. Puppy dreams out here. Come on, boys. Come back up here with the dad. There's my kitten boy, my John O'Donnell. John O'Donnell, my Agent Orange. Come on, boys. Come on back up here, guys. Come back up here with the dad. Come on, boys. Come back up here with the dad. Come back up here with the dad. Come on, my boys. Come on, you silly kids. So, all right, let's go over here. We'll take a look over the Rusty Dragon. This is an adventure. I'm going to have to get my butt back to work here and stop live streaming, but no worries, no worries, no worries. I got a lot of concrete work to do. I'm more concerned about concrete work and the 10-24-24 celestial alignment. I plan all this stuff just blowing away in the wind here. So we got stacks of material here. Plenty of room to build out more cabins. Obviously, here comes the kittens. Here comes my kittens. Here comes my kittens. Come here, kittens. The kittens follow the dad. So anyways, more of this material here to be put on this cabin. We'll go up front and show you what I've done up here. We'll take a poke inside. I should probably have a lot more done in this building, but it's all right. I didn't care about none of that anymore. I don't care. It's okay. So anyways, this is the Rusty Dragon. This started as a building that I had built out from a cabin that I had, just an old shed is what it was. I bought it during the COVID. Oh, let me wipe this off here so we can get a little, see if we get a little better look at this cabin here from this side. All right, but anyways, here's a shot of this. I take all this material,
And I fasten it. This is again, I got some shelving here, kind of an eclectic dude, but I got the windows. The only window thing on this building that's new would be the windows. This is a repurposed building that I built out. It's about 14 feet tall to the top of this. But this is the Rusty Dragon. There's John Old Don laying over there on the ground. But we'll take this old material and build this cabin looking. Everything in this place looks like it's an old I know, Western town or something like that. I use all this. You okay? Mr. Pants is having a good time out here with the dad. So, yes, Mr. John O'Don himself, my Agent Orange kitty. But anyways, this is one of the cabins that I will be renting out. These are the moonshine cabins. Again, I have to do something out here to make some kind of income. And this is one of the efforts that I've done to try to get myself off of the so it's all repurposed. Everything in this, again, it's all old. I like everything as you see. I like to do old. I don't like this world. I just don't kind of mesh with this techie world I live in. So I don't know, I get old soul or what it is, but this is what I've done with this build here. We'll take, maybe we can step out a little bit. Your will be all right, parents. So I get a little shot at it there. I don't know if you can see it as well. It sure doesn't show up very well on my phone. But how to repurpose. This is a Rusty Dragon. I'll show you this over here. It gets its name from this. We'll go ahead and take a look inside. But it gets its name. All these cabins out here have a name. This one gets its name from the Rusty Dragon. There's the dragon head. I'll finish building this. It's one of the art pieces of artwork that I've done out here. But there's an actual Rusty Dragon head. Whoop, right there. On top, you can't quite see it all, but I will pull all this down. I just have this sitting up there temporarily, and all this will be pulled down. But this is an old, actually, this part of this is an old part of a windmill that I've got here. So I'm going to be pulling this down and rebuilding this. It's just strung up there for out of the way to keep it up off the ground for now. So not in any certain order. Oh, there's my Titanduro, the only girl in my life. Where is she at? There's my sweet pea. That's a good girl. Her loves a dad. It's being with the dad. Oh, Pea. My little sweet pea. She's such a good girl. Yeah, they gotta come hang out with the dad. Everybody gotta go be with the dad. All the mules gotta hang out with the dad. Donald down there and Handsome Pants, Mr. Handsome Pantsome. So let's go take a look inside, guys. Thanks for joining me here. We'll come up to the front of the building. So I still have to do the front of this building. Again, I purchased this building. It was a building. I have it up off the ground. I want to insulate the inside of this. So I'll build another deck. I've got all this old repurposed material that I took got some of this from an auction. I collect material from all over the place. But this is the material that I'm working with to build a fireplace. This is all repurposed, taken off another fireplace. I'm putting it back on and building my own hearth. She's such a sweet pea. But let's go ahead and take a look inside here. I'll show you the inside. I'm going to build a front porch off of the front of this. I got lots of plans to make this a very inviting place for people to come out here and spend time out here in the high desert and rent these cabins out. Again, man, I don't know what's going on with me here. There we go. Let's go inside. I'm going to end up putting the door. I have this. Actually, let me show you this door that I have here for. So I'm letting my door season. It's seasoning. See, all this is this stuff. I don't want all this on there. I'll leave a little bit on there. It'll look good because I want it to have its own look here. So all this old new look is getting its, and actually when I got this, you could see completely through this. And if you look now, it's getting some stuff on the inside of it, which is in between the two pieces of glass. So I like it. It's getting its own natural fog look to it or whatever there. So it'll still get plenty of light through it, but there's like dirt and rust and my kind of door. So it's all
on the back side, it's all already seasoned this side of the door. You can see that. Oh, hold on. Man, your camera work sucks, dude. But anyways, that side of the door, it doesn't have any more. It's all just like everything, it's all sun bleached. So I'll have one side for the inside, and I'll probably put this stuff with the, that still has a little bit of the enamel or the, gosh, why is it not coming to me? But anyways, it's a stain that you put on there that's a lacquer or whatever, don't matter. But anyways, this is the door that will be going on the front of the cabin, and it fits like a glove. But anyways, what's going on inside, guys? We'll take a look here. The door did come off its hinge because this is a rather large door, but there's still one on it. Got it locked up here. You like my lock? And I don't just mean hammer and nail. So let's go inside. Oh, Donald's going to go take us in there. Oh, I got to get to work in here sooner or later. So, hey, whatever. I know it could all blow away any day. No, not yet. Hold on. Okay, here we go. All right, going inside. This is the inside of the cabin. This will be the inside of the Rusty Dragon. Again, starting from the backside wall, I chose to go with this rusty tin. I had some other color. Jono, get out of here. Don't come in here and whine. Go on. Get out of here. Go on. Don't come in here and make a fuss. All right, good. So anyways, this is I choose to do this rusty tin color. I had some blue tin, and I'll show you that I put on the other walls. But so again, you can see these walls here that I've constructed. Everything in this building is insulated, double and triple insulated. I wanted to have a building that above the ground that I could actually light a fire in, and the fire would, I wouldn't need to use nearly as much firewood as I did. So the entrance is all done in slate tile. Again, it's all repurposed. I don't know how well you can see. It looks horrible to me, but. So again, I did a repurpose, kind of did a broken, with this front entrance here. But again, looking up onto this back wall, these are all these logs that I showed you, these faces. And again, I chose to do kind of this pattern of starting in the corner with this, larger material. All right, hold on, I gotta get rid of some of this filthiness in here. Okay, so anyways, what are you doing in here, Daryl? What are you doing, CP? So let's go ahead and take a look around here again a little bit more. I'll show you down here this way. I chose to do this rusty tin. And this is the look, again, that I chose to do. I finished up this area. Starting in here is the kitchen area. This up above here, I put in this area will be the lofted bedroom. We'll start up here underneath. This is where I'm putting all the storage for the kitchen, and I have all the insulation and everything else. I haven't done the kitchen yet. There's an actual cook stove that'll be venting up and out as well. And so from this side, moving over, I'll show you here. I've chose to do that. I've done this fireplace. It all started with the flooring in here. I had to put in all the flooring first, obviously, because everything butts up and is covered over this flooring. So this is an old, what are you doing, kitten? This is an old workbench that was split apart here. And I chose to use pavers to do these like blocks that you do a block wall with right here. And again, the same thing over here that I actually use this other fireplace that I'd used out here, but I changed it up. This originally is the one that I had in here. I had this round. I really like this barrel style. I forget the exact name of that stove again, but this one that I have sitting in here now, I was going to use it in the shelter, and I chose to go with this one. I really like this one. I pulled this one from the back. I think it matches this. It fits in here a little better. Obviously, I built it round thinking I was going to do a round stove, but I do like this round hearth that has been built out here. And then this is just a little more fitting. I like the patina on this particular stove, and it fits better in this area. I like this. This stone originally went in the other direction. Oh, well, I appreciate it. It's a work in progress here. So, but anyways, this went the other way, and I chose to go, obviously, it didn't go horizontal. I went vertical with it. It was put in installed when I took it, it was the other way, but I'm running it this way, and I'm going to continue this hearth on up, and I will put a couple more of these in here. And I don't want to do a full one like I have over here. I'm going to run this stone up here, and then I'll run more stone, and there'll be another one coming across here, and then maybe another one from here over. And then I'll put stone up in these cells, and I'll leave these wooden areas. I'm going to have to do something with these. I have to block all this up here. And so anyways, moving on. Again, this green tin that I said I was going to do these back walls and force myself to not just do all old, but I'm not building these for me. I'm building this cabin for people to come stay in. This is a rental that I'm building out. It was supposed to be for somebody to come live on this property, but nobody took up beyond my offer. So I've decided to move on with my life, and it is what it is. So, but see this green tin here? I was going to do the whole wall with it, and I'm glad that I went with this color and not the green, because I think it would have been a little too much. But I'm going to tie this wall. Woo, we're getting dizzy. In here, and I have this chain. This is a big, massive, like a logging style, very heavy. I almost dropped it on myself and hurt myself, but I'll get it up there. It is what it is. But I have this panel here, which will match the rock. I'm going to use this panel here. So this will get this big chain around the inside of it that will kind of go along this edge, and you'll see that chain go inside that cell, which will accent, like some of this has these big, pieces that come off of here or whatever. I'm a weird dude. So anyways, the flooring has some metal poured into it here, as you can see. I plan on actually putting a coating on this floor. So these are all double insulated, and I forced myself to use this color. I do like this seafoam color. I think it's kind of unique, and I think it's not too much. So I'm going to continue with the rock in this cell. And this one is done. This cell is complete. I wanted these to be open like this because this is finished. This is a finished product here. So you can see this. These are very large, rough cut planks. I have some tin because they didn't go all the way to the top. Yeah, this is all just out of scrap material. This is all this is repurposed material. So this one will be filled with this rock here. So it'll go green, rock, wood, wood. And then I've got another cell here. And I think I want to go green with it. I think I want to use the green here as well, like this one over here. This green cell over here. So this wall will have that. It'll have some green back here because I have one more. This is the corner post or the beam that I busted my hip on. This big beam up here I rebuilt this whole, see this, I put this beam up by myself. And I believe I busted my hip because I've broken bones before. And this is it's a 20-foot, weighs about 400 pounds. You see it sitting up on top of these larger beams up there. And I dropped that. I had it on a hand. I was holding on to it, and it fell off the ladder. And I held on to it, and I hurt myself pretty bad. I was busted up for quite a while, but I'm back on my feet again.
Feeling good. I'm at level 8 pain, so I'm in level 8 pain right now. I live with level 8 pain, so I'm not 11 anymore. But anyways, when I did these trusses here were literally just nailed into a 2x4. You can look, I have some of the old build. They were literally just tacked in up here, like to the side of a 2x4. But now they're up under this big massive beam. The whole roof is being supported properly. I have hurricane clips and stuff that I'll be putting up here. And then I think I'm going to do green on the ceiling, guys. Maybe some wood, but I think I want to put green on the ceiling. And then in this back kitchen back here, again, back here, I'm going to force myself to do this whole kitchen in green. This whole kitchen area will be under the lofted bedroom. The bedroom's up here, guys, in this cabin. It's up here. The lofted bedroom, I have a wink window, but that's where the bedroom will be at up here. It'll be lofted, and the kitchen is under here. Back where this old armoire sits will be the bathroom here, and then the shower is actually going to be a building outside over here where I have the water tank sitting. The shower will be its own enclosed building. You'll just go out here to take a shower, but it'll be a completely enclosed building. It'll match the inside of it. And yeah, redneck, doing it hillbilly style. But hey, whatever I repurpose, I renew, I reuse, and I turn trash to treasure. So I don't know what you're doing with your life, but this is what I'm doing with mine. And I think this is more righteous. God wants us to repurpose materials instead of just keep consuming. So it's how I live. How you living? So it's kind of a neat old cook stove here too. This will get up. I have to fix one of these legs on this. The little clip busted on it, but I'm going to use some JB weld on the body. It's just the leg. I want it to be 100% secure. And this is an old stove that I've had for some time. It's a cook stove. It's got a nice little oven on it, so I can cook in here, and it'll be wood. But anyways, this is a cute little stove here, and this will be sitting in this area. And again, I'm going to force myself to do these walls in green, in that seafoam green. So the whole kitchen will be green, which will be pretty cool. I've tugged this from somewhere. I remember I picked this up from somewhere. So I'm going to incorporate this somewhere in the kitchen. Hey, psst, kitten boy, come here, boy. You going to knock something over? Look at old Jono back there working. Come on, Jono. Come here, boy. Hey, come here. Get over here. Jono, come here. Come here. Look at him. He's just curious as all get out. Come here, boy. Thank you. Come here to Dad. Come here. Thank you. You're a good boy. You're a good listener, kitten, puppin, kitten boy. Now go on out of here. Dad's trying to have a... So, anyways, that's John Don. He's the old Agent Orange kitten. So, but anyways, this is an old bread box or something. I don't know if I'll incorporate that in here or not, but this will be the kitchen area. That's a really neat old ladder. It's a big... You can see how thick the rungs of rebar, are on it. So kind of a neat... That's going to be how you get up into the lofted bedroom, and it won't be in this area, but I'm going to use this old steel heavy-duty ladder. But anyways, we'll take a look here too. Back at the flooring area, all the floor's pretty thick through here, so I've got to figure out something for the kitchen flooring. It steps down a little bit, but I'll try to do something. I don't know, whatever. I'll cover it when I get to this. I got a little ways to go to get this outside finished up, but don't know exactly how I'm going to do this wall yet. I want to finish doing some other things, but this cell too, we'll get the rock area like this one, rock, and that'll come out to that, and then it'll be all, yeah, I told you to knock something over, silly boy. But that will be all that seafoam green. So normally I don't use stuff, but it'll be this color. So the kitchen will be this color. And I think maybe the ceiling, and I'm not sure too what I'm going to do on the ceiling. Maybe if you follow me, you guys can give me some suggestions. I believe it was Carl Ross. I can't remember, one of my brothers, when I was doing this, they told me to go with this color because I really wanted to force myself to do the green again. You know, I think the ladies would like to come in here and the guys that stand it, they like this too. I want to try to apply to both, you know, man, woman, one race, the human race. I'm trying to apply to the race, the two races on earth, right? Human race. No, one race, man and woman. So anyways, we went with this rusty and I like it. And so I think it's a good happy medium. And again, I think once this is done, yeah, here's another beam that I've strung up here that I don't know what I'm going to do with yet. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, Mom, is this whole town's kind of like, I'll take you to the back here. We'll go see the rusty butterflies, another cabin that I built out here too. But there's another beam strung up with that. I don't know what I'm going to do with this one yet. It's up. I might take it down, but another beam that I had to get up there in the rafters, but it's been pushed over to the side right now. But anyways, guys, I put this, you know, facade because it's you know, it's whatever it is, but there's a little shelving here on each. Set your coffee down on or whatever there. Kind of like what we got going over here. A double something, Annette or Levette, Annette, Sister Levette chipped in and bought this, gave me a $25 Cash App. And then I got another Cash App from another gentleman. I forget who that was. I apologize. But I have to get up into these rafters up here where you see all this lighting coming through the outside, and I'm going to block and seal it and tape and get all that sealed in so there's no air leaking through there, and do all that. And that is going to make that so much easier because I spent 15 minutes putting this one in over here, just this one up here. Looked like the little roof came up a little bit there on that corner. But yeah, I got to get the rest of this tightened up, but this will make this so much easier because I'll be able to take, it's called a palm nailer, and instead of trying to swing a hammer sideways and hit these nails on this side and this side, I'll just be able to go, thank you, Sister Levette, man, much appreciated. So having the right tool for the job, guys, will be a nice thing out here. So, but I really think, I'm hoping that people enjoy their stay in this building, and it'll appeal to both, you know, if a man and a woman came out here, they both, you know, get some, wow, that was kind of a neat experience. And I won't be doing this color, but yet it'll be tolerable enough where it's probably going to be in the kitchen. I'm actually going to probably do a tan. I have some tan tin out there too. I'll probably do a little tan and a little rustic look up here. And then this, I'm not using this. I thought I was going to use this for the floor, guys, but I had to go, everything that I added to the building, I wanted it to be repurposed and used one time in its life or another. So I bought this, and I'm going to use it for another build, for a trailer that I've been thinking about turning into a little tiny trailer home. I don't know why. It's an old U-Haul trailer, but I think it would just be, what are you doing, John O'Donnell? What are you doing? All the kids got to hang out with the dad. They got to be with the dad. I always told you, if I'm out somewhere, they've got to be with the dad. So anyway, I love these kittens. But anyways, I'm going to use this on another build, but this is the loft, and I'm going to have to put some kind of front, you know, some picket or something to, you know, imagine that ladder will come up right up here through, you'll get up through this area and be able to get up into the loft this way. So I'll have some kind of picket. This won't be up here, but keep following me. I'll keep, yeah, they're good helpers. They always help the dad, but keep following me. I got to get back to work a little bit on this. Obviously my focus is in the back on the shelter, the storm shelter, but, I like what's going in here so far. I've had to work all through the winter to do this. I was literally, you know, these were covered with snow, and I was brushing snow off of these and letting them dry out and bringing them inside this cabin. And actually, when I was doing this flooring, I had that other wood stove going in here, trying to make sure all this flooring in here was drying in properly so I didn't have any problems. And that's what's been holding me up now, is I want to do the concrete on the shelter, which is very important. It is by hands down the most important project on this property as of now. And I need to put my priority in it. But if I don't have the right temperature overnight, I'm not going to do it because I want my concrete to cure properly. And I just grew up doing concrete. So I know there's some parameters that you need so you can get the proper curing. And I'm going to wait to that time and not get impatient. So that's what I've been doing, is building this out. But keeping in mind that I need to do the shelter more than anything. But that's okay. We're getting closer. Hopefully soon we'll start getting some, more 40, 50 degree overnight temperatures and not, in the 30s and the 40s. And what are you doing, Sweepy? What are you doing, girl? Juniper girl. Sweepy. Sweet girl. She's my only girl. So, but anyways, thanks for coming inside and taking a look inside here at what I got going. It's just all repurposed, guys. It's something out of nothing. We can all do things like this. I take trash. A lot of this stuff ends up getting burnt. Some of the wood planks and stuff I did off of building jobs that I did. These two here, this one back here, this plank here or whatever. Gosh, my camera's so bad. But anyways, this one here. But I just like to repurpose, guys. I feel like it's more of a, I just feel better doing things without repurposing new stuff over and over and over and over again. So another look before we go. I'm going to go outside. I'll take you back and show you the rusty butterfly, another build out that I've got to do, an inside build, that the outside one. This one's got a little bit of inside, a little bit of outside. What are you doing, Kitty girl? What are you doing, CP? Dad's going outside. Kitty girl. Let's go outside. Let's go outside with the dad. Go outside. Go on. Outside. Dad's going outside. All right, good girl. She's such a smart kitten. I'm going to go lay outside. I'm going to go lay outside. Dad said go outside. I'm going to go outside. So, oh, there's all the mules hanging out, waiting for the dad, waiting for the dad. Cool. Anyways, I'm a weirdo. You ran into a weirdo. But anyways, this is another stove. I would probably move this stove back here to the other. Maybe we'll put that back in the storm shelter back there in that area that I'm building out. So we'll go take a look at that block that I unloaded. And yeah, let me get this shut up here. And yeah, I got to get to work on this here soon. That's all right. I'm not really in a hurry, guys. Feel like I'm doing better service here. Okay, where'd the nail go? I thought it was just sitting right here. Uh-oh. Did I drop it? That's all right. We'll find something else to... Oh, my goodness. All right, we're back. Okay. So again, more of this material. I'll be putting a front deck out here. I'll probably be putting some kind of outside place to cook outside, and outdoor. Yeah, everything is recycled. Everything is renew. Everything's repurposed. I don't build anything out of new material. I've got good material that's, I can repurpose and mill myself. So another chain that I have out here that I'll probably be incorporating somewhere on this building. Somewhere on this build, I might string it up across the front of it or something like that. But anyways, from standing over here is a little shot at the Rusty Cowboy over there and the windmill. We'll go by and take a look at that. And yeah, I make my own power. I'm off the grid. There is power poles at the front of this property up here, as you can see. Power poles. I got a weird thing about putting things on poles, man. I don't know what it is. But anyways, I used to be the guy that had a UFO. See that UFO back there in the background? It crash landed on the property. It was 45 feet in the air. See that UFO back there? Another one of my silly little builds. Maybe we should go over there and take a look at that. But Yeah, it used to be 45 feet in the air, but the wind caught it and brought it down. It crash landed, and so we brought it over here. So let's take another little quick shot at the front of the Rusty Dragon. I'll probably be giving out, again, a night stay here or two for a couple. If you're a couple or something, I definitely would encourage you to give me a follow, and when this is done, hopefully for spring, sometime before the end of summer, I'll have this thing up and ready to rent out, and I'll give a free night stay or two out here to one of my fall YouTube subscribers, or maybe a couple people. Again, if you're coming out here and you're in this area and you've been following me for a minute and you can make it out this way, I will gladly accommodate you in one of these buildings. So anyways, one of the buildings out here, just out of repurposed material. Again, I take big stacks of piles of repurposed material, as you see here, and I turn them into what you see here. So lots of work to still do on this building, but definitely be excited to have this one done. Everybody just hanging out, waiting for the dad. Oh, watch it there, kids. Right underneath dad's feet. But gotta be with the dad. I love you guys. I love you guys. All right, let's go. Let's take a walk. Oh, let's go over there and see the UFO. So, thanks for your eyes and your ears here. We're out here in the high desert. I'm at 4,500 feet at the edge of the rim of the Great Basin. I got a wood line right over here and hills. I'm surrounded by hills and mountains. I'm on the edge of the valley, just right up here, 15 minutes away, and I could be, hey, get over here, you knuckleheads. Get over here, boys. Get inside the gate. Get inside this property. Well, hey, hold on, let's go over here. Get in here, big guy. Stay in the yard. They're trying to go out the gate. Get in here, Tago. Get inside the gate. We're not going out there. No, pants, stay inside. So, okay. Hey, in the gate, knucklehead. Anyways, I told you I don't know what it is about me putting things on poles, but it's just, yeah, we got real giants out here. Hey, get in the gate. I have these little things at the front when the wind blows. These spin around. This one always normally spins. It's newer, but a silly little thing at the entrance again when the wind blows. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. So they start spinning. So when you come in the property, there's all kinds of, again, things hanging on old prop propeller and some of this metal art or whatever. Again, I have, no through traffic or whatever, but there's an old windmill blade. Anyway, big old gate that I built there. Stop sign. It says slow on the other direction, so that's coming from, so that's what they see as slow. But little shot of the UFO there in the background. Yeah, we got, like I said, we got real giants out here. A lost tribe of red-headed giants that supposedly red-headed giants that roam this valley. So anyways, we'll take us a walk here. Some of the rusty gold out here, kind of rusty gold. So another little shot of the UFO over here. This is kind of the icon of the valley, is this rock here behind me called Table Rock. And this is an old tree. But anyways, we'll save that for another time and date. But anyways, Table Rock, the icon of the valley. If you look up Christmas Valley, this is what's going to show you. It'll actually be a shot of exactly what you see here. They come down my driveway to take the picture of this rock of this valley. It's truly, this driveway splits the Table Rock right down the middle. So it's one of the best shots. What are you doing in there? I got kitties under the UFO. Kitties under the UFO. Oh no, we got kitties under the UFO. So, what are you doing under there, Dono? You hanging out under the UFO, under the shade? When your kitty's hanging out in the shade of the UFO. How about that? You're the weird guy in town when your kitties are hanging out under the shade of the UFO. It lights up at night, guys. This all has a solar lights and stuff on it. A little bit of art that I built out here. But anyways, you guys enjoying yourself being outside the gate there, puppy dogs. So back over here, we're back Table Rock here. Again, another shot of the valley. Icon of this valley is Table Rock, and it's a very unique place. You can get up to the top of this thing and see the whole view of this valley, and see the outdoor. Yeah, I'm out right here, outside right now. Came outside to get up for a minute. Sitting down a little too long. So the old shower room, the first building that was ever actually built on this building, it has glass ceilings. But again, this was a shower room. A lot of people think it's an outhouse, but no, that's not an outhouse. You can't do your business in there. This is a shower. Actually, I used to put a cooler where this big old wind turbine sits now. One day I'm going to get this thing spinning again. One day I'm going to get that spinning again. Not yet. It's got a couple issues with the innards in it, but I'm going to get that thing back working again. So, but this has a platform back here, and I used to put a cooler, like a cooler for your camping picnic trip or whatever, right? And so you'd put the cooler up here and the water in there, and during the day it would heat up. And there's a opening that comes inside of here, and this has a 10-foot floor of nothing but lava rock and a hog wire and an NSA mat, like you go into a restaurant in there and they have that grating. I put that on top so you can take plenty of showers, and that cooler water drops down into a colander inside of there, and that spreads that water out over your head, and you can reach up there and take a nice hot shower at the end of the day. On the old sun there helps you, and so this is what this building, a lot of people again think it's an outhouse, but it's not an outhouse. It's a shower room, because when you're out here in the high desert, it gets a little windy out here. It's nice to be able to get out of the wind. That cold wind blows on you, even on a little later in the day. This keeps you out of the wind, and it has glass ceilings on it, so you can see through so you can take a shower at night and see the stars and take a shower at night. Kind of a unique little feature of this. But anyways, lots of strange things on. Oh, we got a fountain up there leaking some chain or something. I think, what do we got there? That's leaking out some chain. I don't know where I saw that, but I said, that's pretty neat. I think I want to do that. But anyways, a little look at one of the residents out here, out at the high desert. One of my pagan friends that hangs here. One of the natives with the, I want to be a bird and fly away. But this is the totem, and it's been in this valley for a long time, and I was able to talk somebody out of it, and they knew it would come sit on this property, and said they thought it would be the best place for it to be in the valley. So it has been here for a long time, and not from this valley, but it still sits here, and it gets oil poured over its head now on a regular basis to try to help bring it back and to keep it protected. And I'm going to continue to put oil on it and keep it. I'm sure I'll be able to keep it all in good shape and doing what it's supposed to do out here, and not splitting, because it was kind of split on top. But I'm going to keep it back together here. So, but anyways, let's take a look here. We'll move around. I'm going to go, actually, where? I thought I brought I might have to go back inside, guys, and see if I can find my water bottle. I don't remember if I walked out with that or not. I thought I walked out with that water bottle. Maybe I set it down over there. I'm gonna go inside and take a look. Give me just 1 second here. We'll go inside. This is the entrance into the front of the property. This big, actually need to put this, I've got this thing all the time. It's just such a big, heavy door that it sags down a little bit, but there's some concrete blocking that I put down in here that I just need to work on this door, but it's the entrance to the property here. So, okay, so let's go through the gate here. Just a gate that I built out of, look, it's an old gate. Started as originally it was a dog gate that I built out of 2x4 with the, pretty simple. I'm not a super complex guy, but yeah, I am really weird. So let me go look over here. I don't know if I might have to go back over to the Rusty Dragon. How would I have walked out the door without my water bottle? I don't normally go anywhere without a water bottle. Whack it back up to the front of the cabin. This is the front of the cabin here. This isn't actually a semi-trailer, a tractor trailer. See, it still has this door. I'm going to be opening this up for the summertime. I let it in because there's a kitty condo in here that I built. It's this construct right here. There's 3 levels that I've got, different blankets and stuff, levels in here. They sneak up in through this hole, and they can stay up next to in the house if they want to see. They can see inside of here. It doesn't have the other side on it. I call this the kitty condo. It's, again, there's 3 levels that I built. It's a box. I put it in that window frame, but I opened this during the summer, and this has got a big, see, this window goes from here down to here. It's a big picture window, and this is the semi door. But if I want to close this building up, again, I have this kind of propped here because this door was, but this is the front of the building. It has a full security door on it, full window, just like any other house. This is the house that I built, again, and it's built out of a semi. This is the Rusty Cowboy. This is where it gets its name. Maybe we should go over there and introduce you to Rusty. He's the one who keeps guard when I'm not here, and anybody gets out of line, he'll make sure he's got the protection. But Rusty stole his hat from me. This guy, I don't know what this guy's thinking here, thinking he can steal my hat, but me and Rusty, yeah. Anyways, yeah, this guy's stealing my hat. Somebody, please, what's going on with that? This guy stole my hat. Anyways, all right, this is Rusty too. This is called the Rusty Cowboy, and that's where this building gets its name, from this gentleman who keeps good watch over this building for me and make sure that nobody gets nobody gets out of line here, because this is Silver Rock Ranch. So see, I told you I'm a goof. Somebody called me a goober. I said, don't call me a goober. Goof maybe, but not a goober. Okay, I left my water bottle in here. Interesting. I don't normally leave my water bottle. Like American Express, don't leave home without it. So, hey, we're back in the cabin. Let me sit down for 1 minute, guys. Actually, my back is getting a little... Oh. All right. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. No, there's way too many. You're right, Mommy. I can't. I have way too many things going on in my head. It's madness in this head of mine. It's insanity. You wouldn't make it a minute in my head. Where's the rubber room? Give it to me. Right? No. Much love. Thank you, Mom. I'm just a guy that's trying to do the best I can with what I got, Mommy. Honestly, I don't have a regular stream of income, so that's what these cabins will do for me. I originally had built them to try to invite people to come out here and homestead with me, but I'm over it. It's okay. God's not ready for me for that yet. But soon, I will reap what we sow. We will all reap what we sow. So, all in God's time. Be patient. All in His time, right? Thanks for taking the tour. We didn't go see the Rusty Butterfly, but I might go back there
in the country minute. I'm gonna sit down and relax for just one second. Appreciate you guys coming in. Thanks for taking the little tour with me. Again, I'm just a lonely old guy out here in the desert, just doing my thing, trying to do the best I can with what I got. I'll work with what I have, and that's the best thing I know what to do. So I do feel very blessed to have this property, and I have you hear it's very quiet. It's very still out here. Did I let my dogs in behind me? I'm spacing off on in here. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. My puppies come first, so I got to make sure I check on my puppets that I love. You guys see the kitties, they love the dad too. I told you guys those kitties and puppies, they follow me everywhere I go. I'm such a lucky dad to have those puppies and kitties that I have. They're such good kids. Man, I wish my son would have a grandkid, but that's probably not going to happen. Yeah, just the kiddos are amazing. So my kids are my pets right now. So, but anyways, I'm going to have me some banana. Or two. My trip to town yesterday. What did I go to town for? Did I go to town yesterday? Oh, did I go to town? What did I go to town for? Man, my days are blending together out here, guys. I don't use a clock like that. What did I go to town for? Oh, I went to town for... Now I remember going to town. Well, the whole live just cut, guys. That whole live never had it do that. That just went straight back to my home screen. So I don't know what's going on there. Somebody's pissed off at me. Anyways, I'm hoping to get these cabins up and going. I went to town, not to go to town, but to the end of the driveway. So that's why it was like, what do you mean town? Okay, no, I remember I got in the vehicle, but yes, I went up and sold the generator, which I didn't want to, but it's okay. I got the money that I need to pay two of the three land payments from that sale of that generator. So one more to go. Heck yeah. I'll get another generator. I have another one out here that I'm going to work on that I bought. I drove a long distance to get, and the guy said that it didn't have any issues. When I got there, it did, and I still bought it anyway. So that's what I do. I buy things and I fix them, and then I sell them, for the work that I put in them, and so I make my way, but I'm all done doing that. Remember, I don't want to do that anymore. I've been doing it for 20 years. It's been a good life, but I just want to rent my cabins and sit out here and chill and relax. And yeah, John, I used to have a full homestead out here, but I shut it all down, man. Nobody wanted to come join me in 10 years, so I don't do it anymore. I did. Full homestead, 5 chickens, rabbits, pigs, goats, sheep. Had cows here before, house, company. Some of these cows here, been able to keep them when they were gone away. But can't do it one man in a homestead. On a 40-acre homestead is too long. 5 years I did it and just can't do it anymore. And it's okay. but I did. If anybody ever came back here or somebody showed up, if God ever sent me the right people, I would have a homestead again. But I'm okay. I'm all right. I settled. I go through changes or whatever, but I settled with where I'm at right now. And so that's why I built these cabins out to bring in a source of income. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We'll see what the Most High has in store for me. I'm not trying to do anything now. I'm just gonna let him provide for what he wants out here. I got to preach the gospel from even taller than a mountain. This channel has reached 1 million views, and then I still have the 20,000K platform that was on TikTok. So this far exceeded anything that I ever expected that I would ever wanted to accomplish. And then you look at like the last video two videos that I posted. I mean, that is for what I've stood for, what during the COVID, it's not about me, but it's how I held myself and how I used the time that I did and what I chose to do. So I'm happy. I was having some issues because of pain, because I hurt myself physically, and I'm over it, man. Like I said, I'm back to level 8 pain. I live with that. I've done live with that pain since I broke my back the first time, 30 years ago, and so I've lived with pain my whole life. Pain is just weakness trying to leave your body, soldier. Move out and draw fire. So, but I feel so much better with the support of people like Levette and Brother Ross and everybody really kind of helped fill in the gaps for me. I've been able to pull through, and I feel supercharged. I mean, I really feel, I wish I was eating better. I wish I was eating completely organic, but whatever, life ain't Burger King. You can't always have it your way. So if God wanted me to be eating organic right now, I would, so I was going to leave the country because I just didn't want to eat the food here anymore. And that's why I stayed in this country, was to try to find a homestead, grow food, get ready for this, alignment that's coming, and live the dream. And I'm living it. So the only thing that I don't get to do is share that dream with anybody else I can, because remember, I get to share it here with you guys online. So I just don't get the physical that you guys get. I don't get to smell another person or touch another person or look into nobody's eyes, but it's okay. It is what it is. Life ain't Burger King. You can't always have it your way. That's what I tell myself, and laugh and smile on people's faces and try to make them laugh and tell them that when things don't go their way or when things don't go my way. So we can try to bring and find that, silver lining in this, in the moment type of deal. So all I know is adversity and blessings at the same time. It's a hard life, so, but it's what is destined and chosen for me. And I'm happy that I've been able to share this with others and achieve everything that I've always wanted to. I just wanted to scream the word of God from the highest mountaintop that I could reach, so to speak. And now I've been able to far exceed that, and this is more than I could have ever imagined. So I have a sense of accomplishment, not that I'm ready to die or, well, I am ready to die, but not yet. I mean, I'm going to endure to the end, but whatever he wants me to accomplish, I will do by his time and his will. It's not my own. I have tried so hard in my life to do things and never succeeded with the things of the world. Many times I get the complete opposite, but that's kind of what made, remember I told you, it's adversity that really shapes us and makes us who we are. You know what I mean? I told you that it's really what shapes us is how we respond in negative times. So I appreciate you guys really supporting me through these last 6 months with my physical pain, which obviously helped, didn't. Normally I don't have problems with isolation. Normally I don't have problems with being alone. Normally I don't have problems with trying to just struggle towards a bigger dream, like holding, um, holding a piece of metal, right? Like this is a long hold, right? This is not something that you just hold on to and trade on a daily basis. You can trade paper for that, right? But you hold on to something like this, it's a long hold, right? This is a long hold. You have to be in it for the long hold. And so, guys, for 10 years, 20, 15, 20 years, I dreamed of coming out and forming a community of people who teach them how to live underground. Not live under the ground, but start figuring out how to get away from the weather and learn in a climate controlled environment and eat organically and have a community of people. And that dream, it didn't come true. So, well, oh, what? So what? It is what it is. Life ain't Burger King. I did it by myself for 5 years. I was able to successfully off the grid, homestead, have all the animals, do the husbandry, reap the benefits like green eggs, blue eggs, brown eggs, organic chicken, abundance, and even more than I could even handle at times. But it's because I was in it for the long haul. It wasn't something I was just hoping that would happen overnight. Sometimes we need to think more, even a little bit more generationally. I do that every time. I think about what happens after I die. Every day that I wake up, I never, if not in the last 30 years, I don't think I've ever not woke up and thought every single day what's going to happen after I die. I don't know how often you think about it, but I think about it every day, and I don't think about it in fear. I think about what can I do to make that better for, obviously there I'm here in the test and I must have done something terribly wrong even before I came into this life. And, so I knew that, not a curse or anything, but I've had quite the struggle ever since I was ever born. I could tell you, stories. It just doesn't let up, so, but I just keep telling myself this is his will, and it's a long hold, and I just need to endure to the end. Depression is something I would suggest you try to find somebody to talk to about it, Lion. I never was, my dad didn't raise me that way, but having somebody else to talk to, if you will, a shoulder to cry on, be a man, let it out. Don't have pride, let it out, if that's what it comes to. Don't hold it in. Don't hold that depression in. Talk to somebody about it. And don't talk to family about it. Talk to somebody other than your family. Don't talk to your family. They love you. They're biased. They'll say things just because they love you. Go talk to somebody that's not in your family. They're unbiased because they don't love you. People love you. They just tell you times what you want to hear. So sometimes you need to hear it from somebody that is not, has that bias towards you. So I would recommend Lion to try to find somebody to just to let it out, and don't hold it in. That's causes a lot of people to have heart attacks, stress, and that's one of the worst things you can do. I used this platform and came and ragged on everybody in this platform when I was depressed. Like, I was depressed. I obviously had it, the isolation that I live, all these things, and the suffering, physical, and being a veteran, the PTSD, and I believe I ran into a spout of depression over these last 6 months. But with the help of being able to use the internet and coming in here and speaking with my brothers and sisters in Christ and fellowshipping and not holding it in and have to be isolated, and I've been able to make it through it, and I feel better now. And I look back and realize that I really let myself physically, not physically, but, physical to me is mental. Your brain is one of, it's a physical matter as well as all the other, but both, yeah, I kind of let some things go, and but I do believe that it was the physical pain that sent me into something that I could normally handle. Relatively was a normal thing, but the physical had never been that. And I was having multi-sciatic, and again, I still believe I hurt my hip. I still have pain in it right now, but it's not something that I've not now grown much more accustomed to, and especially when I was working downtown. Still, I've held and will always hold what they've told me is God wanted it and did. Hallelujah, sister. Yeah, thank you. That's that's what. Yeah, so that's what we do, guys. We should edify each other. And I leaned on this channel instead of being, depressed and sitting out here alone. And not talking to anybody, because I've gone 6 months without talking to an adult. Stuck out here after that lady earlier, that person was on there talking about that person robbed me, and I had no way to get out of this driveway. I was stuck as the winter. I tried to get out of here. That's the last thing I wanted to happen, and that's exactly what God did to me. And so I wouldn't want to do that to myself again, be without. And I probably could have done something about it back then, but I just didn't use the resources of the internet at that time. And I'm very have phileo, much affection for the fact that this tool that I've been able to use, the internet, I took such an evil thing and used it for a good thing to help myself. And again, I kind of feel like it was a burden to the people on the channel, because I was griping a lot about being alone and fighting, trying to let go of this idea of building this homestead. And I wanted it so bad. I wanted it so bad. I wanted to eat good food, and I wanted to have time I wanted to look into somebody else's eyes. I wanted to have somebody tell me they love me. I want to have somebody to tell me that I was special to them. I wanted to hear that somebody cared about me, and then I realized again that I did, I was neglecting the people that were on this platform. That, yeah, I didn't have the physical, but I did have people that did care for me, and that were watching and looking and making comments and telling me that they did care. So I'm glad that I had it, and I'm glad that I still have it to this day. And I'm glad, that's why all glory to God to have this platform where it normally does very negative things. It's done a blessing to me, and where I've been a burden to others, it's hopefully I've been able to equate that with you and share my experiences and give you the blessings. Algebra, if you take something from over here, you need to give it back over there, right? So it equates. So I hope if I've taken from anybody that I've been able to give back. I don't want to anything not to equate. So I appreciate everybody that's been there for me. You guys are amazing. And some of you guys been here for a while now. And I couldn't have made it here without you guys. I mean, I had the Father. I had everybody telling me, oh, you got, you're not alone, Tracy, because you got the Father and the Son. I've heard that a million times. I know that. But have you ever tried being alone without, contact with anybody else? And, but I did have all you guys, and my brothers and sisters in Christ. And so what a blessing to, I think I'm a pretty hardcore dude. I really do. I think I have a high pain tolerance. I think I've been through a lot of crap, but we all fall down, and we all stumble. And, but again, I told you, it's what we do with those hard times and how we react in those hard times that shape who we are. So I feel blessed to have You know, I was thanking God for the pain. I didn't understand it. You know, like if I just had one other person to hold this board, God, I wouldn't have injured myself. And I tried everything I could do to prevent this from happening. You know, um, calling my son, trying everything I could, and nobody showed up. And I was like, all right, God, well, then this is the pain you want me in. You know, as you heard me saying that, I'm accepting the fact that God wants this for me. You know, he's obviously showing me nobody's going to come out there, Tracy. And he just showed me that with Saya that came out, that I can't have anybody come out here, guys. You got to be super serious about how I live and what I do, you know. So you either need to be 100% independent, you know, to take care of yourself, where I don't have to, you know, take care of you at all. And then we could just add to each other. So, but I had a great experience with Saya. You see, he came back in and he said he had a good experience. And I did. So it was a good experience for me to see that you can't put people in the city and the country, you know, on a homestead. That doesn't work. You know, it's a good idea, but there's etiquette on a farm. There's etiquette on a ranch. There's etiquette when you're around in the country that's not the same. And so my son explained that to me. He's like, Dad, you have so isolated yourself so hardcore. You know, you brought this upon yourself. You won't do anything in this world anymore. Like what said to the manager and his brother, so we got blamed for bad. We'll kick some kick the ladder. He didn't like what said to the manager and his brother, so we get blamed for bad. Huh? Not sure what you mean there. Bad. But again, I want to thank you guys for helping me out through a tough time. And I'm so glad for this sunshine that's coming in now. I can't wait for these days to I can start doing some of this concrete work. And I'm going to go at it and do whatever I can with my time. And I'm not concerned about the things of this world. It's okay. I have a mission out here that I've always had, and I don't need to come off of this right now. And the only thing, like I said, that I really don't like in my life now is the food that I eat. Other than that, I don't really have any complaints in my life. And like I said, I'm feeling 8 pain, and 8 pain for me feels like $1 million. So I live with that. I can go run a marathon with level 8 pain, but level 11 pain, that was pretty hardcore, guys. So I'm glad that I'm not takes me 30 minutes to put my boots on in the morning. That's a long process just to lean over. And I'm a soldier, so I'm supposed to put my boots on, you know, in 30 seconds and move out and draw a fire, right? Pain's just weakness trying to leave your body, right? You know, so much blessings, guys. I want to tell you, thank you so much. So hopefully soon I can finish up these couple of these cabins, and yeah, my life is just that's good. I love sharing with you guys because I don't want to I'm not hiding. I don't have anything to hide, you know. I just want to be me, you know, and that's why I don't think there's quite the match for me, because it's just I'm me, and I'm just too weird for this world. Like my son said, Dad, you just set yourself too far away from everybody. You just don't do anything in the world, and you live a completely different lifestyle than most people would even fathom for a second that they could even live, you know. So you can't just have people. He warned me again before Saya came out, and he said, Dad, you can't have nobody from the city come out there. Do not let anybody, you know, you're going to have a problem. But again, I'm totally cool. Sai came out here, and he was a good young man, and we had a good time. We churched, and he worked one day for me, and he worked pretty well. And but it wasn't about that. There was just too many other differences and things that just didn't match. So it's okay. Not that people can't come from the city, but it just isn't, you know, somebody would need total independence and total, you have to be self-motivated, your own boss, so to speak, to work. You know, farmer, a lot of the times he's his own boss, right? You know, he manages his time. He's a good time manager. He works all day and all night sometimes, but you know, sometimes he takes off a winter. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, man, oh man, what a blessing. Had to change my device. Thank you for the today. Been glad to hear over and over, watched and listened quietly, but knew when it kept happening, I needed to speak. God sent me to hear. I knew this for sure. Bless you so much, Mommy. Thanks for coming in. That's right. Let's give all glory to God. It's God doing it, right? It's God doing it, right, Mommy? You're not doing it. I'm not doing it. It's God doing it. So bless you. Thank you for coming in. I hope this is edifying. Come back again, please. Share your testimony, and thank you for your eyes and your ears today. Every day, you just got to carry your cross. You want to get closer to God, pick up the word. He says, pick up the book, follow after me, right? Give up your life, cut off the things of this world. Listen to that still voice inside your head, Lion. It'll tell you if there's something that you're not doing that you need to. Listen to it. It's nagging you, isn't it? It's nagging you. Yeah, I get mad at God all the time. We fight with him all the time, but then I turn back in 15 minutes. I'm never gonna talk to you again, God. I hate you. You're so mean to me. You keep me out here alone. You gave David 150 concubines and 150 wives, God, and you can't even give me one wife? What is wrong? Why am I such a bad guy, God? You know, you guys have never seen the battles that I fight with God daily. You know, and I can't even have one. I'm that bad that I don't even deserve to ever hear I love you. I miss you. You're a good person, Tracy. I can't live with nothing. I don't deserve none of that. I don't even deserve one person to hold their finger on another board. You don't know the battles that I've had with God. But then I turn right back around in 15 minutes and I'm in the book again. I'm studying. I can't turn. I go right back to him. So just do it daily. He says through his apostle Matthew, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves. So that's the things of this world, you know, the self, the things you want to do. Yeah, maybe someday, Carl, maybe someday, but probably not, but that's okay. I'm ready for either. So, but it's, you know, it's something that he asks us to do every single day. And we need to deny the things that we really, again, there's a still voice inside your head. If you'll just listen to what it's telling you. And that's why he wants you to go to a dark place in secret when you talk to him. You know, talk to him. And don't pray like the heathen. Don't pray long prayers. He already knows what it is that you already want. It's not pointless to ask him, but he already knows what it is that you need and want. I'm not saying, again, prayer is pointless, but listen to me. Talk to him. And he'll put on your heart whatever it is that you're doing. If you want to grow closer to God, you need to go to a dark place in secret and talk to him in the quiet. You don't let the world hear you. Away from the dark is away from people and the lights and the big city and the broad and the noise and the woo and the bustle. He wants you to be away where you can hear that still voice. Okay, so there's a reason why he's telling you that. So if you'll listen to that voice, and you don't necessarily need to go to that place if that voice is strong inside your head, but for some people, they've forgotten to listen to it and they've turned it off and they've got these other voices inside their head, so to speak. And I'm not talking about demons, it's just the world, the things of this world. So talk to him, and he will put on your heart and make you feel so guilty for not doing something or doing something that you'll start doing it. And that's him. And that's how you'll draw closer to him every single day. Do that. Listen to that voice inside your head. Cut it off. He'll tell you what you need to do. It's so beautiful. It's like a one size fits all. Each one of us has a tailor-made. It's like tailor-made, you know, like having a tailor-made suit perfectly to fit your, right? It's beautiful. That voice inside your head, if it's telling you that you're doing something and it wants you to stop doing it and it's making you feel guilty, it's working. So there you go already. See what I'm saying? So does that make sense? He tells us through his apostle Matthew, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves, take up your cross. So if you want to draw closer to God, you have to take your cross up, Lion. You have to be taking your cross up. And it's not a physical cross. He was crucified to the cross, a tree. Okay. He didn't carry a cross. He was yoked and he was nailed to a tree. It tells us in the book of Acts when they took him down from the tree. If you study Roman torture, you'll see it's not so important, the cross itself, but we have to take up our cross every day, he tells us, and we can't set it down. And so that he was crucified because he would not do the things of this world. See, Jesus, I am Shiloh, the only begotten Son of the Lamb. He didn't do the things of this world because they perverted the law, that it was actually his law, but they had perverted it. So he wouldn't do the things. He ate wheat on the Sabbath. That was against the law. He healed on the Sabbath. That was against the law. He hung out with a prostitute, a mass murderer, a Pharisee, a tax collector. He wasn't liked by the world. He was actually hated so much that they killed him. If you think about it, they shoved a crown of thorns into his skull. They ripped his beard out of his face. They stuck him and bled him out and nailed his hands and his feet, and then stretched him back so far the only way he could breathe is to raise up on the balls of his feet to get air into his lungs. That's how Christ was crucified, to a tree. So you must be crucified, Lion. So go find somebody to nail you to a tree, Lion. No, that's not literal. It's spiritual, okay? It's a spiritual cross. It's a spiritual crucifixion, okay? And so you can't do and be liked by the world. And that's how you get a cross, okay? You have to be hated by this world. He said, if you were loved by the world, you'll be hated by my Father. So we're not supposed to be loved by the world, and you get a cross by going out there and not doing the things of this world, the traditions of men. Do not participate in vanity or vain things such as birth dates. There's one. You want to get a cross? Don't stop selling your birth date. People are going to tell you you're crazy. What are you, some kind of Jehovah's Witness, Mormon? They could call you every religion on the rainbow, you know. Don't celebrate holidays, Christmas. Don't bring, don't go to the white elephant party. Don't go participate in these traditions of men. They'll tell you something's wrong with you. Yeah, don't say Merry Christmas when somebody says that during the, say that's pagan. What? What do you mean? That's how you get a cross. You got to be hated by the world because you can't do the things of the world. So he says, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up your cross daily and follow after me. So we need to do this on a daily basis. And it's not something by going and sitting in some church in a building. He told us that the most, I tattooed these hands just like this. I tattooed my hands. I marked my body because it's not what goes in a man that defiles a man or a woman. It's what comes out of a man. But I tattooed my hands that said Most High, so I can tell people that he doesn't dwell in houses made by what? Hands. I put that in people's faces and show them that he doesn't dwell in houses made by hands or temples. He said that. He dwells within us. I just told you he's inside your head. If you'll be quiet and you'll listen, he'll tell you what to do or not to do. The Apostle Paul said we had an outer man and an inner man. Christ in you. He cannot sin. He's blameless. It's that outer man that won't stop sinning, so cut it off. Circumcise the flesh, not literal, spiritual circumcision. Cut it off. So these are the things that we need to do to be hated by the world, and that is to not participate in their traditions. Again, because if you don't celebrate birthdays, you don't celebrate holidays, you don't do the things of this world, you're not going along with the flow, and therefore you are going to find resistance. And that's how you get across. And it's not even a physical thing. Like you do not need to be worried about dipped in any kind of water, blood, red dye, pitch. I don't care. It's spiritual now. He said he wants to find your garments white, spotless, right? White and spotless, your garments without blemish, right? And washed in the blood of the lamb. So you're going to go sacrifice the lamb and to make them white. How do you do that? Maybe you should research a little bit of scripture. They used to throw the goat off the cliff and it had anyways, I don't want to confuse you with the teaching here. Look, it's not a spiritual blood. It's not a literal blood, right? It's all spiritual now. Okay. So that's how we draw closer to God, by being hated by the world. And then that is how we get our cross. And if we do it daily, this is the ones that he chose. The word is hados, narrow. He told us it's a narrow. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny them. That's a narrowing of self. It's a narrowing of self. You have to cut off self. Here, let me show you. He said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Deny self. This is what I call, this is Brother Jim's teaching, would be the horn of plenty, right? Or the greater or the less than sign, right? Greater and less than, greater and less than. This is you, lion. This is you. Put a big old L, smaller I, smaller O, smaller N. That's you. That's you when you're a baby believer. Big old lion, big old L, right? Big old L. And Christ in you is small when you first start, right? He said, who shall come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up your cross daily. This is something we have to bear every day, and it's a walk. It's not just one time. You can't just believe in Christ. That's not how that works. So he said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. So you need to cut that off. Circumcise that outer flesh. Spiritually. Take up your cross and follow after me. So the only way you can get Christ, you ask how to make Christ grow inside you. How does that work? Deny self. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. That's you. Put your big capital letter name right there. Whoever it is, you're looking at it. That's you. It should get smaller and smaller. And as that small baby believer, well, look at what happens when you cut off self. The more you cut off self, the more Christ grows inside of you. Little c, bigger H, bigger R, bigger I, bigger A. Look at how big that yeah. Cut it off. Take your cross up daily. Okay? That's how you get to the Father. Hallelujah. Through the Son. And you have to deny yourself. And you have to take up your cross. So, hope that's edifying for you. Cool. See, it's not some religion. It's not sitting in a church. You don't dwell in houses made by hands. Study the word. Go. It's good to stay in the word of God. You need to know the gospel. I kind of gave you. The gospel is to go out and be. That's the apostle Matthew. Who told us in his apostle Luke. He said, "Who shall ever be my disciple?" Right? Who shall be my disciple? In order to be a disciple of Christ, you have to be able to walk in his commandments. You have to love him. That is the word agape. And that's the word what people use love. That's the same word, but in the Greek, it's agape, the highest form of love. Agape love, right? Is the, remember he told Peter, I'm not asking you if you have an affection of the things of this world, Peter. Do you love me? He said, I'm not asking if you phileo me, Peter. Do you agape me? And that is 2 John 6, and that is to walk and follow in his commandments. So to be a disciple, you have to walk and follow. You have to be able to walk and follow in his commandments as he commands you to take up your cross daily, deny self, and follow after him through his apostle Matthew. He also, through his apostle Luke, tells you that if you were to be his disciple, you have to be able to have a willingness to learn and to understand, and then to actually perform that daily walk. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross, follow after me. He said to his apostles, they had to give up their life, pick up the book. He was the literal living testament, the word of God in the flesh, literally when he was here. and follow after me. That's exactly what his apostles did, correct? They all had a life. Matthew, the tax collector, Paul, the mass murderer. Well, that was his job, right? And the Pharisee, right? There were fishers of men, right? They all had a life. They stopped doing whatever it was that they were doing, and then they followed that living, right? Pick up the book. That's him. At the time, he was the living book in the word, and follow after me. So that's what we must do. We must do the same thing. He says through his apostle Paul, he said, I also did foreknow. I had foreknowledge of, prognosko is the Greek word, to have foreknowledge of. He had foreknowledge of the ones that he already chose from their darkness to pull them into the light from their sin. And so he's chosen already who it is that he bought and who he purchased. It's will we walk and follow in his commandments? Will we love him? And we don't have to worry about that because we'll cut it off. He will make us feel so he will rebuke our hearts. He will make us stop doing. It will put sorrow on our heart. It'll make us feel guilty that we're not doing the things that please him, and that we're doing the things of this world. And we will cut it off. He'll make us do it. He said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, that not one of them would. They are such idolatry. We love ourselves. We just love to do what we want. That outer man that the Apostle Paul said, the outer woman, cut it off. So I believe absolutely Aramaic, that remember at the time they had taken the law, which was the Torah, and they took the Hebrew and they translated it into Aramaic. So yes, obviously Christ spoke Aramaic. That was at the time of Christ, Aramaic was, and Hebrew, and Christ could speak any language like the apostles. But yes, Christ did speak Aramaic. Think about the language. It was the Torah. It was the Hebrew. They'd wanted a place to study. After 400 years, they were given the rabbis, who at the time of Christ became the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and they took that Torah, Hebrew, and turned it into Aramaic and created a halakha and a haggadah. So you're darn right, Christ spoke Aramaic and Hebrew. Remember, he could speak Hebrew. Christ could speak any language, but that was the dialectus in the tongue that he did speak in when he was speaking to the Pharisees, as well as Greek. He could speak New Zealand. Yes. Hey, thank you so much, Belinda. Good to have you in here again, sister. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm doing okay here. So, but remember, there was a gift back there at the time that Christ, just like the apostles, the prophets, they could speak in one language, and the other people could hear it in whatever language that their dialectus was from. You understand? That was the prophets, and I'm 1,000,000% sure Christ could do the same thing. So, but again, to answer your question, absolutely. It would just say it makes sense. I want to answer that with some historical records. So, London, England. Wow, over on the other side of the drink. So, nice. So, I hope that's a little bit of a lesson there because it's a good question. It's a good question. I want you to get a good solid answer though. But yes, I generally refer people when they ask me about that question. I tell people that he did speak Hebrew and Aramaic, because those were the language at the time from the old law and the new Targum that they had perverted. And frower, that's a Hebrew word, to pervert or to twist. He spoke both languages. And again, I'm sure he wasn't the only language he spoke when he was here on earth, again, if that makes sense. Because remember, people came from all over the Mediterranean Sea to come where Christ was at. Oh, there's a lot lying. The Old Testament is an eye for an eye. Back in the Old Testament, remember, you can do the boogie woogie with your sister and all that old beginning and the Genesis and the beginning of time and procreate. Remember all those, if somebody came over and killed your brother, you could go back over and kill his brother. It was an eye for an eye. There were, the law that we were under was the Old Testament. Remember, there were a lot of different. There were 613 laws, statutes, and commandments in the Old Testament in the first 5 books. See, they're laws. People forget. They make it religion, and they're idiotos. They're just unlearned. Well, that would make them ignorant and not an idiot. My bad. But if they have never learned, and most of them they've never understood. They make it religion, and it's not religion. It was the law. It was called the Jewish Torah or the Jewish law, and it was 613 laws, commandments, and statutes that applied to the house of Aaron, which was the high priest of the temple, and begotten one Levite, the house of the Levitical law. And so that was it. That's who the law applied to, and that was the Old Testament, and only applied to 2 houses, and not the Gentiles. They were not, the law didn't apply to them. They could eat pork, they could grow whatever they want, they could do whatever they want. The law did not apply to the Gentiles. But remember, the Gentiles were from everybody else. Everybody else. If you were not from the house of Aaron, the high priest, or like of the temple, because they were the high priest, right? They were the ones, and then begotten one Levite, that was the Levitical law, such as the Sabbath. You had to keep the Sabbath, let the land lie fallow. There was the Sabbatical laws. There were the dietary laws that they were under. They couldn't eat pork. It was an unclean meat. There were certain shellfish, anything that didn't have scales. There were all these dietary laws that they were under, but they didn't apply to anybody but 2 houses. That's it. Just the house of Aaron and the Levites. And that was the Old Testament. And that's what that applies to. So it didn't apply to the Gentiles. It only applied to 2 houses. That's it. So now it's all houses. Jew, Gentile, man, woman, black, brown, white, yellow, devil. God chooses who, mass murderer, tax collector. He chooses who he chooses, and he pulls from all flesh this time. So the New Testament is under the New Testament. It says you cannot go doink your sister again, right? That's, sorry, but that's the old law. You can't, hey, leave your sister alone. That's the old law. Remember, he fulfilled that, and he made a New Testament that we're under. He fulfilled the law. He didn't abolish the law. Can you go kill a man if he kills your sister? Can you go over to his house and kill his sister? That was the old law. It was called eye for an eye. And now the New Testament that we are under, he says, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. Right? So we can't seek vengeance after. So the New Testament and the Old Testament, people think of it as a religion, but they're idiots, or they're ignorant, or they're brutish, meaning they've been told and they just have an unwillingness to learn. They're stubborn like a donkey or a mule. They're acting like an ass. Well, like a mule or a donkey, they're very stubborn, right? So, yeah. Now it's all flesh. But there's not going to be no excuses if you're stubborn or you're ignorant or you're, yeah, right. You got the interweb, you got the books, you got access to people. I remember when I was telling my son in China, people risk life and limb and death just to hear the word of God. And you got access to all this. He's like, really? I'm like, yeah, oh yeah, you can't practice. Holy crap, Dad. We got it easy, man. I'm like, oh, I know, huh? We better be accountable for what, boy, he started. Boy, he got real into it when I told him that. Put the fear of God in that young boy's mind. And he just did it. He did it on his own, guys. He really realized, he's like, holy smokes, Dad, really, they risk their lives to hear. They go in the secret place and they're not even supposed to, government would kill them for having one of those. And we have access to all these books. Dad, holy smoke, because I was teaching him about how he pours out a just measure when he returns. I was telling him about, days old, you'd have to ride, 5-6 hours on horseback. You'd have to walk more than a day on foot to hear a man like myself teach you the gospel. And today you can get on the internet and you could ride, the internet for 8 hours and learn what it would take a near lifetime instead of riding the hub all day long, right? Or Facebook or whatever these other, just actually do some studying, get off, use other links outside of the internet. But, what it would take a lifetime, you can learn in one day. So you think he's going to hold you accountable as to somebody who was born in the 1700s? Yeah, right. But it's kind of funny, guys. Again, I don't think people even take that ever into consideration. And I talked with my son when he was very young about that. And he was like, wow, whoa. He understood what I was saying to him. He was I just talked to him about it. We just went over it together. I didn't push anything on him. And he just always was kind of drawn to it anyway. So, yeah, think about if they took the Apostle Paul, because a lot of people don't give the Apostle Paul because he was a Pharisee and and he murdered Christians and all that, but imagine all the books that we wouldn't have if you believe no man. Well, just take all the books the Apostle Paul wrote out, and that's a pretty we took out way too. All those teachings, Corinthians, Thessalonians, Ephesians. Wow. Oh, he was such an amazing testimony of God, that God can rebuke anybody's heart. Again, he was literally a mass murderer. He talked about that and said, he felt obviously he had such a burden on his heart when God rebuked him that he literally, if ever he talked about that, that what he had done, he literally was murdering Christians for the church for kind of like a living, so if we took the Apostle Paul's books that he wrote, we would have such an incomplete book. And so I know by God's will, 66 is the number of the beast. No, 666 is the number of the man, you ignorant fool. But 66 books is not obviously the most divine number, but it is the number of man. And if God wanted there to be 65, there'd be 65. If he wanted there to be 67, there'd be 67. So, I have massive lion dense faith, that the Most High had those books removed for a reason. And if they wanted those, again, there's a reason why the canonization, that, it just wouldn't be the same teaching. It wouldn't be the same lesson. And so, all glory to the Father for making 66 and not 88 or whatever, because there's all that talk about 88's definitive number and 66 is the number of the beast, and 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 that's not God. And if God wanted there to be 65 or 67, there would. 88 or whatever, these were the ones that he chose to be canonized by. This is all God's will. So but I have mad, when I look at the whole and reconstruct it, it just makes sense. We couldn't have taken any of those books out that were not, or left any in that were left in or taken out. They needed to be that way. And we still have access to all the other ones in this day and age. Think about that again, back to what I was saying, all these books. You guys, people didn't even have a Bible before the 12th century. Remember, there was not a modern day, before the, the Council of Nicaea, the all the Edict of Toleration, all these things is a process that it took to get to this modern day. What we know is a Bible. Remember, it used to be written on stone, pounded out on tablets, and was translated or transliterated into this modern day. That's what 150 Catholics, 150 Christians. I hope you know your history on how this modern day version of the word has come to fruition. But I do believe 100% of God, that he wills all things. And if he wanted other books to still be in there, there'd be one in there. And so I thank God for his Apostle Paul, because it's such a blessing to have his teachings and his lessons. And just like anything, we're supposed to discern all things. And so when I read all the books that the Apostle Paul wrote, that Man, that'd be such an incomplete book without having that book. You know, it's infallible. That's why it's, it's in there. If they weren't supposed to be in there, they wouldn't. So there's very little issues with the translation and transliteration, and you can use a concordance, and you can go through and study it one word at a time, and it has very little flaws that are in it that you can find through definition by that concordance in the lexicon. So that's how I find what I believe to be divine, if you will, that they are infallible and they have issues, but itself, they are truly an infallible book as a whole. The 66, the Testament, the Old and the New, they are a literal mirror of each other, and you can define anything from the New Testament can be found and defined from the Old Testament. As a matter of fact, if they do not align, if they're not in the hados, if they're not in the same narrow way, throw them out. And that's why a lot of books were taken out and were not canonized. And people don't understand that because they don't study the canonization of the books and why and what, and they don't know what a lexicon is. They don't know what that meant by why some books lacked with their, Ovid evidence, to be able to go through and one by one word take them out and define them and make sure everything aligns properly without error. And again, you can go through the concordances and you can go through the lexicons, and there is, everything's supposed to be studied. That's why we're supposed to go back over and study with each other. It can be reproved, right? We can go back and, anyways, I do believe that that's the base of the ministry is the 66 books, the Old and the New Testament. They're a mirror of each other, but they're two completely, obviously different, testaments. And so one is a physical. If I can answer that, and probably should have just answered it in one question for you. Once was written on tables of stone, as he said in the book of Colossians 2:14, is now sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of our hearts. So it's spiritual. Once used to be a physical law, is now spiritual. All right, guys. Hey, do me a favor. I don't know why he keeps doing that. Go over right now. Brother Jim's on over at Grace and Truth Ministries. I didn't even see what time it was. He might have been on for, I don't know how long Brother Jim's been on over there, but the live might still be on over there. If it is, I'm going to go hang out for a minute over there at the Grace and Truth Ministries here on YouTube in the live stream. And yeah, it did it again. It just shut me down all the way to a blank screen. I had to resume back in the live. But Brother Jim's on right now. I believe his live is on right. So I will see back on in a little bit, guys. So Brother Jim is on at Grace and Truth Ministries right now. Go watch if it's the lesson, you continue to watch that. I watch the lesson later in the day, at the end of the day. So Lion, go over to Brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries. Okay. There's the live stream right now. It's called Grace and Truth Ministries on this platform. Let them know that you came from over here, and we'll see you guys over there. Much love. I'll see you guys later on today. Agape. Be in the world, but be not of it. Stay in the word and be not of the world. Always agape.